Every night at the stroke of midnight, I would stand before a mirror, meticulously sketching a self-portrait. Then I would immerse the portrait in water, a ritual that allowed me to create a perfect clone. Every cultivation achievement, every technique mastered, every insight gained, and all battle experience of this clone would synchronize with my true body. And so I dispatched my numerous clones across the vast cultivation world. Some were sent to join sacred lands, where they swept through all opposition, rising to become peerless prodigies with heaven-defying talent. Others infiltrated the demonic sects, gradually climbing to the very apex, ultimately ascending to the throne of a demon venerable. And some chose to conceal themselves within the mundane mortal world, seizing control of powerful merchant guilds and subtly manipulating entire empires. From then on, among the myriad overlords of the cultivation world, my clones accounted for half. They were present throughout the myriad heavens and 10,000 domains, collectively forging a web of influence that encompassed the entirety of the cultivation realm. Yet my true self remained hidden in a small mortal town, living the life of an idle youth, spending each day simply basking in the sun within my courtyard. At this very moment, I had just successfully created my first clone. Gazing upon the face-sculpting system interface before me, I inadvertently fell into deep contemplation. Sculpting a handsome young master was out of the question. Too much charm would inevitably draw unwanted attention. While still lacking true power, being noticed by some wealthy matriarch or a perverse cultivator would lead to endless trouble. Creating a stunning beauty was even more unthinkable. A femme fatale brings only calamity. While beauty might offer a quick path to wealth, the inherent risks were far too immense, easily dragging one into bloody entanglements. And at this nascent stage, I lacked the power to protect such a form. My clone needed to be useful, resilient, and appear as a formidable, unyielding figure. Yet paradoxically, they also needed to be the kind of person who could disappear into any crowd, utterly unremarkable. A mere pugilist from the lowest echelons. My fingers glided across the interface, beginning to adjust the parameters. Height was set to a towering 2.1 meters, giving him the broad back and shoulders of a formidable bear. Muscle mass was pushed to the absolute limits of human physiology. A thick, powerful neck was chosen, emphasizing his brute strength. His skin tone was set to a dark, slightly bronzed hue, reminiscent of ancient copper, a clear testament to years of arduous labor. For the face, I pondered for a moment, ultimately selecting a large square jawline for the clone, paired with a slightly dull and naive gaze, and topped with a simple close-cropped haircut. This visage instantly conveyed a dim wit, yet also the brute strength of an ox. Confirming the clone's creation, I named him Adai. The moment the confirmation button was pressed, the swirling mist before me instantly condensed. With a deep, resonant thud, a towering, bare-chested giant stood in the cramped room, his head nearly brushing against the rafters. The very next second, a strange and wondrous sensation flooded my mind. I found my perception instantly bifurcated. I could perceive my own original self, a thin, weak youth sitting by the bed, while also observing the newly formed, colossal figure standing before me. I tested this duality by attempting to raise a hand. My true body raised its left. Simultaneously, Adai raised his right, a hand as massive as a palm leaf fan. The two consciousnesses experienced no conflict, operating as seamlessly as the distinction between a left and right hand, even more fluidly so. My main body then rose, circling Adai twice, inspecting him. I reached out to pinch the clone's arm, finding its muscles hard as stone. Indeed, goods crafted by the system were invariably of the highest caliber. Though still within the confines of a mere mortal, this was undoubtedly the pinnacle of a mortal physique. However, clothing proved to be an immediate issue. I rummaged through the wardrobe, unearthing several old burlap garments my father had left behind. It took considerable effort to patch and tear apart two sets of clothes, barely managing to fit them onto Adai. Though the pant legs were comically short and tight, like some form of training gear, they at least covered the most crucial areas. "All right, Adai," I said, settling back onto the bed, my gaze growing distant and profound. "Our rice stores are nearly depleted. You must go earn money. What is the fastest way to acquire wealth? Robbery is not an option. Kingshan Town, though remote, still has its constables. Being branded a wanted criminal would bring endless trouble and risk exposure, and working as a mere laborer is far too slow." An image flashed in my mind, the Xianxia situated at the west end of town. Outwardly it was a pleasure house, but beneath its gilded exterior lay a chaotic gambling den, and even a beast-fighting arena, designed solely for the entertainment of the wealthiest merchants. This so-called beast fighting, however, sometimes pitted man against beast, and other times man against man. Win one fight, gain 5 taels of silver, lose and your limbs are severed. As Adai approached Xianxia, I closed my eyes, transferring the bulk of my consciousness to my avatar. The midday sun, though not yet scorching, felt intense. Adai pushed open the door, ducking his head as he slipped outside. He walked barefoot, each heavy step leaving a deep impression in the muddy ground. Passers-by witnessing the colossal iron tower-like fool hastily made way. Adai's face remained devoid of emotion, his gaze vacant as he lumbered straight towards the west town. This was precisely the effect I desired. A vagrant of unknown origin, simple-minded, even if he were to perish in the arena, no one would inquire into his background. At this very moment, in the alley behind Xianxia, 2 enforcers of the gambling den, squatting and smoking, suddenly felt a shadow fall upon them. Looking up, they saw a man, massive as a bear, gazing down at them. "What do you want?" The enforcer trembled, his cigarette nearly slipping from his grasp. Adai opened his mouth, his voice a hoarse rasp. "Fight." The 2 enforcers exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. This sort of giant simpleton was exactly the kind of commodity the underground arena loved, durable yet brainless. No need to worry about him taking the money and running. He won't even need to sign a death waiver. Big brute, follow us. One enforcer stood, leading A-Dai through a dark corridor down to the basement. The cacophony of shouts and roars, the stench of sweat and blood assailed their noses. Within the iron cage, two bare-chested men wrestled fiercely, their faces smeared with blood. Gamblers crowded around, waving banknotes in their hands, their eyes bloodshot and frenzied. New blood, a fresh contender has arrived. The enforcer bellowed. A middle-aged man with a goatee approached. He scrutinized A-Dai from head to toe, then nodded with satisfaction. Win one match, gain 5 tails, lose and you're carried out. Payment only comes with victory. Want to step up? We're short on fighters. Agreed. Without another word, the iron cage door opened and the defeated fighter was dragged out like a dead dog. A-Dai stepped into the cage. His opponent was a scrawny man nicknamed Feng Gu, his hands bound with ropes, still stained with blood and flesh. Feng Gu, seeing A-Dai's bulky appearance, sneered. He pushed off, lunging forward like a bullet, aiming straight for the lower body. This was a treacherous move common among Jianghu fighters. Yet, under the control of my dual vision, the move appeared slow, not because Feng Gu was sluggish, but because A-Dai's reaction speed was extraordinary. Coupled with my cold, almost malevolent judgment, I chose not to dodge. A-Dai simply stood firm, allowing Feng Gu's punch to land squarely in his stomach. A dull thud resonated and the sneer on Feng Gu's face froze. He felt as if he had punched a thick iron plate wrapped in cowhide, his wrist throbbing with excruciating pain. Immediately thereafter, a colossal hand seized Feng Gu by the head. A-Dai didn't even employ any techniques, merely capitalizing on his superior height and strength as if swatting a mosquito. He gripped Feng Gu's head and slammed it violently into the ground, sending dust flying. The entire basement fell into immediate silence. Feng Gu twitched a few times before falling motionless, a single decisive blow. The gamblers in the stands were stunned for a moment, then erupted into deafening cheers. They cared not who won, only for the overwhelming might of this raw violence. The referee shrieked, his voice hoarse, "A-Dai wins!" The iron cage opened. A-Dai, ignoring Feng Gu on the ground, walked directly to Wang Guanxi, who stood dumbfounded and extended his hand once more. Money, demanded, his vacant face utterly devoid of expression. Wang Guanxi swallowed hard, retrieved a 5-tael silver ingot from his person, and placed it into that colossal hand. Another fight? Wang Guanxi stared at A-Dai as if gazing upon a formidable tree. A-Dai retrieved the silver ingot, deftly tucking it into his waistband before turning to re-enter the cage. And so, it continued. In the dilapidated tiled house, I opened my eyes, a faint smile playing on my lips. This feeling was truly exhilarating, no need to risk my own life, no fear of injury. Simply by controlling him as if playing a game, silver flowed continuously into my coffers. 5 taels were already acquired. At this rate, just one more victory would recoup my initial investment in A-Dai. By the third match, I would already be making pure profit. Yet merely accumulating silver was not my sole ambition. I lightly tapped my fingers on the edge of the bed, my mind racing. This was only the beginning. Once I accumulated enough capital, even just a few tens of taels, I could acquire 2 or 3 more avatars. By then, one of them would continue to fight for money, another would apprentice at an apothecary to secretly learn the art of alchemy, and as for the third, I gazed out the window towards the mountain, shrouded in mist in the distance. That was the dwelling of the Qingyun sect. It was said that the Qingyun sect recruited servant disciples every year. Though arduous, these servant disciples could access the most basic key refining techniques. For my true self to go would be far too dangerous. Rumor had it that servant disciples were often bullied by outer sect disciples, and even if they were beaten to death, no one would care. Once I had enough money, I would send A-er. I stretched, closed my eyes, and shifted my consciousness back to A-Dai's body. In the basement, a new opponent had entered the cage, a burly man wielding a wooden club. A-Dai remained expressionless, like a cold, unyielding stone. In my eyes, this was no mere opponent. Rather, he was a walking collection of resources, half of what I needed for another avatar. Come then. All of you are but experience points for me. Then came the crisp, shattering sound of bone. In the boisterous underground arena, this sound was barely audible, yet to those directly involved, it struck like a bolt of lightning. The burly man with the club had not even uttered a scream before A-Dai unleashed an Iron Mountain lean maneuver, sending him flying. His entire body slammed into the iron cage, sticking for a moment like a painted tapestry before slumping limply to the ground. The entire arena fell silent for a single breath, then erupted into an even fiercer roar. The third match was yet another decisive finishing blow. In the stands, gamblers waved their betting slips, showering the arena with a flurry of paper. Some winners beamed with delight, while others, having lost, pounded their chests and stomped their feet in despair. I sat on the edge of the bed in the old tiled house, my gaze cold as if watching a dull silent film, shielding myself from any sense of pain. This was a hidden function of the system. A-Dai had actually been struck on the shoulder by the club moments ago. For an ordinary person, the pain would have been incapacitating, rendering them unable to lift an arm. But for this avatar, it was merely a negligible loss of vitality, completely unaffected his actions. For the next match, A-Dai stood in the cage, sticky blood and mud beneath his feet, his voice still dull and hoarse. Below the stage, Steward Wang stroked his goatee, his eyes shifting from admiration to shrewd calculation. This fool hasn't even shed a single drop of sweat. He is truly a human beast. Send in the butcher. Drive his odds down, and while you're at it, ask if this fool wishes to sign a long-term contract. Steward Wang tilted his head, giving orders to his subordinates. A moment later, a corpulent, greasy man wielding two butcher's knives entered the cage. This time there were weapons. My eyes stirred slightly. If my true self were to encounter such a thug wielding lethal weapons, I would undoubtedly flee as far as possible. But a die was different. The match began. The butcher sneered, wildly swinging his blades without technique, yet imbued with raw power. I steered a die not to retreat but to advance, taking a single step towards the glinting blades. This step was exceedingly perilous. The butcher's blade grazed Adai's nose, slicing through a few stray strands of hair. It was at this very instant that Adai's hand, as massive as a cattail leaf fan, shot out like lightning, not to parry the blades, but to seize the butcher's knife-wielding wrist. His 5 fingers clamped down, causing excruciating pain in the butcher's wrist, and the pig-slaughtering knives clattered to the ground. Seizing the advantage, Adai lifted his knee, delivering an unadorned strike to the gut. The corpulent man, weighing over 100 jin, immediately convulsed like a shrimp, foam bubbling from his mouth, his eyes wide and bulging. It was too simple, I murmured, shaking my head. Battles of this caliber, requiring only the overcoming of fear, efficient use of one's physique, and sharp judgment, were no different from bullying a child. The 4th match was won, then the 5th. By the time the 6th match concluded, the coarse linen shirt on Adai's body had been torn to shreds, revealing bronze-colored muscles flecked with fresh blood. Yet his ferocious aura grew even stronger, and no one dared to step into the ring. Steward Wang had no choice but to call a halt. Stop, that's enough fighting for tonight. All right? Go collect your money. If this fool keeps fighting, no other bets will be placed tonight. Steward Wang handed Adai a heavy pouch of silver, his eyes glinting. Big brother, come back every day from now on, and I'll double your appearance fee. How about that? Adai took the money pouch, mechanically tucking it into his waistband, the only intact spot on his body left for keeping his belongings. Tired. Go sleep. Adai turned and left, paying no heed to Steward Wang's words. 2 enforcers moved to block him, but Steward Wang waved them off. Let him go. Reckless fighters like him only care about the money. He'll be back tomorrow. Leaving the drunken immortal pavilion, Adai did not head straight home. I was exceedingly cautious. I guided Adai to circle the town thrice, deliberately entering dark alleyways, and only after confirming no one was following did we stop at an abandoned shrine outside of town. Adai then tucked the money pouch beneath the offering table, while he himself stood guard at the shrine's entrance like a block of wood. Half a shichen later, a gaunt shadow slipped into the shrine, utilizing the cover of night. I retrieved the money pouch. Upon opening it, I found a total of 40 taels of silver, with an additional 10 taels unexpectedly included. It seemed Adai had a promising future rooted in violence. My heart pounded. For immortals still worrying about their daily bread, this sum was immense. However, I had no intention of keeping it in this world. Hoarding money was the most foolish act. Only by transforming wealth into strength could true security be found. System: deposit funds. I wish to exchange for new avatars. Funds deposited successfully. Current balance: 40 taels. Mortal avatar: 10 taels each. Give me 3. I sat cross-legged upon the tattered mat. My thoughts, sharp as blades, began their arduous task of creation. This time, there was no need to pursue the same extreme combat prowess as Adai. Avatar number 2. Named A. Ear. This body needed to be agile, its appearance shrewd, ideally resembling a street ruffian who had navigated the world for years. I adjusted the parameters: a lean physique, around 1.7 meters tall, a common face with a slight smirk at the corner of the mouth, carrying 3 parts of a hidden smile. Long, slender, and nimble fingers, suitable for meticulously intricate tasks or for covertly stashing objects. Avatar number 3, named Asan. This one was the most crucial. I took a deep breath, my expression solemn. Asan was to be sent to the Azure Cloud sect. What do immortal sects look for when recruiting disciples? They look at innate talent, they look at age. The age was adjusted to 12. The youth's appearance needed fair skin, resembling a scholar's son, not overly roguish. His features had to be upright and proper, with a hint of heroic spirit and steadfastness between his brows. Elders and deacons favored this type, believing such a child possessed a good temperament. Swiftly, the image of a refined young man materialized in the air. Avatar number 4, named AC. This one was a reserve. After a moment of thought, I directly used the template of a martial arts star from my previous life. Moderate height, well-defined muscles, but not overly ostentatious. He was set up as a hunter, tasked with entering the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, hunt for some meat to nourish the main body, and conveniently scout the wild terrain. Confirmed. 30 taels of silver deducted, 10 taels remaining. Avatar successfully created. The empty, abandoned shrine now housed 3 additional figures, along with Adai standing guard at the entrance. From being a solitary figure, I now commanded a team of 4. A profoundly strange yet deeply reassuring sensation arose within me. 4 perspectives, 4 angles, all feeding back to my consciousness. A was lowering his head, examining his hands. Asan was testing the youth's movements and muscle flexibility. Asi, expressionless, gazed at a cobweb in the corner of the wall. The system finally has a conscience. It's starting to provide clothes. Big brother system, I commend you. I sat down and began to assign their tasks. Adai, you shall continue to fight in the arenas. That is our current source of immediate funds. But mind your frequency. Go once every 2 days. Do not beat them so badly that they grow terrified. Adai stood at the door without turning back, transmitting only a faint thought of acknowledgement into my mind. The rogue-looking young man turned around, a cunning smirk gracing his face. Take this silver to town to purchase medicinal herbs, then resell them in the provincial capital, or frequent the taverns to build connections. I need intelligence. Wherever there are rumors of immortal cultivators or strange occurrences, I must know about it. Ah nodded, accepting the handful of silver scraps I handed over, his movements swift like a seasoned petty thief. See, head to the back mountain. No need to venture too deep, just hunt along the forest border. We are out of rice and meat at home. My main body is growing and requires nourishment. Dressed in hunter's garb, silently gripped a wooden staff, turned and melted into the night. Finally, I turned my gaze toward the refined 12-year-old youth. San, stay home for 2 days and rest up. Don't let yourself look so sickly and sallow. In a few days, the Qingyun sect will recruit servant disciples. Once inside, as long as you don't die, learn with everything you've got, whether by secretly spy learning cultivation techniques or ingratiating yourself with outer disciples. I need you to obtain a qi condensation cultivation manual in the shortest time possible. San blinked, his tender face revealing a calm maturity unsuited for his age. With everything arranged, I looked down at the remaining 3 taels of silver in my hand, feeling no panic, only burning ambition. This was the beginning of the snowball effect. Cultivating alone was too slow, too grueling, and far too perilous. But what if I had 100 or 1,000 clones? Some would earn wealth, some would forge pills, some would brave secret realms to scout dangerous paths, and others would act as moles within grand sects while I sat safely in the shadows, reaping all the rewards. My stomach rumbled at an inconvenient moment, rubbing my empty belly. I took a hard, stale, half-steamed bun left behind on the altar table. Taking a bite, I set a small goal first. Find a way to quickly become an immortal cultivator. 3 days later, Qingshan Town became unusually bustling. The triennial recruitment ceremony for Qingyun sect servant disciples was held at the town's central square. Calling it a grand ceremony was an overstatement. In truth, it was crude and simple. A few wooden tables and 3 cultives clad in azure robe. Beside them stood a spirit testing stone used to evaluate spiritual roots. The square was packed with crowds, mostly common folk bringing their children to try their luck. I did not join the commotion. Instead, I sat at a roadside noodle stall at the edge of town, slurping down a bowl of Yangshu noodles. At that moment, my consciousness was akin to watching a surveillance feed, silently monitoring the recruitment grounds. My primary perspective remained with my main body, while a secondary view rested upon Asan amidst the crowd. Clad in a faded yet spotlessly clean robe, Asan stood among a throng of snot-nosed children, like a crane standing among chickens. The middle-aged cultivator in charge of testing shouted with a touch of impatience. Next. An entire morning wasted on trash spiritual roots. The mortal realm truly produces no worthy sapling. Asan stepped forward. Following my instructions, he acted nervous and flustered as he awkwardly placed his hand upon the dull gray stone. As servant disciples needed no grand talent or even spiritual roots at all, having a healthy physique and obedient disposition was often enough to be accepted for hard labor. The stone glowed faintly with a dim white light intermingled with an exceedingly faint trace of green. The middle-aged cultivator raised an eyebrow, sizing Asan up. Seeing a handsome youth whose timid eyes betrayed a sharp intellect, he could not help but nod slightly. Your name? Our reporting to the immortal master, this humble one is named Fan San. It was a name I had casually assigned, commemorating him as my 3rd mortal clone. Tossed casually, a wooden token landed before Asan. Report to the herb garden for weeding. Consider yourself passed. Countless envious and jealous eyes swept over from the crowd. To enter an immortal sect, even as a mere servant, meant one man's ascension elevated his entire lineage. Henceforth, before ordinary mortals, he would stand a cut above. Eating noodles in the distance, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly as I drank the last spoonful of broth. Success. As long as he breached the threshold, the cultivation techniques of the Qingyun sect would sooner or later end up in my hands. Right at that moment, another perspective suddenly transmitted a violent tremor. It was Aer. He was currently inside the town's largest pawnshop, Jinyu Hall. Through Aer's eyes, I observed a peculiar jade pendant. It lay in the most secluded corner of the counter, caked in mud, appearing as if freshly unearthed from the soil. But then the system's notification panel abruptly materialized within Aer's vision, revealing faint spiritual energy fluctuations suspected to be a fragment of a low-grade artifact. My hand holding chopsticks involuntarily tightened. A treasure, indeed. This system truly possessed a treasure detection function. Acquire it. Inside Jin Yuteng, Aer, in the guise of a ruffian, leaned on the counter, haggling relentlessly with the proprietor. Too expensive. You dare ask for 5 taels for this broken jade? Are you so driven by greed that you've lost your mind? Look at this chip. It's barely fit to level a table leg, and even then its rough edges would chafe. Er's face was a mask of disdain, spittle flying wildly as he spoke. The proprietor, a shrewd, diminutive old man, merely cast a sidelong glance. Buy it or not, as you wish. This is a family heirloom, you know. If you are truly sincere, I will offer 3 taels of silver. Aer held up a single finger. I'm buying it as a mere toy for my foolish younger brother. I will not budge further. Aer then pulled out 2 lumps of silver, placing them on the counter, his movement swift as if fearing the proprietor would change his mind, and immediately tucked the filthy jade pendant into his robes. With the transaction complete, Aer turned and exited the shop, the roguish expression on his face immediately vanishing. In its place was a cold, almost detached demeanor, unlike that of an ordinary person. He followed my instructions without pause, heading straight out of the city and sped towards the mountain behind where Asia waited. My true self could not touch this item. What if it bore the divine sense mark of a previous owner, or was a lure set by some demonic cultivator? To bring it back to my humble abode would be to court calamity. Instead, let a clone take it to a desolate wilderness, find an isolated spot, and research it thoroughly before proceeding. How truly convenient to have multiple clones. I dropped a few coins to pay, pulled down the brim of my hat, and merged into the bustling crowd. Even if it were to explode, I would merely lose a temporary clone. Tomorrow, I would still be a formidable individual. Beyond Xianxia Town, within the dense graveyard forest, a place even stray dogs wouldn't venture, lay a heavy aura of death. There, Ayer squatted upon a moss-covered tombstone, toying with the filthy jade he had acquired from the shop. A familiar roguish smile still played on his lips, yet his eyes held not a shred of warmth. Opposite him, a sea, in the guise of a hunter, sat beneath a gnarled ancient tree, idly carving a piece of wood with a knife, his strokes sometimes precise, sometimes careless. Wood shavings flew everywhere. "What are the main body's instructions?" he asked. Ayer abruptly spoke into the empty air. At that very moment, I was seated in my humble abode, munching on a cold steamed bun, with the system's group video chat mode open. What is to be done now? Shatter it. Ayer, shatter it. My instructions were simple. Though this jade piece possessed spiritual energy fluctuations, its outer layer was encased in a hard grayish shell, obscuring its true nature. A conventional cultivation protagonist would undoubtedly seek out a grandmaster for appraisal or attempt to refine it with fire. I, however, cared not. If the system advised shattering it, then shatter it we shall. Receiving the command, Ayer casually picked up a large rock nearby and placed the jade piece upon the tombstone. With a resounding impact, stone fragments flew everywhere, yet no special effects whatsoever accompanied it. Only a crack appeared, from which a small, milky white fingernail-sized stone rolled out. A noticeable chill permeated the ambient air. An indescribably refreshing surge of energy spread outwards, causing Ayer, who was squatting nearby, to feel his mind clear and invigorated. The fatigue from days of arduous travel dissipated considerably. A system notification, detect low-grade fragmented spirit stone, contains 32% spiritual energy, can be directly exchanged for 32 system currency or used for cultivation. I gazed at the panel, my brow arching in surprise. Precisely, this was indeed the common currency of the cultivation world. Although this spirit stone only contained 1/3 of its full spiritual energy, it was absolutely incomparable to mundane gold and silver. "Do not move," I commanded, stopping Ayer from placing the spirit stone into his spatial ring. "Az, take this." AC, who had been carving wood, ceased his movements, rose, and picked up the spirit stone, clutching it tightly in his palm. Ayer, return to the nearest town and observe. Should there be any stir, any rustle of leaves, report back immediately. Az, remain within this forest. Do not venture anywhere else. Even while you sleep, keep this stone in your mouth for me. Do not lose it. Having completed these arrangements, my consciousness immediately shifted. The Qingyun sect servant's peak, the air here was indeed far purer than that found below the mountain. Taking a deep breath, a refreshing coolness filled my chest, yet the surrounding environment left much to be desired. Dozens of low, bamboo-thatched wooden shacks crowded a mountain valley, their air thick with the faint scent of sweat and the pungent, sour aroma of fermented medicinal dregs. Asa now stood before a simple wooden house, clutching a set of coarse gray robes and a pitifully thin booklet. Before him, an arrogant-faced servant youth sat cross-legged upon a large blue stone, casually picking his ear with his pinky finger. "A newcomer, are you? Do you understand the rules here?" The arrogant youth cast a disdainful glance at Asan. "I am the steward of this medicinal garden. You may simply address me as Senior Brother Zhao. Now that you have entered this servant's peak, no matter what exalted young master or pampered heir you were in the mortal realm, you will learn to tuck your tail between your legs and obey. Yes, Senior Brother Zhao." Asan lowered his head, feigning utmost obedience. "This everspring cultivation technique, comprising its first 3 layers, is bestowed upon you by the sect." Senior Brother Zhao pointed at the thin booklet. "Do not imagine that merely possessing this scripture makes you an immortal. Among the 10,000 of us servant disciples, not even one may succeed in cultivating a true sense of qi. You will meekly proceed to the medicinal fields, diligently weeding. Each day you must fill 3 baskets. Should you fail to deliver even one, you shall receive no food." Having spoken, Senior Brother Zhao waved his hand dismissively, shooing Asan away as one would a bothersome fly. Asan clutched his meager belongings and entered the communal wooden dwelling assigned to him. Inside, a vast common room housed over a dozen individuals, their snores echoing like thunder. Asan located an empty cot in the corner and settled down. The first thing I did was open the Everspring cultivation technique. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Cultivation technique. Everspring art detected. Scanning. Content synchronized. Within the humble dwelling, a string of gray incantations and several diagrams of chi flow immediately manifested in my mind. I closed my eyes, carefully deciphering the text. It was remarkably simple. Put plainly, it was a breathing method, designed to be coupled with specific meditation pathways, allowing one to sense the spiritual energy drifting between heaven and earth, draw it into the body, and circulate it through the meridians. No wonder that arrogant youth claimed that out of 10,000, barely one would succeed. The true difficulty of this cultivation technique lay in precisely that, sensing the qi. Mortals possess dull senses. Grasping a single wisp of spiritual energy within the murky air was akin to finding a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Without a master's guidance, relying solely on solitary meditation, one could sit until their very death and still not cross the threshold of cultivation. Cultivating in the conventional manner was clearly impossible. I rubbed my chin. AC possessed a trash spiritual root, and even my own inherent aptitude was barely superior to that of a mortal. Following the standard path, it would take at least several years to even sense chi. That was far too long. My gaze shifted to another visual feed in the corner of my perception. In the deep, dark forest, AC sat beneath a tree like a statue, the low-grade spirit stone still held within his mouth. What if I were to bypass the sensing of heaven and earth's spiritual energy and directly infuse it? A reckless, audacious thought formed in my mind. As Asen within the sect, I could not act recklessly. A single misstep in cultivation or any sign of abnormality would surely lead to expulsion from the mountain. But Asi, he remained outside. Asi was a deathsworn retainer, a pawn, a sacrificial lamb. System, I mused, what if I disregard the meridian's endurance, forcibly draw spiritual energy from the spirit stone, and directly impact the aperture? The system offered no reply. No matter, I would try it immediately. My eyes blazed with fierce determination, my consciousness fully descended upon Asi. The night wind howled, and occasionally the eerie hoot of an owl echoed through the forest. Asi sat cross-legged, his rugged wood-like face, the countenance of a deathsworn, devoid of any expression. Within his mouth, the spirit stone began to glow faintly. I controlled Az, disregarding the gentle chi guidance steps outlined in the Everspring cultivation technique. Instead, I directly visualized the chi flow diagrams within my mind, then commanded him to use all his strength to bite off a corner of the spirit stone. A faint, brittle crack echoed within his mouth. In the very next second, a searing, violent surge of energy erupted, rushing straight down his throat. That was no gentle stream of spiritual chi, it was truly like swallowing a mouthful of boiling lava. The pure spiritual chi, sealed within the spirit stone, erupted without any dampening. In an instant, it filled AC's chest. Asai's eyes suddenly flew open, veins bulging on his neck, his bronze skin instantly turning scarlet like a boiled shrimp. The pain was excruciating, tearing through his very being. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have writhed on the ground in agony, perhaps even fainted, but I immediately shielded his senses from the pain. I remained cold and detached like a surgeon, silently observing the clone's damage status on the system panel. The spiritual chi volume was excessive, the esophagus damaged, stomach hemorrhaging. Disregard, continue guiding it. I forcibly used my will to control the scorching torrent, raging through AC's body, guiding it along the first route of the Changchun Gong cultivation technique, forcing it towards his dantian. This step was incredibly arduous. The meridians were too narrow, the spiritual chi current too potent, akin to blasting a rusty pipe with a high-pressure water hose. Asi gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which also seeped from his nostrils, yet he remained seated upright, unmoving. It was over. I saw that although the rampant spiritual chi had shattered several minor meridians, it was finally forced into the primary meridians. That sensation was incredibly clear. The previously blocked meridians were powerfully stretched, and the path of the spiritual chi left a deep imprint in my mind, like an etched scar. This was the chi sensation. Others might gently probe with a feather, slowly seeking that tingling feeling. But I directly used an iron rod to batter it open. Though brutal, the effect was immediate. Once, twice, thrice, Asi's body began to tremble. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices and tiny droplets of crimson beaded on his skin. That fragmented spirit stone had been consumed by more than half. Finally, as the circulation reached the 9th Zhoutian cycle, Asi's body went limp and collapsed. His meridians were severed, his internal organs severely damaged. He was dead. In the thatched cottage, I suddenly opened my eyes, my complexion somewhat pale. This was the after effect of excessive mental focus. Looking at the panel, clone AC had perished. Cause of death, spiritual chi explosion. Resurrection countdown initiated. 12 memories were synchronizing, insights were synchronizing, an immense flood of information poured into my mind. These were not mere words in a book, but a true visceral bodily memory. How spiritual chi flowed through the meridians, which acupoints would obstruct its path. That burning sensation, once so intense, finally transformed into a cool, refreshing current within the dantian. All of it was etched into my mind. Was this the joy of a pay-to-win player? I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, a grim smile curving at the corner of my mouth. I immediately shifted my consciousness to Asan, far away in the Qingyun sect. In the collective wooden houses of Chori Peak, Asan, who had been feigning sleep, suddenly shot upright and sat cross-legged. The sounds of snoring continued around him, undisturbed. Asan closed his eyes, instinctively beginning to regulate his breathing. There was no need to laboriously search for any chi sensation. That feeling was akin to having walked a winding path in the night. Even without a lamp, one could navigate it blindfolded. With a subtle mental command, the sparse spiritual chi hovering in the air seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, flowing along the path that AC had forged with his life, entering Asan's pores with astounding ease. The first surge of spiritual chi entered his body without any obstruction, like water flowing unimpeded into a river. If senior brother Zhao were to witness this scene, his eyes would surely pop out of his head. Even the inner sect geniuses within the sect had to cautiously attempt to guide spiritual chi into their bodies for several days during their first attempt. How could such a thing be? Receiving the cultivation manual and achieving initial cultivation within an hour of practice. Asan guided this gentle stream of spiritual chi to complete a single Zhoutian cycle within his meridians, finally converging at his dantian, forming a tiny hair-thin strand of white chi. Congratulations, host. You have successfully entered the first layer of the chi condensation stage, stepping onto the path of immortality. Current realm, first layer of the chi condensation stage. Host has entered the path of immortality for the first time. The system freely rewards all living clones with synchronized attributes. Almost simultaneously in my thatched cottage in Xianxia Town, I felt a warmth ignite in my lower abdomen. A warm current surged from my qiyomzhong, and the fatigue in my body vanished. My vision was instantly heightened by a full level. Eavesdropping on a conversation at a table in a town tavern, involuntarily crushed the wine cup in his hand with a crisp crack, an explosive surge of strength. Ada, asleep in the underground arena, shifted, his bones cracking. The contours of his muscles became firmer and more defined. All members leveled up. I exhaled a long breath, gazing at the faint white light emanating from my fingertips. Though it was so weak it couldn't extinguish a candle, this was the power of a cultivator. Asai's death was truly worthwhile, I mused with a sigh. Sacrificing a single clone to scout the path and sharing that experience across the whole network. This was the true way to utilize the infinite clone system. Having reached the first layer of the chi condensation realm, the speed of acquiring wealth could now be vastly accelerated. I stood up and stretched my limbs. Even a mortal clone in the secular world was already considered the pinnacle of combat strength. Now infused with spiritual energy, even without knowing spellcraft, relying solely on spiritual energy to temper the physical body boosted Adai's battle power at least threefold. Adai, when you go to the martial arena tomorrow, hold back no longer. I wish to act as the bookmaker, sending my direct command to Adai. Previously, I feared attracting unwanted trouble by drawing too much attention, but now, backed by the foundation of the first layer of the chi condensation realm, in a tiny locale such as Xianxia Town, as long as I did not encounter an old monster of the foundation establishment realm, I could essentially walk unchecked. At that moment, upon the miscellaneous affairs peak of the Qingyun sect, just as dawn broke, a piercing shriek woke everyone from their slumber. Wake up, everyone get up and get to work. Senior brother Zhao clutched a rattan whip, lashing it violently against the doorframe, his expression brimming with utter impatience. The newly arrived servant disciples, bleary-eyed and half asleep, frantically scrambled to put on their clothes. Asan mingled within the crowd. After a full night of cultivation, far from feeling fatigued, his spirit was invigorated and refreshed. Fan San, head to the medicinal fields to weed. Make sure to pluck every wild weed around the purple leaf grass. If you damage a single leaf of those spiritual herbs, selling you off won't even cover the cost. Senior brother Zhao passed by Asan, barking out a harsh warning. Understood, senior brother. Asan bowed his head obediently, picked up a hoe, and made his way toward the medicinal fields. Asan squatted down. The purple leaf grass cultivated here was the lowest grade of spiritual herbs, primarily used to refine blood-stanching powder. Asan extended his hand. Rather than pulling the weeds directly, he quietly channeled a strand of spiritual energy within his body, gathering it at his fingertips. As his fingertips touched the soil, a miraculous sensation washed over him. He could clearly perceive the growth of the purple leaf grass roots, even sensing the faint emotions radiated by these plants, a yearning for water and spiritual energy. Was this truly the perception of an immortal cultivator? Stirred internally, Asan was in no rush to weed, but instead, using his body as cover, secretly infused the strand of spiritual energy from his fingertips into the root of a slightly withered purple leaf grass. To the naked eye, the leaves of that purple leaf grass visibly uncurled slightly, its hue turning a vibrant green, comprehending the elementary skill. Spiritual plant cultivation. My eyes lit up with delight at this unexpected harvest. By grinding the skill level here at the Qingyun sect, couldn't I later dedicate a clone solely to farming spiritual plants and selling medicine? The four sacred arts of cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, talismans, and array formations were notorious money pits, but also the most lucrative pursuits. It appeared this clone, Asan, had to be nurtured toward the technical path. As I was contemplating, an urgent signal suddenly arrived from A's side. Something had occurred near my main body, and my vision shifted instantaneously. In the market of Xianxia Town, Ah hid behind a baked cake stall, staring intently ahead. Two young men clad in the robes of Qingyun sect outer disciples swaggered down the street, holding a portrait and making inquiries everywhere. Have you seen this man? Have you seen this fool carrying a blade? Ah-er's gaze fell upon the portrait. His pupils contracted. The man in the portrait was none other than Adai. My heart skipped a beat. Adai was merely a mortal martial artist, so how could he have provoked outer disciples? Listening closely, the conversation between the two outer disciples echoed over. Senior brother, the fat pig's death matters not, but the blade in his possession was a replica Bloodslayer saber that senior brother Wang specifically sought, yet it was snatched away at the arena. That brute who beat the butcher to death must surely still be in town. Senior brother Wang declared that the saber must be retrieved, and the man must be brought back as well. That brute has a robust physique. He'll serve perfectly as a medicine testing boy. A medicine testing boy? Hearing those four words, my eyes instantly turned cold. Asan had heard others mention this back at the Qingyun sect. It was a miserable existence far worse than a servant disciple, used to test pills for alchemists. 9 out of 10 who dared to touch my people perished by poison. How dare they? I let out a cold laugh. It was a timely death for Asai, providing me with an excuse to acquire more resources for my next clone. With my eyes closed, meditating within the thatched cottage, I issued a direct command to my clone, Adai. No need to go to the arena anymore. Leave the city and ambush these 2 delivery disciples. I shall await nightfall. The burial ground. Trees here grew twisted and gnarled. Black crows shrieked mournfully from dry branches, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and the stench of death. Adai halted, standing before a cracked, weathered tombstone. He turned, his large, simple face devoid of expression, like a mere automaton bound only to obey commands. Not far away, two streaks of light descended, alighting upon the treetops. "It's truly you? You fool." The speaker was a short, stout man dressed in the green robes of an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. He clutched a paper talismans, panting heavily, while the tall, slender young man beside him wore a look of impatience. Xiaoxia, astride his flying sword, hovered 3 feet above the ground. Neither of them held any regard for mortals. To them, common folk were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Even if this lamb happened to be a bit stronger, it would only require a few more strikes of the blade. From my vantage point in the tiled house, my gaze pierced through the distance, clearly perceiving the expressions of the two men as Adai saw them. "Mortals," I muttered, chewing on half a hard steamed bun, my gaze cold. Mortals also possess blades. With no warning whatsoever, the mud beneath Adai's feet exploded. He launched himself forward like a cannonball leaving its barrel, hurtling directly towards the stocky young master, determined to kill. The stocky young master never imagined this seemingly foolish man would dare to resist. The flesh on his face twitched as his right hand formed a seal. The flying sword tucked at its waistline whizzed out. It was too close, and he only intended to sever Adai's limbs to capture him alive, not to strike at a vital point. The flying sword transformed into a streak of cold light, instantly piercing through Adai's left shoulder, splattering fresh blood everywhere. For an ordinary person, such a wound would be enough to send them writhing in agony, losing all will to fight. Yet Adai didn't even flinch. Shielded from the sensation of pain, this body was unaffected by any injury. Before the shock could fully register on the stocky young master's face, he saw Adai not only refuse to stop, but his muscles violently contract, clamping down on the sword with bone and flesh, fresh blood gushing out. Propelled by this momentum, Adai's speed didn't decrease but instead surged, closing the distance to his opponent in the blink of an eye. The stocky young master, utterly terrified, attempted to retreat, his hands fumbling desperately for a talisman. Too late. A hand as large as a cattail fan, accompanied by a howling wind, descended, striking violently at his throat. The crisp sound of breaking bones in that burial mound was truly jarring to hear. The stocky young master's eyes immediately turned bloodshot and bulged. Both hands clutched his now sunken throat, only capable of exhaling but never inhaling. He slumped to the ground, lifeless. Even in death, he could not comprehend how someone could be pierced through the shoulder blade by a flying sword and still kill as if nothing had happened. Junior brother, the tall, slender young man beside him, was so terrified his soul nearly fled his body. "This isn't a mere mortal. This is clearly a monstrous beast disguised as a human. Retreat. Immediately." The tall, slender young man reacted with astonishing speed, instantly throwing out a crimson-red talisman. A fireball the size of a wash basin exploded against Adai's chest. Flame raged, instantly turning Adai's clothes to ash. The flesh on his chest was charred black and shriveled, releasing a nauseating burnt stench into the air. The tall, slender young man breathed a sigh of relief. To be struck head-on by a fireball talisman, even a second-level chi condensation cultivator would collapse. However, in the very next second, he witnessed the most horrifying scene of his life. Within the inferno, the massive man remained expressionless, not even letting out a single scream. Smoke billowed from his body, and embers still clung to him, like a demon that had just crawled out of hell. He roared and lunged forward with outstretched arms. "You madman? You are a madman." The tall, slender young man attempted to fly away on his sword, but it was already too late. A pair of charred iron-like hands clasped tightly around his waist. His protective spiritual light flickered twice, but under Adai's savage and brute strength, it emitted cracking sounds, as if on the verge of shattering. Adai knew no techniques whatsoever. He simply lowered his head and, with his stone-hard skull, forcefully headbutted the tall, slender young man's face. The protective spiritual light shattered. The tall, slender young man's nasal bone was completely pulverized, his face a bloody ruin. With the third blow, the tall, slender young man ceased breathing, his head lolling to one side, his neck twisted at a grotesque angle. The burial ground fell silent, save for the crackling of the remaining flames on Adai's body. I lay prostrate on my bed, my forehead beaded with cold sweat, my heart pounding fiercely. This was the first time I had truly slain a cultivator, not in a sparring match, not in a contest, but in cold, ruthless battle. I took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of dark emotions, and quickly issued my final command. Adai's life force had plummeted to its lowest ebb. His left shoulder was pierced, his internal organs shattered, and over 60% of his body was burned. Yet, he was not entirely dead. Adai trembled, reaching out his hand, fumbling over the two corpses for a moment. He snatched 2 gray cloth pouches, along with the flying sword and the bloodlust blade from the ground. With his last remaining strength, he hurled them into a hollow tree trunk concealed within a nearby thicket. Then this burly man, like an iron tower, slid down the tree trunk to the ground, his head drooping. Clone Adai had died. Cause of death: severe burns, penetrating wound, excessive blood loss, entering revival period. After 12 grueling hours, his vision blurred and wavered as he collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the darkened rafters above. Then a slow, chilling smile spread across his lips. The laughter, initially a low rumble, grew increasingly wild and triumphant, echoing from deep within his throat. Mortals are but mere insects, yet this old man has slain even immortals. In the dead of night, the wind sweeping across the burial mounds grew even colder. A nimble figure glided through the forest, a seasoned hunter whose movements were so precise, not a single bird was startled. It was a sea, recently brought forth. Just last night, AC had taken his own life during cultivation. Now, with his resurrection cooldown complete, he had returned to life within the system's space. It was precisely at this moment that he arrived to collect the spoils. A C, with practiced ease, reached into the tree hollow, retrieved the hidden items, and secreted them away. Next, his attention turned to the two lifeless forms. Under my explicit command, a Sai unsheathed the crude blade from his hip and expertly inflicted several gashes upon the corpses, making them appear as if they had been savaged by wild beasts. He then scattered a potent powder, specially formulated to lure predators. With his grim task complete, he swiftly departed. By dawn, only scattered bones, gnawed clean by wild dogs, would remain. No one would ever suspect they had met a human assailant. Back in the modest tiled house, bathed in the flickering glow of an oil lamp, I rubbed my hands together, my gaze burning with anticipation as I fixed it upon the two spatial rings resting on the table. This was the amassed wealth of two cultivators. The seals on these spatial rings might prove a minor inconvenience. I attempted to inject a wisp of my newly refined spiritual sense into one, encountering an invisible barrier. Yet these two were mere outer disciples at the third or fourth chi condensation stage. Their seals were not formidable, and moreover, with their lives extinguished, any residual spiritual will they possessed had long since dissipated into nothingness. Open for me. Gritting my teeth, I channeled my entire spiritual sense, driving it like a sharp awl into that ethereal membrane. With a faint, almost imperceptible click, the seal shattered. Treasures spilled onto the table, and my eyes immediately gleamed with avarice. I'm rich beyond belief. The most conspicuous were, of course, the spirit stones. Indeed, these two were worthy of their prestigious clan backgrounds. Even as mere outer disciples, their accumulated wealth far surpassed that of many roaming cultivators. A grand total of 43 low-grade spirit stones. At market value, a single low-grade spirit stone could fetch 100 taels of pure silver, and even then they were a rare commodity. These 43 spirit stones alone were enough for me to purchase half of Xianxia Town in the mortal realm. Beyond the spirit stones, there were 2 vials of medicinal pills. One contained only 3 chi-gathering pills. These were potent elixirs perfect for advancing one's cultivation. The other vial held a spring renewal powder, meant for external injuries. The flying sword AC had restrained was a low-grade magic tool. Though slightly warped, a minor repair would render it perfectly usable. And 2 scrolls, the fireball art and the wind control art. These were precisely the cultivation techniques the tall, slender youth had employed earlier. Excellent, truly a timely windfall. I carefully put the scrolls away. With these, my nascent clones will no longer be forced to rely on close-quarters combat or brute force alone. Finally, I picked up the Bloodkill Saber, which had been touted as a personal defense weapon. Its dark crimson blade exuded a palpable aura of malevolence. Though not a true magic tool, its craftsmanship was exquisite, and its edge was 100 times sharper than any mundane blade. Small wonder those two had pursued it with such relentless fervor. As I thoroughly emptied the tall, slender youth's spatial ring, my fingers brushed against a hidden compartment at its very bottom. Concealed within was a letter, its parchment yellowed with age, prominently stamped with a distinctive crimson seal in the shape of a wolf's head. I unfolded the letter, and under the flickering lamplight, my eyes rapidly scanned its contents. In an instant, my triumphant expression froze into a mask of shock. The letter was addressed to the Wang clan's patriarch, Wang Tianba. Though its content was brief, each word held a shocking revelation. The sect's spirit stone mine operations have been successfully resolved. The hidden entrance to the secret mine lies directly beneath the Wang clan's ancestral burial grounds. 3 days from now, an intersect elder, using a routine patrol as a pretext, will arrive to facilitate the mining operation. This was no ordinary spirit stone mine. This was a private reserve of the Qingyun sect, and its illicit exploitation was a capital offense. These 2 unfortunate souls weren't merely chasing after a saber, they were unwitting messengers for the shadowy power behind the Wang clan. What began as a simple scheme to earn some quick spirit stones had plunged them into a treacherous quagmire far deeper than they could have imagined. Should this letter ever be exposed, the Wang clan would face utter annihilation. But if the Wang clan, or the hidden power manipulating them, were to discover that this incriminating evidence was now in my possession, I would be hunted to the very ends of the earth, pursued until my last breath. Yet where there is peril, there is also opportunity. The fear in my eyes gradually receded, replaced by the blazing avarice of a gambler who had just been dealt an impossible, yet winning, hand. If you dare to secretly plunder the sect's spirit stone mine, then do not blame me for playing the role of the opportunistic predator, seizing a substantial share of this ill-gotten bounty for myself. I, too, sought to savor the essence of power from within this humble dwelling. As the oil lamp flickered, a solitary spark danced in the gloom. I gazed upon the pile of spirit stones, radiating an ivory-white glow on the table, my fingers drumming a rhythmic beat upon its surface. To a true cultivator, these 43 low-grade spirit stones might barely purchase a handful of medicinal pills. Yet in the mortal realm, this fortune was enough to incite the envy of entire clans. According to the system's conversion mechanism, a level 7 mortal clone required a certain amount of silver. The official exchange rate from spirit stones to silver was 1 to 100. While the black market offered a higher rate, the system maintained a strict 1 to 100 conversion. Unlike certain applications from my previous life, there were no transaction fees. The system absorbed it all without hesitation. To merely hoard these stones was to invite disaster. To convert them into true strength, that was the ultimate wisdom. The pile of spirit stones upon the table vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. Then within my mind, the system panel materialized, numbers dancing wildly before my eyes. They finally settled upon a figure that quickened my pulse. The 43 spirit stones had been converted into a staggering 4,310 system points. As I gazed upon the soaring numbers on the panel, a cold smile crept across my lips. The Wong clan, was it? I shall deliver unto you a most profound surprise. I rose to my feet, pushing open the drafty window, and gazed towards the distant Wang Manor ablaze with lights and torches. Beneath the shroud of night, those lanterns did not resemble joyous decorations, but rather the grim lanterns of the deceased, strung along the desolate path. Excluding equipment, this current haul was enough for me to assemble a mortal army of 400. I moistened my slightly parched lips, my gaze swiftly turning frigid once more. Yet the human wave tactic was futile before true cultivators. Quality, not mere numbers, was paramount. Furthermore, such a grand commotion would inevitably draw the attention of the experts from the Qingyun sect. What I required was an elite force capable of infiltration, assassination, serving as decoys, and ultimately aiding me in turning this entire Shantown upside down. As I turned, a thought sparked within me, and the number on the panel instantly decreased by 100 points. Within the cramped confines of the humble tiled house, a flash of light erupted. 10 faceless, naked energy bodies materialized from the void, like blank canvases of clay, awaiting the sculptor's touch. This time I did not pursue the extreme physiques I had sculpted for AI, nor did I allow them to synchronize their full strength. The first 3 clones I configured were old men, over 60 years of age. I began to perform intricate adjustments within my mind. The physiques of clone number 1, number 2, and number 3 were swiftly sculpted. Their skin grew loose and heavily wrinkled, their eyes cloudy and dim, and even a few teeth were intentionally made missing. To enhance their realism, I even specifically endowed them with the perpetual cold feet of the elderly and chronic bronchitis. These would be the most inconspicuous assassins. Who would ever guard against a dying, coughing old man simply sunning himself by the roadside? Clone number 4 and number 5 I configured as beggars. The skin of these 2 clones became dark and coarse, their hair tangled and matted into clumps. Their bodies even simulated a foul, sour odor, complete with scabby patches from prolonged neglect of bathing. These would be my finest eyes and ears. They could lie openly at the base of the Wang Manor's walls, eavesdropping in plain sight. For the remaining 5, my eyes glinted with purpose. All of them, from clone number 6 to number 10, were forged using the template of the Blade Drifter. Their physiques were well-proportioned, their muscle density honed to the absolute limits of a mortal. Their visages were so utterly common they could be lost in any crowd, never to be found. Yet their arms were subtly elongated, the tiger's mouth web between thumb and forefinger bore thick calluses, and their eyes held a chilling, lifeless gaze. These were living, breathing blades. Coupled with Ayer and Asan, who had survived the first layer of qi condensation, and with Adai and AC soon to be revived as mortals, the total number of clones at my command now stood at 14. Ayer, take these old men and beggars into the town and disperse them. Dispose of those 2 flying swords and any other miscellaneous magical artifacts. Accept only spirit stones or medicinal pills as payment. The squad of blade drifters remained on standby. Having concluded these external arrangements, I retrieved the fire bullet art manual from the spatial ring of that lanky disciple. The manual was exceedingly thin, containing only a few pages detailing hand seals and diagrams for the manipulation of spiritual energy. The cultivation arts of true cultivators emphasize the guidance of spiritual energy through divine sense. I casually flipped open to 2 pages and tossed the manual to Blade Drifter number 6. I place no faith in such unorthodox arts. Asai could use his life to decipher a cultivation technique. You too can use your life to test this magical art. I still held a bottle of qi-gathering pills. I poured one out and inserted it into number 6's mouth. Number 6 immediately sat cross-legged, not carefully sensing the fire element like ordinary practitioners, but directly mobilizing the violent spiritual energy from the qi-gathering pill. He paid no heed to whether his meridians could withstand the strain, instead forcibly directing the spiritual energy towards his fingertips, adhering strictly to the diagrams in the manual. There was no need to meticulously construct a magical model. If the spiritual energy's resonance frequency was incorrect, then so be it. Suddenly, number 6's finger erupted in a spray of flesh and blood. Spiritual energy, having gone astray, had directly ruptured his blood vessels. Without a flicker of emotion, I commanded 6 to switch hands and continue. Wrong again. Still wrong. 6's hands were now mangled flesh, his face ghastly pale, yet he continued to repeat the hand seals, relentlessly striking as if an automaton. Finally, on the 17th attempt, as he tried with his toe, that surging, violent power seemed to find its release. A blazing red fireball erupted directly above 6's toe. The power was overwhelming, the proximity too close. Before 6 could even hurl the fireball, the entire lower half of his body was instantly devoured by the inferno. A mere mortal body was too fragile before a cultivator's flames. Before a single scream could escape, 6 perished, transforming into nothing but charred remains. Incarnation 6 has perished. The skill comprehension is now being assimilated. In the tiled dwelling, I suddenly closed my eyes. A searing agony, as if my own flesh were burning, flashed through me, then vanished. Next, a distinct, vivid memory entered my mind. The precise sequence of the fire element, the instantaneous eruption point of spiritual energy within the meridians. I raised my right hand, my thumb and forefinger flicking together. A blazing red flame danced upon my fingertip, stable and scorching. It grew and shrank at my command like an extension of my will, requiring no arcane incantations or intricate hand seals. A single clone's demise in exchange for a truly instantaneous fireball spell. This was a profitable transaction. Profitable indeed. I blew out the flame on my fingertip, a chilling smile curving at the corner of my lips. My gaze then shifted to the wind control manual. Meanwhile, at the Wang clan manor in Qingshan town, an exquisite celadon teacup was thrown, shattering into countless pieces. Patriarch Wang Tianba stood in the center of the grand hall, his chest heaving violently, his square face filled with seething killing intent. Guards and servants on either side prostrated themselves, trembling uncontrollably, daring not even to breathe. Two living souls, cultivators no less, vanished in a place less than 5 miles from this very town. Wang Tianba roared, his voice shaking dust from the rafters. What utter incompetence is this? Those were envoys sent by the sect. If anything befalls them, I will have your entire clans executed. Half an hour prior, the Wang clan's informant within the sect had dispatched word. The two envoys had departed early, and by last night they should have reached the Li clan. Yet now there was no trace of their existence, no corpse to be found, and worst of all, that letter. If that letter were to fall into the wrong hands, the matter of the Spirit Stone's mine would be exposed. Such a crime would warrant the extermination of our entire clan. We have sealed off the entire town. All exits are heavily guarded. The guard captain, trembling, dared to raise his head. Could it be that the two immortal masters encountered trouble on the road, perhaps even a high-level demonic beast? Nonsense. Where in this region would there be high-level demonic beasts? Wang Tianba kicked the guard captain sprawling. They were two cultivators at the third layer of the Qi condensation realm. Besides Senior Zuki, who else could have killed them so utterly without a trace? Send out every man, scour every inch of this land. Even if you must dig 3 feet into the earth, you will unearth them for me. As for all strangers who have entered or left the town in the past 2 days, better to kill 1,000 innocents than let one culprit escape. Yes, Patriarch. The main gates of the Wang clan manor were thrown wide open, and dozens of fully armed guards, like fiends unleashed, rushed onto the street. It was midday, and the streets were bustling with passers-by. As the Wang clan guards burst forth, chaos erupted. Chickens scattered, dogs barked, market stalls were overturned, and even the slightest resistance was met with brutal force. At the foot of a wall on the street corner, a beggar, his body covered in festering sores, leaned back, picking lice from his matted hair. This was none other than my incarnation 4. A guard passed by, covering his nose in disgust. He kicked the beggar's leg. "Get lost, you filthy wretch! Have you seen any strangers, you reeking beggar?" The beggar cried out, rolling twice on the ground. His filthy hand trembled as he pointed towards the alley to the west. "Officer, just now it seemed several burly men with blades went that way. They didn't seem like decent folk." "To the west." "Pursue." The guard, without a hint of suspicion that a mere beggar would dare deceive him, led his men in a hurried pursuit into the western alley. The beggar lay on the ground, and through his disheveled hair he watched the backs of the departing guards. In his eyes, originally murky, a cold glint flickered. The western alley was a dead end. At its terminus lay the Wang clan's outhouses. Simultaneously, at the other end of the market, a hunchbacked old man, none other than my incarnation 1, shuffled along, carrying a basket and staggering with each step. As he passed a weapon shop, he intentionally feigned a stumble, crashing directly into Steward Wang, who had just emerged from within. "Are your dog eyes blind?" The steward, enraged, raised his hand to strike, but the old man latched onto his sleeve, wailing loudly. "Oh heavens, he's killing me! Steward Wang is murdering someone. Everyone, come quickly and see." The surrounding populace immediately gathered, pointing and whispering. A few minutes later, the old man, clutching a few coins in compensation, trembled as he wiped away his tears and left the crowd. Yet, upon turning into a deserted alley, his back immediately straightened. Inside the tiled house, I observed this fellow. Heilong nodded. With the facade of Lord Wang exposed to the world, I savored the feeling of simultaneously manipulating beggars to mislead my enemies, orchestrating the old man's disturbance, and having my true self leisurely sip tea at home. It was the exquisite delight of a grand chess master, pulling strings from behind the curtain. "Do not act hastily," I transmitted the order through mental consciousness. "Wait until nightfall." Furthermore, there is news from a sand side. Transitioning to the Qingyun sect's pill refining chamber, the temperature here was several tens of degrees higher than outside. Beneath the enormous bronze pill furnace, the earth flame burned fiercely. Asan, dressed in gray servant robes, his face smudged and dirty, was squatting beside the pill furnace. In his hand, he held a cattail leaf fan, utterly focused on the changing flames within the furnace. Not far from him, the eccentric pill refiner Elder Gu, he was wholeheartedly forming incantation seals, casting spirit herbs one by one into the pill furnace. "Intensify the flame a notch. Quickly," Elder Gu, he suddenly bellowed. Asan's wrist subtly moved, and the speed of his cattail leaf fan immediately increased, blowing air into the bellows with precise moderation. The earth flame surged up a full zhang. "Retract the flame. Open the furnace after 3 breaths." Asan immediately ceased his actions, his movements precise like an experienced veteran. Elder Gu, he was slightly surprised as he looked at this usually silent and reserved servant. This young lad's ability to control flames is truly a natural talent, he mused, far surpassing those clumsy outer disciples. But little did he know that every fanning motion by Asan was the result of meticulous calculations orchestrated by me and my other clones. Guhi then struck the pill furnace with his palm. The lid flew open, and 3 perfectly spherical medicinal pills flew out, landing in a jade bottle. Yet, the pills still lacked a bit of vital heat. He gazed at the medicinal pills in his hand, sighing and muttering to himself, "The main ingredient is simply too potent. The auxiliary ingredients couldn't suppress it. If only I knew the water-swallowing method from the intersect's ancient pill scripture, it would be perfect. Unintentionally spoken, yet meaningfully heard. Asan squatting in the corner, his ears subtly twitched. I back in Xianxia, my eyes immediately lit up. It was also the ticket for mortals to ascend to the clouds, stepping into the foundation establishment realm of this cultivation world. A single foundation establishment pill was enough to cause a storm of blood and gore. I issued a new command to Asan. Asan, for the next few days you are to remain rooted in the pill refining chamber. All the medicinal dregs that old Guhi refines, you must selectively gather those beneficial to me. In the eyes of an alchemist, medicinal dregs are mere waste, yet within them untapped medicinal power still remains. I rose to my feet. For those who opposed me, their lives were fading like the setting sun outside the window. The black banners of the Wang clan were once again hoisted, now glowing blood red. First, Qingshan town must be thoroughly cleansed. Then we shall proceed to the Qingyun sect to pluck their wool. I pushed open the door. 10 sword-wielding clones, clad in night cloaks, stood silently in the courtyard like lifeless stone statues. Back in the Qingyun sect's pill-refining chamber, fierce flames burned year-round and the air was scorching. Even an ordinary qi-refining stage disciple staying here too long would feel their blood and qi surge, their heart restless. But Asan paid no heed, his face smudged with 2 streaks of ash. He was squatting beside the enormous green bronze pill furnace. In his hand he held a tattered cattail leaf fan, fanning intermittently while adjusting the firewood. Before the pill furnace, Elder Gu He, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, looked like a desperate gambler who had lost everything. Asan's movements immediately halted. Skillfully, he used tongs to pick up a glowing red piece of spirit coal and tossed it into the nearby water bucket. White smoke hissed upwards, and the fire beneath the pill furnace accurately reduced by a third. Gu He didn't even spare Asan a glance. In his eyes, this servant was merely a moving wooden stake. His only advantage was his obedience. He did whatever he was told. Little did the old man know that at this very moment I was in the tiled house in Qingshan town, dozens of miles away. I was sitting cross-legged, leisurely chewing on melon seeds, observing the scene in real time through Asan's vision. This old man's incantation seal techniques are quite interesting, I mused. This was the formidable advantage of having clones. As long as Asan could see, it meant I could see. He was a foundation establishment stage cultivator and also a high-grade alchemist of the Qingyun sect. Ordinarily, to observe his pill refining, even inner disciples had to queue up and offer spirit stones. But now, how fortunate. Asan not only got to watch but had a premium VIP seat in the closest position. That is a refinement technique, using spiritual force vibrations to expel impurities. I moved my hands in 2 gestures in the air. Though I performed no actual practice, theoretical knowledge was pouring into my mind at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from within the alchemy furnace, followed immediately by an acrid stench. Guhi's expression turned grim. He fiercely slapped his thigh. Damn it, another batch of spirit recovery pills ruined. The Gui Yucao herb is not the right age, he grumbled, irritably flicking his sleeve. The lid of the alchemy furnace flew open, and a pile of black, charred medicinal dregs was swept out by a wave of spiritual energy, directly into the waste bin nearby. The sight of such blackened waste was truly vexing. He let out a low growl. Asan silently nodded, then lifted the waist-high waste bin and carried it outside. Leaving the alchemy room, he turned 2 corners, arriving at the rear waste disposal area. This place was filled with all sorts of discarded medicinal pills and dregs of various colors, emitting a strange, nauseating smell. It was said that even the rats from the back mountain, if they consumed these medicinal dregs, could grow as large as cats, and then die abruptly. Asan glanced left and right, confirming no one was around. He did not immediately dump the contents. He reached his hand into the pile of pitch-black spirit recovery pill dregs and rummaged for a moment, picking out several pills that, though charred black, still emitted faint spiritual energy fluctuations. System low-quality spirit recovery pill. System message highly toxic, contains 30 units of violent spiritual energy. System message 70% impurities, 90% mortality rate upon consumption. The cold, indifferent voice of the system resounded. Poison, I mused from within the tiled house, a faint smile playing on my lips like a miser guarding his hoard. Extract that tiny bit of spiritual energy, and the remainder is indeed pure toxin. But for me, this is a precious tonic. Asan swiftly tucked the dozen or so defective pills into a hidden pouch on his belt, then nonchalantly disposed of the remaining waste as if nothing had happened. He then ambled back towards the alchemy room located beneath the tiled house in Qingshan town. I gazed at the bag of defective pills that Ayer had just brought back into my hand. Opening the system, I exchanged them for a new clone, a mortal template. System message infinite clone system. Host, DTN, cultivation, Qi refinement, first layer. System clones, Ada Ayer Asan AC. Number 1, number 2. System message number 3, the old man. Number 4, number 5, the pang. Number 6 to number 10, the blade wielders. 1 little black figure. System message 42 tails of silver deducted from balance. A brand new little black figure clone materialized in the basement. I casually adjusted its features slightly, then reached for a glossy black defective pill, placing it into the clone's mouth to be refined. The clone sat down cross-legged. With no need for careful procedure, the violent energy exploded within its stomach. It was a fiery poison potent enough to kill an ox. The clone's skin instantly turned a mottled purple, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp. Rasping cries escaped its throat, and blood began to seep from its 7 orifices. If this were an ordinary cultivator, they would have long since been terrified into abandoning their cultivation and losing their life. but the clone, unyielding, mechanically circulated the basic qi refinement art, forcibly extracting a trace of spiritual energy from the virulent toxins. 3 minutes later, the clone's blood vessels burst. It collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and then lay utterly still. System message: clone deceased. System message: cause of death: pill poison attacking the heart. Extraction complete. Received 15 points of pure spiritual energy. I, along with my other Qi refinement stage clones, suddenly felt a warm current surge through our dantians. Our spiritual energy, which had been stagnant at the first layer of Qi refinement, had now noticeably increased. Continue, I murmured, my face devoid of emotion. One death yields 15 points of spiritual energy. Yet, for an ordinary cultivator to achieve that much spiritual energy, it would require at least 3 days of dedicated meditation, not to mention the consumption of costly Qi-gathering pills. This was truly exchanging lives for time. Within the tiled house, the corpses of clones piled up one after another. When the 5th clone finally collapsed, a distinct popping sound resonated within my body. System message: Qi refinement layer 2. A breakthrough, I exclaimed, clenching my fist. I felt a surge of power, more than double what I possessed before. The corner of my mouth curved into a triumphant smirk. What defines true peak understanding? This is a flesh and blood refining machine. At the Azure Cloud sect, in the outer court pill chamber, a San was squatting on the ground, diligently scrubbing a cauldron. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. You sweeping imbecile! A young man clad in inner sect robes stared down at a San, his eyes brimming with undisguised disdain. This was Zhangfeng, a steward disciple from Pill Peak. His favorite pastime was extorting money from the various servant disciples, and incidentally, scavenging for profit from the discarded waste. A San looked up, his expression placid as he met Zhangfeng's gaze. Senior brother, is there something you need? Don't play dumb. Zhangfeng kicked the water bucket in front of Asan, sending it clattering. Dirty water splashed all over Asan. Tell me, where are those blasted defective pills that Elder Guhi just ruined? Though discarded pills are toxic, in the black market, some rogue cultivators specialize in acquiring them to refine poisons or cultivate venomous insects. Zhangfeng had been observing for some time. Was it thrown away? Asan calmly replied, it has been discarded. Zhangfeng let out a cold laugh, his cunning eyes fixed intently on Asan's waist. Just now I saw you sneaking around the Hoshan for a long time. If you dare to hide any for yourself, today this old master will toss you into the oil refining furnace. With that, Zhangfeng reached into Asan's robes to search, tearing open his tunic with one hand, only to find it empty. Besides a few ribs, there was nothing. Zhangfeng was stunned. Just then, what is all this commotion? An angry roar echoed from within the pill refining chamber. 2 elders, their robes stained with medicinal residues, stepped out, their brows so tightly furrowed they could practically pinch a fly to death. He was in the midst of researching a new medicinal formula and detested having his thoughts interrupted. Elder, Zhangfeng was startled and hurriedly bowed. This disciple suspected this menial servant regarding the discarded pills and was about to interrogate him. Guhi coldly glanced at Asan. No, not yet, Elder. Guhi's gaze made Zhangfeng break out in a cold sweat. An inner disciple, neglecting your cultivation to cause trouble with a mere menial servant? Guhi waved his hand in utter disdain. Scram to the disciplinary hall and receive your lashing. Do not be an eyesore here. Zhangfeng's face turned pale. He glared fiercely at Asan, but not daring to resist, he slinked away. He then turned his head to look at Asan. His gaze softened slightly. All right. Guhi casually took out a small bottle from his spatial ring and tossed it to the ground. This is a low-grade healing ointment. Take it and apply it. Clean this place thoroughly. I have matters to attend to outside. You tend to the furnace fire and allow no one to enter. With that, Guhi flew away on his sword, transforming into a streak of rainbow light before vanishing. Asan picked up the medicine bottle from the ground, his expression calm. Truly a good person, Ditian's voice echoed in Asan's mind. Asan turned and walked directly into Guhi's private study. This was a place only personal disciples were permitted to enter, but now the sole guardian was Asan. The study was not large, its shelves stacked high with jade slips and hand-copied scrolls. Asan did not flip through them aimlessly. His objective was clear. He sought the books Guhi frequently read, placed upon his desk. Detailed explanations of the Herbal Sutra, foundations of pill refining, and fire control mastery of the 3,000 questions. Asan's fingers flipped through the pages so rapidly that only after-images remained. The system's notification sound resounded like a crashing waterfall. In but a moment, my mind contained a complete system of basic pill refining theory. This was knowledge that changed destiny. Asan returned the books to their original positions, meticulously adjusting the creases, ensuring no trace of them being touched could be discerned. He then returned to the pill furnace, squatted down, and picked up his tattered broom, continuing to play the role of an unnoticed menial servant. In Qingshan Town, night had fully fallen. Tonight was even more ominous than the last. Outside the tiled house, Beggar Clone number 4, who had been constantly monitoring the area, suddenly transmitted an extremely rapid image. The side gate of the Wang clan's grand manor opened, and a fully equipped guard squad silently snuck out. Around 20 men, each wielding a broadsword, exuded chilling killing intent as they headed towards the slum district. The one leading them was not Wang Tianba, but a stranger in a black cloak. He carried a ghost head greatsword, his entire being exuding a terrifying aura. A 5th-level Qi condensation cultivator. I opened my eyes in the tiled house, halting my cultivation. According to the information AC had gathered previously, this was a well-known rogue cultivator from nearby, Black Wind Blade Lu San. It seems the Wang clan had spent a considerable sum, finally hiring external aid. I blew out the oil lamp. In the darkness, my eyes gleamed with terrifying brilliance. 20 mortal experts plus a 5th-level chi condensation cultivator. It seems the Wang clan has finally uncovered some clue and intends to raise this entire slum district. Better to kill an innocent by mistake than let a guilty one slip through. I stood up, cracking my neck with a sharp pop. I pushed open the door. In the courtyard, alongside the 10 saber-wielding clones already prepared, 5 more figures stood waiting. These were new clones, exchanged using the spiritual energy points earned from refining scraps. They possessed no names, only designation numbers, from number 11 to number 15. They carried no blades in their hands. Instead, bulging cloth pouches were hidden against their chests. These were my crude, homemade explosives. When cherished friends arrive, fine wine awaits. I watched the flickering torchlight approaching from afar, my voice faint, as if muttering to myself. Since they have come all this way, it is only right I offer them a taste of something fiery. Take your positions. At my command, the 15 dark silhouettes scattered instantly, melting into the ruined alleys and surrounding shadows. A massive net targeting the hunters was silently spun in the darkness of the night. The silence was eerie. Within the slums, a few dilapidated tile-roofed houses stood isolated. It was so dead quiet that only the wind howling through the rotted doorframes could be heard. The Wang clan guard unit formed a sweeping arc with steel sabers in hand. Their steps were light, all seasoned fighters who had bathed in blood. Yet as they drew within 30 paces of the slums, their breathing involuntarily turned heavy. After all, every clue pointed to the killer, a cultivator, hiding right here. Walking at the rear was Black Windblade Lusan, bearing a ghost-headed broadsword, his face dripping with impatience. To think such a trivial matter requires my personal intervention. Lusan spat onto the ground, subtly releasing the spiritual pressure of a 5th-level chi condensation cultivator. The guards leading the way immediately felt as though a heavy boulder weighed upon them. Make it quick! I still have wine waiting for me. Understood. High Immortal. The guard captain waved his hand and 2 vanguards forcefully kicked open the door to the first house. The rest swarmed inside like wolves and tigers, their blade lights flashing erratically. They slashed wildly at an empty bed. Tearing back the blankets, they found nothing beneath but 2 dummy bundles of dry hay. The captain froze. A moment later, he spotted a piece of paper on the table, its ink not yet dry. He held it near his torch to read it. Scrawled across it were crude, massive words. In your next life, do not cross a cheater. The captain had no idea what a cheater meant, but he clearly understood the raw, unadulterated mockery. Not good, it's a trap, fall back. But it was already too late. The 4 corners of the tiled house suddenly exploded, not with spells, but with crude bombs made of black powder mixed with iron shrapnel and porcelain shards. Though not powerful enough to slay cultivators, against these mortal guards, the destruction was devastating as fire soared into the sky. The shockwave ripped the roof apart. The 8 guards who had rushed inside screamed in agony as they were blasted backward through the air, their bodies riddled with shrapnel and drenched in blood. Agonized shrieks echoed through the night. Lusan let out a cold snort as a pulse of spiritual light flared around him, deflecting all incoming shrapnel 3 feet away. Just as he was about to mock this crude trap, his eyes suddenly darkened. Movement stirred within the surrounding darkness, yet not a single cry was uttered. 15 dark figures, like evil spirits crawling out from hell, disregarded the blazing inferno and charged straight forward. Adai and 2 saber-wielders spearheaded the charge, Adai dragging his Bloodslayer saber across the ground, sending a trail of sparks flying. Courting death, Lusan unsheathed his broadsword, unleashing a swirling gale of black wind. The 2 leading clone saber-wielders were instantly cleaved in half at the waist, their entrails and fresh blood pooling across the earth. Had it been ordinary men witnessing their companions meet such a gruesome end, the others were already paralyzed with an overwhelming dread, yet the clone bisected at the waist, its eyes unblinking. Its upper torso fell to the ground, yet it used its hands to scuttle forward like a lizard with a severed tail, before clamping its jaws onto the calf of the nearest guard. Let go. You madman? The guard frantically struck Clone 6's head with his saber hilt, shattering its skull. Yet those jaws remained clamped tightly onto his flesh, tearing away a large chunk of his flesh. What manner of monster is this? All the guards were gripped by a profound terror. They had witnessed countless warriors unafraid of death. But these beings, these clones, seemed entirely devoid of fear. Sever their arms, and they would kick. Sever their legs, and they would charge with their heads. Impaled through the gut by a saber, they would slide themselves along the blade to deliver a retaliatory strike. The long saber of one guard pierced through the chest of Clone 7. Before he could withdraw the blade, Clone 7 abruptly lunged forward, heedless of the saber still piercing its body, and clamped both hands around the guard's throat. With a sickening crunch, the guard's neck snapped and both tumbled to the ground. In mere breaths, more than half of the Wang family's 20 elite guards had fallen. This was no mere skirmish, it was a desperate suicidal exchange of lives. A mere swarm of ants. Lusan, a cultivator of the 5th chi refinement stage, found himself, to his utter disbelief, cornered and struggling barehanded against these mortals. Forming a rapid hand seal, his great saber pulsed with blood-red radiance. With a sweeping motion, a formidable black saber aura, a full 10 feet long, tore through the air. The male clones, including Adai, were instantly flung backward. Some suffered shattered limbs, others had their rib cages caved in. A vast swathe of the battlefield was instantly cleared. Lusan panted, a look of contempt gracing his features. Mortals are still but mortals, he scoffed. What good is sheer numbers against true power? His words, however, choked in his throat. For before his disbelieving eyes, several of the figures he had just shattered, whose vital organs should have been utterly destroyed, were tottering back to their feet like grotesque puppets. Especially the swordsman whose right arm he had severed. His face devoid of emotion simply switched his weapon to his left hand, his arm grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle and charged once more towards Lu San. Then there was the brawny figure wielding a great saber, his chest caved in, gushing fresh blood from his mouth, yet still he grinned, a malicious chilling smile that sent shivers down Lu San's spine. And as if this horror wasn't enough, from the encroaching shadows several more figures emerged. These were the clones that had just rematerialized, newly formed and seemingly endless. Lu San felt a surge of cold dread as he met their gazes. Their eyes were like those of hunters, fixed upon their prey within a dark tunnel. His mind, pushed to its absolute limit, registered a primal fear. Though it was the first time such a human wave tactic was deployed against a true cultivator, the fervent determination in the protagonist's eyes burned with a nearly unquenchable fire. Lu San, a chilling voice seemed to echo in his mind, your spiritual energy is finite. My lives are not. This is a battle you cannot win. As long as I possess the means, the chilling thought continued, I can drown you in despair with an endless tide of bodies. On the battlefield, Lu San's composure finally shattered. He would cut down one, and even if decapitated, the falling body would still attempt to deliver a final desperate kick. Evil arts. These are evil arts. Lu San no longer dared to prolong the fight. Activating his body-protecting spiritual light, he kicked away Clone 1, the elderly figure lunging towards him, then turned, intending to flee by riding the winds. To flee? A voice seemed to mock him. A Sea who had been patiently concealed in the shadows upon the rooftop made his move. A hunter by nature, A Sea excelled at patiently awaiting his moment. The instant Lu San lifted his foot to ascend, A Sea descended from the heavens. He held no weapon, only a coarse beast-snaring net. Down you go. A Sea, along with his net, tightly entangled. Begone, Lu San roared. Spiritual energy erupted from Lu San's form, instantly shattering AC's defenses, causing blood to gush from all 7 of his orifices. The beast's snaring net was ripped to shreds by the volatile spiritual energy, but in that precise critical instant a die, from the ground below, finally moved. It was an explosive surge of power, one that utterly transcended the limits of any mortal. The distinct sound of tearing thigh muscles echoed crisply through the air. A die, like a living projectile fired from a cannon, barreled his entire form into Lu San. Devoid of any technique, he simply embraced Lu San with a vice-like, octopus-like grip, his legs wrapped around Lu San's waist, his hands clamping down on Lu San's right, saber-wielding arm. Immediately afterward, the remaining 7 or 8 crippled clones swarmed forward with a desperate roar. Some clung to his legs, others clamped onto his neck, and one, even in its dying throes, relentlessly assaulted Lu San's lower body. Be gone, all of you. Lu San thrashed wildly, his protective spiritual light flickering like a dying ember. Each desperate flare shattered the bones of one of the attacker's clones, yet for every one struck down, 2 more instantly surged forth to take its place. This was a battle of overwhelming numbers, a sacrifice of expendable lives, truly a grinding mill of human flesh. At last, Lu San's spiritual energy was utterly depleted. With a crisp, rending sound, that thin protective light finally shattered completely. Stripped of his protective spiritual energy, a cultivator's physical body, while far mightier than that of a mere mortal, remained vulnerable to a blade. A die released his locked arm. Even with his own ribs piercing his lungs, he raised his pitted and chipped blood-slaying saber. Lu San's pupils constricted into pinpricks. At last, terror flickered within his eyes. No, wait. I am Lu. The blade did not plunge swiftly into flesh. Instead, it moved with agonizing slowness. A die, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, slowly, deliberately buried the saber into Lu San's nape. Blood sprayed across A Dai's face, yet he did not even flinch, determined to sever the final thread of Lu San's life. Lu San's terror-stricken head rolled lifelessly in the dust. A profound silence descended upon the scene, broken only by the ominous crackle of burning roof tiles. The last few surviving Wang clan guards had long since abandoned their weapons, wailing for their kin as they fled desperately towards the outskirts of town. Demons. They are all demons. I will not waste my energy chasing those insignificant stragglers. True fear is the most potent propaganda. After this night, no one in Xianxia town would dare venture near this underground passage ever again. I exhaled a long, ragged breath, my body heavy with exhaustion as I leaned against the cold stone wall. I have won. While the price for a mortal to fell a cultivator was indeed steep, 14 clones lost, and the survivors gravely wounded or missing limbs, my gaze fell upon the bulging spatial ring resting on Lu San's corpse, and a wild, almost mad grin spread across my face. AC, clear the battlefield. Besides the spatial ring, do not forget that ghost head saber. As for the corpse, drag it to the back mountain for proper disposal. The command issued, the few remaining clones, their mangled bodies still racked with pain, expertly began to move the corpse. A die casually picked up his own severed arm, tucking it beneath his armpit like a discarded piece of wood. With his other hand, he hoisted Lu San's headless corpse and vanished into the enveloping darkness. 10 minutes later, my true body emerged from the underground passage, already clutching Lu San's spatial ring. With a violent surge of spiritual energy, I shattered its protective seal, and a cascade of treasures spilled onto the table. 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, 1 mid-grade magical weapon, the ghost head saber, 3 bottles of potent elixirs, and a yellowed handwritten tome. I accessed my system, initiated a full deposit, and received the confirmation. Phase successful. The system detected spirit stones exceeding 100. The clone generation unit automatically upgraded. Now capable of producing clones powered by low-grade spirit stones, no longer limited to mere mortal proxies. Balance, 61 units. Though insufficient for a single spirit stone, this currency can be used to fully heal all injuries sustained by clones. After 12 hours, this currency will be automatically purged. Current balance, 100 clone 61 units. Cultivation Realm, Emperor Heaven Stage, second layer of Chi condensation. Current active clones, Adai Air Asan AC. Additionally, Clone 1, Clone 4, Clone 5 board, Clone 6 through 15 minor types. Remaining clone capacity. Does the system truly possess such a function? What are we waiting for? System heal all injured clones. With that command, 61 units of silver instantly vanished. Adai and his companions, who had been missing limbs and bearing grievous wounds, were engulfed in a shimmering light. Severed limbs regenerated and all injuries swiftly mended. Aside from their still tattered garments, they had been restored to their absolute peak condition. Such was the miraculous, almost cheating power of the system. As long as a clone was not utterly dead, a quick repair would render them fully functional once more. Dismissing the system panel, I turned my attention elsewhere. Where the spirit stones had been, I noticed a black iron token. Engraved upon its surface was a ferocious demonic silhouette, accompanied by two characters, Blood Shadow. Blood Shadow? Could this be a token of the dreaded Blood Shadow sect? I idly rubbed the cold iron token between my fingers. This likely represented Lu San's hidden backing, or served as some form of prestigious identification. I slammed the iron token onto the table, a meaningful glint in my eyes. For now, I would simply cast it aside. When the time came to exterminate the Wang clan, I could well use this to borrow a knife to kill. After all, if the Blood Shadow sect were the perpetrators, how could it possibly concern me? With my plans solidified, my gaze shifted to the most prosperous district at the very heart of the town. The Wang clan's grand manor. One must burn the grass to eradicate the roots, for if a single seed remains, it will surely sprout anew. Tonight, the Wang clan's elite forces were utterly decimated. Now the Wang clan is like a maiden stripped bare, completely exposed. Furthermore, the Wang clan undoubtedly possesses several hundred spirit stones, patiently awaiting my retrieval. Straightening my formation, I rose and meticulously adjusted my rope. In the courtyard, numerous clones turned in unison, the blades clutched in their hands reflecting a chilling, predatory gleam under the flickering firelight. When this night ends, the Wang clan shall cease to exist within Xianxia town. A tireless, fearless group, seemingly untouched by fatigue or the specter of death, surged forth under the cloak of night, racing towards the brightly lit grand manor at the heart of the town. Within those walls, some anxiously awaited news of a triumphant victory, utterly oblivious that what truly beckoned them was the icy grip of King Yama himself. At the very heart of Xianxia town stood the Wang clan's grand manor. Though ablaze with countless lights, an unsettling, almost ghostly silence permeated its grounds. In the main hall, Patriarch Wang Tianba sat, a teacup clutched in his hand. The tea within had long since grown cold, yet the patriarch had not taken a single sip. He was awaiting the outcome of tonight's desperate gamble. He had gritted his teeth, not only inviting Lu San, the Black Windblade, but also dispatching the Wang clan's 20 most elite guards. By all logic, dealing with a few impoverished wretches from the slums should have been a trivial matter, easily accomplished in the span of a teacup. Yet now an entire hour had passed. Why were there still no tidings of their return? Wang Tianba slammed the teacup onto the table, a burgeoning sense of dread swelling within his heart, growing more intense with each passing moment. The steward at his side offered a reassuring smile. Patriarch, you need not worry. Senior Lu is a master of the 5th stage of Qi refining. Eliminating a few mere mortals and a young cultivator, barely at the 3rd or 4th stage of Qi refining, is as effortless as carving a melon, is it not? Perhaps Senior Lu, high on the thrill of success, has simply gone off to enjoy some celebratory wine. Wang Tianba let out a grunt, his strained expression softening somewhat. Indeed. If this Qi refining kayak in Xianxia town is virtually peerless, there is no logical reason for failure. At that very moment, a dull, heavy thud suddenly echoed from beyond the Grand Manor gates. They've returned. Wang Tianba's face instantly brightened with relief and joy. He rose hastily, striding towards the entrance. Quickly, go and welcome Senior Lu. The steward rushed forward, throwing open the grand gates. As the heavy vermilion wooden doors creaked inward, the budding smile on the steward's face instantly froze, only to contort into an expression of utter, soul-shattering terror. There was no triumphant procession, no victorious army returning. Before them stood a hulking figure, drenched head to toe in gore, a dripping wet bundle clutched in his hand. Behind him, one by one, emerged a silent procession of figures, their faces devoid of expression, their bodies likewise stained crimson. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Wang? Before the steward could even complete his defiant cry, the hulking figure swung his blade. A simple, brutal, and utterly unadorned motion, yet it split the steward directly in two. Fresh blood splattered onto the grand vermilion gates, staining them so thoroughly that one could no longer discern between the crimson paint and the fresh arterial spray. Wang Tianba, who had just stepped into the middle of the courtyard, found his feet suddenly rooted to the spot. His pupils contracted to the size of needlepoints. That hulking figure, he recognized him, Adai, the supposed simpleton from the impoverished district. But that recognition was utterly insignificant. What truly mattered was that Adai, with a casual flick of his wrist, tossed the dripping wet bundle to land at Wang Tianba's feet. The bundle unfurled, revealing a severed human head, its eyes wide open in eternal horror, rolling out onto the paving stones. It came to rest directly before Wang Tianba, and on that detached face, the terror of its final moments was still vividly etched. It's Lu San. No, it can't be. Wang Tianba felt an icy current shoot from the soles of his feet, surging straight to the crown of his head. His legs turned to jelly, and he nearly collapsed, a hair's breadth from falling to his knees. Lu San, a master of the 5th stage of qi refining, was dead, slain by these mere mortals and a handful of fledgling cultivators. Before the patriarch could even fully regain his senses, from the deepening shadows behind a die, a dozen or more figures surged forth, like a pack of ravenous wolves descending upon their prey. They uttered no words, no battle cries, not even the rasping sound of their own breath. Any living soul they encountered was instantly cut down, be it a valiant guard, a cowering servant, or even the manor's watchful hounds. Stop them. For the heaven's sake, stop them. Wang Tianba screamed until his throat was raw, drawing the long sword from his waist, desperately attempting to rally a resistance. But this was no battle. This was an indiscriminate massacre. The few remaining Wang clan guards had no time to even draw their blades, their courage utterly shattered by this suicidal, relentless assault. Who had ever witnessed such utter madness? Men, their bellies pierced, still charging forward with unholy ferocity. In merely the time it takes an incense stick to burn halfway, the front courtyard lay silent, devoid of any living soul. A die dragging his blood-soaked slaughter blade, its edge now honed by countless kills, advanced step by step towards Wang Tianba. Blood dripped from the blade's tip, painting a crimson trail across the bluestone slabs. Brave warriors, noble heroes, please spare my life. Wang Tianba finally shattered. The sword in his hand clattered uselessly to the ground, and he fell with a pathetic thud to his knees. I have riches. All of the Wang clan's wealth is stored within the treasury. Only spare my life, and it shall all be yours. I even possess connections within the Qingyun sect. I can arrange for your advancement. A die reached the patriarch, stopping directly before him. Those eyes held no discernible emotion, neither greed nor pity, like two stagnant, lifeless pools. I shall take the wealth myself, a voice echoed, not from a physical presence in the courtyard, but directly as an imperative command within a die's very mind. To me, the deceased are the most loyal guardians of wealth. A living Wang Tianba represents an unpredictable variable. Who can say if he would seek vengeance by reporting this to the Qingyun sect? Only his death can guarantee true security. Ada raised his blade, and before it could fall, Wang Tianba's head had already plummeted to the ground. The headless corpse of Wang Tianba convulsed twice, then fell completely still. From a secluded corner outside the town, I, hidden from view, observed this scene. My face emotionless, I nonchalantly crushed a melon seed between my teeth. In 10 minutes, I want not even a single rat remaining in this place. Search every nook, dig 3 feet deep, and leave nothing behind. With this command issued, over a dozen of my clones, who moments ago like formidable killing gods, instantly transformed into a professional cleanup crew, or more accurately, a swarm of locusts. Their division of labor was terrifyingly precise. Ada led several clones directly to the master bedroom and study, searching for hidden mechanisms and secret rooms. Clone Elder Number 1, though possessing only one arm with his vast experience, headed straight for the record room, prying up every floor tile to meticulously inspect them. The remaining mortal clones, even those with broken legs, crawling on the ground, stripped the deceased of all their jade pendants, gold, silver, and even the good clothing from their bodies. With violent demolition, a wall in the study was smashed apart by Ada, revealing a reinforced steel compartment. Inside, 5 large chests were neatly arranged. Upon opening them, the first chest was filled entirely with gold, its brilliant yellow gleam becoming even more dazzling under the flickering light. The second chest held precious jewels and jade. The third chest, my eyes lit up with excitement. The third, fourth, and fifth chests were all filled with low-grade spirit stones. Although most were dull-colored duds, their sheer quantity still exceeded 300 stones. Additionally, a small exquisite brocade box lay nestled separately on top. Ada opened the brocade box. Inside, there was no gold or silver, nor were there any spirit stones. Only a tattered sheepskin map and a black command medallion. Neither gold nor wood were present. The map was crudely drawn, marking several strange symbols. Its final destination pointed to a location in the back mountain of the Qingyun sect. This must be the clue to the illicit mine that was mentioned in the secret letter earlier. I understood immediately. For the Wang clan to dare secretly exploit the Qingyun sect's spirit stone mine. Such audacity! But now this secret belonged to me. The clones retreated swiftly, each carrying 2 large bags. Some even managed to stuff Lu San's ghost head blade into their spatial sacks. Before departing, Ada, following my instructions, tossed an iron plaque engraved with the words Blood Shadow beside Wang Tianba's corpse. Then a massive fire erupted, engulfing and incinerating the grand mansion of the Wang clan. The roaring flames painted half the night sky of Qingshantown crimson. Amidst the chaotic crowds and desperate shouts to extinguish the fire, a peculiar group of individuals, laden with large and small bundles, had already slipped into a dark alleyway and vanished without a trace. Outside the town, in a secluded corner, I gazed at the mountain of spoils. A smile finally irresistibly curved upon my lips. A horse without nightgrass will not grow fat, and a man without ill-gotten gains will not truly prosper. Casually, I picked up a gold ingot. The feel of its weight in my hand brought a sense of security. Yet in the world of cultivation, these were merely trinkets. The truly valuable items were the more than 300 spirit stones. System, deposit all of them. Without hesitation, I understood that hoarding spirit stones was foolish. Transforming them into true strength was the ultimate truth. The spirit stones in my hand visibly crumbled into fine powder at a speed discernible to the naked eye, their spiritual energy forcibly absorbed by the system. Deposit successful. Current balance. I took a deep breath. While my previous mortal clones were cheap, ultimately, they were still ordinary bodies of flesh and blood. Even if forced to reach the 7th layer of chi condensation using refined waste pills, their meridians remained frail. Employing any spell required burning away their life force. System, I wish to exchange for a chi condensation 7th layer clone. A chi condensation 1st layer clone costs 100 spirit stones per individual. Please state your requirements for gender, physique, appearance, or the system will generate a random one and assign the code Ling Yi. 100 spirit stones vanished. Exchange successful. Current balance, 400. Congratulations, host. You have satisfied all requirements for the official version of the unlimited clone system. The system is now fully bound and has automatically upgraded to official version 1.0. All mortal clones are automatically recalled. Concurrently, the system's storage space has been activated, capable of storing all of the host's items. Spirit stones can now be automatically calculated without requiring manual deposit. What in the blazes? So the official version I was using before was just a trial? And it's even recalling my clones? Those were all my spirit stones. Am I not getting any compensation? Damn it, just now it said depositing was free. So this is where it was waiting for me. A villainous merchant, a truly evil capitalist. I was left speechless. Yet the system, like an unfinished product, offered no response. Fine, if it wants to recall them, then recall them. Just then, at the center of the alley, a young man in white appeared out of thin air. He seemed ordinary, yet his skin subtly glowed, his eyes were clear, and his aura was transcendent. The system's genuine chi condensation clone was indeed different. It inherently possessed a spiritual root, a natural seed for cultivation. With a thought, I took over Ling Yi's body. The sensation was akin to leaping from a mud pit into a hot spring. The faint spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to happily dance and rush into my meridians, drawn by an unseen force. Without even intentionally circulating his cultivation technique, spiritual energy now flowed unimpeded through his meridians. This truly was immortal cultivation. I raised my hand, and with a flick of my finger, a fist-sized fireball instantly formed. Its scorching heat distorted the very air within the alleyway. The might of this fireball was significantly greater than what my previous mortal clone could unleash with all its might. Yet it consumed very little spiritual energy. I could effortlessly cast more than a dozen of these. With this, his combat prowess had undergone a qualitative transformation. Returning to my true self, with 400 spirit stones remaining, I did not continue to exchange for clones. Instead, my gaze fell upon the pile of bottles and jars obtained from the Wang clan. Inside, there were quite a few medicinal pills for cultivation. Though their grade wasn't high, their sheer quantity was considerable. Ayer, take these 1,000 taels of gold and these mundane treasures. Tonight, proceed to Haishi City. There, in the black market, exchange everything for spirit stones or medicinal pills. Mortal gold and silver are not easily disposed of in Qingshan Town and would quickly draw unwanted attention. It is safest to trade them elsewhere. Adai, lead the others and guard the perimeter. Kill anyone who dares to approach. With everything arranged, I had Ling Yi sit cross-legged amidst a pile of spirit stones, holding a bottle of spirit-gathering powder that the Wang clan had kept. Ling Yi swallowed it, and the medicinal power instantly erupted within his belly. At the same time, I also sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate in sync with him. With double the progress, time passed by in minutes and seconds. The alleyway was deathly silent, save for the rumbling sounds emanating from Ling Yi's body, as if a great river surged within him. Breaking from my meditation, I suddenly opened my eyes, a golden light flashing within them. An aura, many times more powerful than before, erupted from my body, instantly scattering the surrounding dust. Chi condensation stage 3. This was not merely a growth in spiritual power, but a complete transformation of my divine sense. At this moment, even with my eyes closed, I could clearly perceive every blade of grass, every tree, within a 30-meter radius. Truly, killing an arson lead to a golden belt. The ancients had not misled me. I clenched my fist, feeling the boundless strength surging within my body. This was merely the beginning. I picked up the tattered goatskin map retrieved from the brocade box. The symbols, previously incomprehensible, now became vaguely apparent under the sweep of my stage 3 chi condensation divine sense. This map was sealed by a restriction, one that only cultivators could decipher. I traced my finger along the spiritual energy fluctuations, and the final location pointed to a secret mountain valley in Qingyun sect's back mountain. Moreover, it was remarkably close to a corner of the sect's grand protective formation. The Wang clan desired to steal a spirit stone mine? I coldly chuckled. With their meager strength, they wouldn't dare covet the Qingyun sect's interests. Behind this, there surely lurked other, more powerful figures. The secret of Foundation establishment mentioned in the secret letter. Now it seemed the Wang clan was nothing more than a sacrificial pawn for this mine. Since I had already discovered this spirit stone mine, then a warm-hearted individual such as myself wouldn't mind lending a helping hand to investigate it further. I stood up, carefully tucking the parchment map away. The Wang clan had been thoroughly stripped clean. Next, it was time to pluck the Qingyun sect. Ling Yi, prepare yourself. Once Ayer returns, we shall proceed to the back mountain. Indeed, 3 days later, Ayer finally exchanged all the gold, silver, and jewels for low-grade spirit stones. I instantly teleported her back to my side. The teleportation function was truly convenient, saving a considerable amount of time. Let me see how many spirit stones you managed to exchange, I said, rubbing my hands together, a cunning look on my face as I gazed at Ayer. Main body, could you perhaps refrain from smiling so cunningly? Immediately felt flustered and hastily tossed the satchel over. I caught the satchel and opened it to inspect. It was entirely filled with spirit stones. Upon counting carefully, there were precisely 2,000 pieces, neither more nor less. Why are there no medicinal pills, only spirit stones? Ayer glanced at me and slowly replied, Main body, what exactly were you expecting? Medicinal pills in the mortal world are rare commodities. Even these spirit stones required visiting several establishments to procure. I remained silent, merely circling Ayer once before speaking. Why do I feel like you've become more spirited? You lot are spouting nonsense again. Every day I gather information in the tea houses, interacting with all sorts of people. Compared to a Dai and Asan, isn't it only natural that I would mature faster? All right, I conceded, no longer bothering with Ayer. I simply waved my hand and the system interface for spirit stones appeared. Infinite Clone System. Host DTN Qi Condensation Stage 3. Current clones Adai Ayer Asan Lingyi Low-Grade Spirit Stones 2400. I gazed at the number of spirit stones, and a daring plan began to formulate in my mind. A dark and windy night is the perfect time for murder and arson, I mused. No, that's incorrect. It is the time for diligent wealth accumulation. Qingyun Sect's back mountain was a desolate place, one even chore disciples were loath to visit. Dense thorns and jagged monstrous rocks covered the landscape. Save for the occasional cry of a night bird, it was as silent as a graveyard. Asan, hunched over, clutching the tattered goatskin map retrieved from the Wang clan, stopped before a moss-covered boulder. This is the place, he realized, observing through shared vision from the secluded alley outside the town. He stared at the colossal yet seemingly ordinary boulder before Asan. Guided by the map, Asan fumbled his hand into a rock crevice. His fingertip brushed against a protruding stone and he pressed it down with force. Yet there was no earth-shattering rumble. That massive boulder merely slid silently aside, creating an opening just wide enough for one person to pass through. A dense stream of spiritual energy mixed with a damp, musty scent rushed forth. Asan slipped inside and the massive boulder immediately sealed itself once more. This was an artificial tunnel. The further he ventured, the wider the space became. The rock walls on both sides were embedded with cheap glowing stones, casting a pale, sickly white light upon the surroundings. Not far ahead, the path suddenly brightened. It was a massive cavern. Over a dozen raggedly dressed miners were swinging their pickaxes, mechanically striking the rock walls. Nearby, two cultivators, acting as overseers, stood with whips in hand, though they were currently leaning on chairs, dozing off. The Wang clan's reach was truly extensive. They dared to exploit resources right under the nose of the Qingyun sect. I let out a cold laugh. This was no mere open mine. This was clearly my personal treasury. With the command given, Asan did not charge out directly, but instead sought a hidden blind spot. System. Deploy clones. Quantity. 24. Location. Deduction. Spirit stones. As the clones were being generated, the air around him subtly distorted. 24 hulking figures clad in black and utterly expressionless emerged from thin air, instantly filling the narrow tunnel. Not a single cry, not a single word was uttered. The 24 shadowy figures, like a dark torrent, immediately surged into the cavern. The two dozing overseers, before they could even comprehend what was happening, were seized by 7 or 8 large hands and pinned tightly to the ground, their mouths gagged with rags. They were knocked unconscious before they could utter a single cry. The miners, however, were already petrified into a daze, huddling in corners and trembling uncontrollably. 7 of Asan's clones approached, each delivering a swift palm strike, rendering the miners unconscious. Once the area was secured, I took control of Asan's body and headed towards the ore storage corner. Their piles of freshly excavated spirit stone ore, not yet transported, formed small mountains. The system began direct absorption. I saw no need to transport it outside for sale. Middlemen merchants would undoubtedly exploit the prices. It was far more efficient to directly absorb the unrefined spirit stone ore, despite its impurities reducing the absorption and conversion rate by 30%. As absorption commenced, the piles of spirit stone ore visibly withered away, eventually turning into mounds of gray-white ash. Absorption complete. Balance obtained. 1,200 spirit stones. Only 1,200? I frowned slightly, though I understood this was merely the output from the past day or two. However, it was more than enough to upgrade these mere laborers. System, Adar, Ace, and the 24 clone present, all upgraded to Qi Condensation Stage 3. This was my true method of utilization. Mining should not be handled by cultivators of merely Qi Condensation Stage 1. System, Spirit Stone Deduction for upgrade complete. Within the cavern, the 24 clones, originally at Qi Condensation Stage 1, suddenly felt their auras erupt. Their bones creaked and cracked, their musculature became more defined, and their previously dull eyes instantly gleamed with newfound brilliance. Qi Condensation Stage 3 cultivators as mere miners. In the cultivation world, this was truly the epitome of extravagance. Now begin your work, dig for me. Even the smallest fragments of spirit stone embedded in the rock must be unearthed. The 24 super miners, now at Qi Condensation Stage 3, picked up their pickaxes from the ground. Their speed was so great that only afterimages could be seen. With every downward swing, rock shattered and large chunks of spirit stone ore fell. This wasn't mere mining, it was as if 24 human excavators had appeared. Asan, however, was not idle. He patrolled the cavern, searching for any hidden passages. Upon reaching a turn in the deepest part of the cavern, a potent stench of blood and decay assailed him. Asan frowned, but proceeded inside. It was a small stone chamber sealed by an iron door. As I from my remote vantage point clearly observed the scene within, the ancient seed in my hand was crushed to powder. The stone chamber held no treasures, only over a dozen gigantic iron cages. And within those cages were not demonic beasts, but children. The eldest among them seemed no more than 7 or 8 years old, the youngest barely 3 or 4. Each child was emaciated, their faces sallow and bodies skeletal. Their eyes were dull and lifeless. On their wrists were fresh cuts, some already scabbed over. And on a stone table beside the cages sat numerous vials filled with a dark crimson liquid. This was a blood sacrifice. Though I considered myself no benevolent figure, having mercilessly killed and plundered when necessary, this scene still pushed me to my limits. Who dares to do this? My voice, cold as if echoing from the deepest hells, resonated through the chamber. In a corner, a corpulent middle-aged man in brocade robes was cowering and trembling beneath the table. He was the overseer here, and having sensed danger earlier, he had fled to hide. Now Asan grabbed him by the collar with one hand, dragging him out like a dead dog. "Don't kill me. I'm just a low-level subordinate." The corpulent overseer was weeping uncontrollably, snot and tears streaming down his face. Asan spoke no superfluous words, his fingers directly gripping the man's throat with slight force. "What of these children? They are the medicinal guides." The fat steward's eyes rolled back, and he uttered with great difficulty, "The Grand Elder. The outer sect elder of the Azure Cloud sect, Zhuyan, his lifespan is nearing its end. He requires the vital blood of virgin boys and girls to refine longevity pills." Zhuyan, I will remember that name. An outer sect elder of the Azure Cloud sect. A cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment. He usually presented himself with an air of immortal grace and dignity, yet unexpectedly, behind the scenes, he was a man-eating beast. Who else knows about this matter besides you? No one else. The Wang family was responsible for capturing them. I was responsible for guarding them. The Grand Elder would come once a month to collect their blood. Very well. Asan twisted his wrist and the fat steward's neck went limp, his head drooping lifelessly. From the alley's corner I rose and began to pace. "You wish for longevity? I shall send you to meet the King of Hell instead. Down there, you may live as long as you please." A powerful killing intent surged within me, difficult to suppress. Yet this old man, Zhu Yan, was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Furthermore, he spent the entire year within the sect. With many experts constantly by his side, assassination was undeniably impossible. Asan searched his person, fumbling through the fat man's corpse for a moment, unearthing a ledger and several secret letters. As I flipped through these letters, my eyes lit up. The letters, penned by Zhu Yan to the head of the Wang family, urged them to accelerate the collection of medicinal guides, for an ancient immortal ruin would soon open. Zhu Yan intended to complete his final batch of medicinal pills before entering the ruin, hoping to push his state to its peak and seize the opportunity to break through to core formation. An ancient immortal ruin, this was truly a blessing in disguise. The corner of my mouth curved into a cold smile. Within the sect, murdering an elder was undoubtedly courting death. However, if a few individuals were to perish within the ruins, that would simply be attributed to a lack of destined fortune. An unfortunate demise. Since you yearn for these ruins, then on behalf of those children, I shall bestow upon you a most grand gift. The mining operation lasted for 3 hours. The efficiency of a third-stage chi condensation realm cultivator was truly terrifying. That spirit stone vein, not even considered particularly large, had been completely emptied by 24 clones. Aside from leaving behind a pile of mere rubble, not a single low-grade spirit stone remained. Asan continued to lie low. I shall begin to make new arrangements. Ada, lead 12 clones to escort these children down the mountain. Find a safe place far from the Azure Cloud sect to settle them, and give each of them some silver. Consider this a small act of my conscience. The remaining clones are to bring all the mined spirit stones back to the underground palace. As dawn approached, within the underground palace outside Azure Mountain Town, the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost tangible. Gazing at the mountain-like pile of spirit stones before me, my mood finally improved a little. This was true wealth. After the system's count, this private mine, though not vast, had yielded a total of 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. This fortune was enough to transform a talentless individual into a genius and equally capable of sending a genius to an early grave. Ayer proceeded to the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in the eastern market of the Azure Cloud sect. As the pavilion doors just opened, its shopkeeper was already greeting a most esteemed customer. Ayer had changed into a different set of robes, donned a bamboo hat to conceal his face, my standard attire for, "I have ample wealth but do not inquire as to my identity." He declared, "I want the best protective talismans, suitable for a 7th stage chi condensation cultivator. Spirit movement talismans, earth evasion talismans, golden light talismans. Bring forth all that you possess. Furthermore, I require a complete high-grade cultivation technique that can lead one to the Foundation establishment realm." The shopkeeper's face creased with a smile so wide his wrinkles seemed to bloom. "Esteemed customer, we possess the 5 elements reversion technique. It is an orthodox mystic cultivation technique, balanced and gentle. Though progress may be slightly slower, the foundation it builds is exceptionally solid. Only 3,000 spirit stones to acquire." Asan tossed out a spatial ring. On this trip, Asan had spent a total of 20,000 spirit stones. The purchased items now filled the tables within the underground palace. First, I carefully packaged the various talismans. I then prepared and sent items to Asan, for he was the only clone capable of infiltrating the cultivation sect. He could not be allowed to perish. "Assemble," I commanded. Within the underground palace, with the exception of a San who remained in concealment outside, all other clones, whether Ada and AR, responsible for combat, or those who had just returned from mining, sat neatly on the ground. At their center lay the 5 Elements Reversion Technique manual, and they began to study. This was the power of distributed cloud computing synchronization. Dozens of minds simultaneously comprehending a single cultivation technique. What boundless efficiency could that yield? Even obscure incantations were fractured into dozens of segments, each mind delving into but a single part. Once aggregated within his own consciousness, immediate comprehension was achieved. In merely half an hour he opened his eyes, a glint of profound clarity shimmering within their depths. So that was the truth. The crux of Foundation establishment lay in the liquefaction of spiritual energy, the very essence needed to forge one's Dao foundation. He cast his gaze upon Ling Yi, who sat cross-legged in the most central position. This was the most formidable trump card at his disposal. Ling Yi, all now depended on you. Spirit stones were consumed like a torrential cascade. 10,000, then 20,000, swiftly escalating to 50,000. Ling Yi's aura began to surge dramatically. From the 4th layer of qi condensation, through the 7th to the 9th layer perfection, there was not a single bottleneck. With sufficient resources, any challenge could be overcome. Was this truly Foundation establishment? A resonant, dull thud echoed from within Ling Yi's very being, as if something profound had shattered within him. The initial gaseous spiritual energy was rapidly compressed, then liquefied, finally coalescing into a pristine, flowing current within his dantian. The early stage of Foundation establishment. And not just any breakthrough, but one of perfect Foundation establishment. He felt an immense surge of power, a sensation that told him his current self could effortlessly vanquish 10 of his former selves, and still find the feat unsatisfying. He glanced at the remaining spirit stones, still a substantial 80,000. Zhou Yan was at the late stage of Foundation establishment and possessed potent protective artifacts. Relying solely on Ling Yi would be insufficient. Adai, Ayer, and Asin were all synchronized to the early stage of Foundation establishment, as another colossal quantity of spirit stones was channeled into them. The auras of the 3 clones erupted in a similar explosive fashion. Though not as perfectly flawless as Ling Yi's, they had undeniably entered the Foundation establishment stage. These were his true trump cards. Zhou Yan, however formidable your might, how could you contend against such a force? The remaining spirit stones were then poured into elevating all other clones to the 9th layer of qi condensation. With all this accomplished, his spatial ring was virtually emptied. Yet, as he gazed upon the legion of formidable cultivators now filling his abode, a joyful smile spread across his face. To be so utterly destitute with nothing left but raw power, what a truly magnificent sensation. 3 days hence, whispers of the ancient immortal ruins' grand unveiling had spread like wildfire throughout the Qingyun sect. In the outer sect square, cultivators swarmed like a sea of ants. Grand Elder Zhou Yan stood upon a lofty platform, his countenance appearing ruddy and benevolent, yet deep within his eyes a barely perceptible flicker of sinister cunning lay concealed. Of late his disposition had been exceptionally foul. Communication with his private spirit stone mine had been severed, and those he dispatched to investigate had never returned, filling him with an unbearable premonition. This time, with the opening of the ruin, all disciples of the Qingyun sect, yes, all of you may enter to seek your fortuitous encounters. Grand Elder Zhou Yan's voice boomed, feigning an air of impartiality and magnanimity. Hidden amidst the throng, a comely young man, a long sword sheathed at his hip, expertly blended into the ranks of the rogue cultivators, a mischievous smirk playing upon his lips. He was Ling Yi, now known by the alias Yi Liangshan. Meanwhile, in the shadowed forest skirting the ruins' entrance, Adai hefted a formidable great axe, or meticulously polished a keen dagger, and behind them, dozens of 9th layer qi condensation death warriors waited in silent, ominous anticipation. Grand Elder Zhou Yan, your desired longevity elixir. This approach might be somewhat forceful. I fear you may not withstand it, he mused, lightly tapping the table within a hidden underground chamber. The true entrance to the ancient immortal ruin was a gaping spatial rift suspended precariously in midair, resembling a grotesque, torn maw. From it, ceaseless torrents of gray, corrosive gangfang burst forth, howling with a bone-chilling shriek. This was no ordinary wind. It carried the devastating sharpness of fractured space itself. A 7th layer qi condensation cultivator, lacking formidable protective artifacts, would surely have their limbs shredded if they dared to pass through. Below this swirling rift, a multitude had already assembled. Rogue cultivators, representatives from minor clans, and the full contingent of the Qingyun sect. The hour had arrived. Grand Elder Zhou Yan stood at the very forefront, his hands clasped behind his back. His lifespan was dwindling, and despite attempting to conceal it with spiritual energy, the age spots modeling his face betrayed a hint of his nearing demise. Only his eyes burned with a terrifying intensity, radiating the unbridled madness of a gambler risking all. He harbored no desire to perish. Grand Elder, this gangfang at the entrance is far too potent. A hesitant inner sect deacon remarked, his gaze fixed on the swirling vortex that could grind boulders into dust. His voice laced with trepidation. Fear what? Zhou Yan shot him a piercing glance, his voice rasping. Cultivation is inherently a defiance of the heavens, a struggle for destiny itself. If you cower before even this threshold, then what purpose does your cultivation serve? With that declaration, he raised a hand and pointed towards the ranks of the outer sect disciples. All disciples below the 5th layer of qi condensation stepped forth from the line. Approximately 40 to 50 trembling young disciples hesitantly emerged. The majority were recent initiates, barely accustomed to the sect, some even forced laborers forcibly conscripted. They clasped hands, struggling to form an iron wall formation. As Zhou Yan issued his command, the disciples exchanged wary glances. The iron wall formation was indeed a defensive array of Fiaosa merit, but this Gangfeng, it hardly seemed like something cultivators at the qi condensation stage could possibly endure. What are you dawdling for? Zhou Yan's face darkened considerably. The oppressive might of his late foundation establishment cultivation crashed down upon them. Those who defy will be cut down without mercy. The disciples, trembling, clasped their hands together, conjuring a faint, fragile screen of pale yellow light. Grand Elder Zhou Yan granted them no moment for mental preparation. With a sweeping flick of his voluminous sleeve, a forceful surge of spiritual energy propelled the terrified throng forward. Dozens of people were forced to plunge into that terrifying spatial rift. Screams of agony immediately erupted, then abruptly ceased as no miracle transpired. The 7 or 8 disciples in the lead, the moment they came into contact with the spatial gale, their protective light barriers shattered like soap bubbles. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere, and the sound of bones being crushed resounded, rapid as popping beans. But this was precisely what Zhou Yan desired. The spatial gale was momentarily weakened by the dispersed flesh and blood, creating a fleeting moment of stagnation. The path is clear, go. Zhou Yan showed no expression, not even batting an eyelid. He stepped on the pile of shredded flesh and fresh blood on the ground, and in that fleeting empty moment transformed into a streak of moving light, rushing into the ruins. The remaining trusted disciples followed closely behind. Even after they vanished, the severed limbs on the ground were still twitching slightly. The crowd was deathly silent. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. This was an elder of a great sect, even more vicious than a demonic cultivator. Behind the crowd, Lin Yi, disguised as Yi Liangchen, pulled down the brim of his straw hat. I am in Qingshan Town's underground palace. Watching this scene through a screen, his hand toyed with a spirit stone, his expression calm, using them to pave the way. Indeed, it saves me a magic treasure, his voice betraying no emotion. This old dog truly deserves to die. If he deserves to die, then killing him bears no psychological burden. System, calculate the optimal entry point. Within Lin Yi's mind, the system interface immediately constructed a spatial model of the area ahead. The raging spatial gale within his data visualization transformed into regularized lines. Calculation complete, 3 zhang to the left, 7 qi above the ground, optimal for a single person 3 breaths from now. Lin Yi seemed to casually drift forward, going with the flow of the other rogue cultivators. But just as the spatial gale flared up again, his foot slipped, his entire body seemed to lose balance, and stumbling wildly, he fell towards the left side of the rift. Is he courting death? This brat, someone nearby exclaimed in shock. Little did they know, Lin Yi's fall caused his body to twist at a strange angle, allowing him to slip through a gap between 2 currents of spatial gale, gliding inside completely unharmed. His movements were as fluid as a serpent once inside the ruins. The world was shrouded in gloom. There was no sun, only a faint ethereal light, its origin unknown. The ground was cracked, with floating rocks scattered everywhere, and parched riverbeds winding through the landscape. The air was filled with the scent of decay. Zhou Yan led the 20-odd surviving disciples, who were trailblazing ahead. Though he had entered, he dared not be careless. After all, this was an ancient immortal ruin. Even a single lingering restriction formation could claim his life. This was indeed the ruin of an ancient sect. Zhou Yan greedily inhaled a deep breath of the rich spiritual energy here, feeling his withered blood qi become somewhat revitalized. If he could only find the legendary golden succession fruit or the golden core relics left behind by the predecessors, he would be able to extend his life. Elder, a disciple reported, there is a mist ahead. Our divine sense cannot penetrate it. Zhou Yan frowned. Just as he was about to forcefully break the formation, he suddenly heard a sound from behind. Turning his head, he saw a rogue cultivator with an old, scale-covered satchel on his back, holding a broken compass in his hand, muttering before a dilapidated stone tablet. It was none other than Lin Yi, who had entered later. Seeking dragons, dividing metal, observing winding mountains, one winding peak, one barrier. Lin Yi muttered lines from a movie of his past life, the compass in his hand spinning wildly as his feet took strange steps. 3 circles to the left, 3 to the right. Then he pointed at a spot on the dilapidated stone tablet. The mist formation, which had troubled the rogue cultivators for half a day, suddenly cracked open, revealing a gap. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up. He never expected that amongst these rogue cultivators, someone would be skilled in formations. Such a person was the best pathfinder, Zhou Yan thought, signaling to the disciple beside him. 2 ninth-level qi condensation disciples immediately rushed forward, pinning Lin Yi from left and right, then dragging him before Zhou Yan. Boy, do you understand formations? Zhou Yan looked down, scrutinizing this seemingly ordinary young man. Lin Yi feigned being on the verge of soiling himself, his whole body trembling. Reporting, senior Lin Yi stammered, this junior, Yi Liangchen, comes from a family where our ancestors passed down the art of feng shui. I know a little bit. Yi Liangchen, a name of considerable promise. Chu Yan's lips curled into a smile, yet his eyes betrayed no warmth. If you truly understand feng shui, do not squander your talent. Go forth and guide us. Should your pathfinding be exemplary, this seat shall bestow a lavish reward. Just then his hand casually crushed a nearby floating rock. This junior would not dare, senior. I shall certainly exert my utmost effort. Li Yi prostrated himself with exaggerated deference, kowtowing repeatedly. Watching Li Yi's performance unfold from my hidden vantage in the underground palace, I couldn't help but remark, Such theatrics were perhaps a bit exaggerated, yet for dealing with an arrogant fool of this caliber, they were just enough. The contingent pressed onward. With Yi Liangchen as their guide, their progress was indeed significantly faster. Li Yi, clutching his compass, feigned meticulous navigation, pointing east and west with practiced ease. In truth, he was carefully avoiding the truly dangerous areas, subtly guiding Chu Yan and his followers directly towards the region marked in red on his map. That very map had been painstakingly acquired by other avatars I had sent forth, their lives sacrificed for its precious information. After traveling for approximately half an hour, the surrounding landscape dramatically shifted. Jagged rocks gave way, and the earth transformed into soft crimson sands. An unnerving silence enveloped them, so profound that even the whisper of the wind was absent. Wait, Chu Yan abruptly halted, his gaze sweeping suspiciously across their surroundings. This place was far too quiet. As a seasoned cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, he possessed an innate primal intuition for danger. Senior, this is a land of hidden dragons Veen. This profound stillness merely signifies a grand opportunity silently coalescing and awaiting discovery. Li Yi pointed towards a crimson sand dune ahead, spouting utter nonsense with an almost comically serious expression. According to the compass, beyond this very sand dune lies the gate of creation and fortune. Chu Yan's intense gaze bore into Li Yi for a prolonged moment, so much so that cold sweat began to bead on Li Yi's forehead. Only then did he retract his piercing stare, issuing a single command: "You go first." Chu Yan pointed towards that deceptively flat expanse of sand. The cunning old fox Li Yi bowed deeply, nodding with obsequious deference. "Yes, senior, yes, this junior shall immediately scout the path ahead." He cautiously stepped onto the treacherous red sands. After traversing several dozen paces, he turned back, shouting loudly, "Senior, it is quite firm." Only then did Chu Yan wave his hand, signaling his contingent to follow. The very moment the contingent reached the heart of the crimson sands, Li Yi, who had been leading, abruptly stopped. He bent down, feigning to adjust his footwear. In reality, from within his sleeve, a small inconspicuous sprig of grass silently slipped to the ground. The instant the sprig touched the earth, it exuded a strangely sweet, intoxicating aroma. That was the essence of demon-luring grass, a potent concoction I had meticulously prepared, possessing a fatal allure for all creatures lurking beneath the earth. Having completed this subtle maneuver, Li Yi then crushed an earthen yellow talisman that he had secretly held in his hand. A second-grade top-tier earth evasion talisman. A flash of golden light erupted, and Li Yi's entire form instantly burrowed into the earth, vanishing without a trace. "You insolent whelp, how dare you!" Chu Yan reacted with blinding speed, unleashing a formidable wind blade at the spot where Li Yi had vanished. Yet it only cleaved through a scattering of crimson sand. "He's escaped, disaster looms." A chilling dread seized Chu Yan's heart. Before he could even utter the command to retreat, the crimson sands beneath their very feet suddenly began to boil and churn. It was the horrific sound of countless tiny chitinous legs scuttling and scraping against hard shells, a sound so dense and pervasive it sent a sickening tingle up one's spine. One disciple's ankle was suddenly seized by unseen jaws, and his entire body was instantly dragged beneath the shifting sands. His desperate scream was swallowed by the earth, leaving behind only a crimson stain. Immediately thereafter, the crimson sands erupted violently, as hordes of jet-black ants, obscuring the sky and filling the earth, surged forth. Each creature was the size of a man's fist, its maw bristling with gleaming, metallic fangs. "Spirit-devouring ants. These are the spirit-devouring ants," a surviving disciple shrieked in unadulterated terror. A single one of these ants might not be formidable, yet tens of thousands converging together create a nightmare from which even golden core cultivators must flee. They consume no flesh, for their specialty lies in devouring spiritual energy. Before their relentless gnawing, even the most potent protective light shield is but a sheet of brittle paper. Then, devote your final strength to this seat. Several disciples, struck by a surge of spiritual energy, were sent flying, landing squarely amidst the densest swarms of the devouring ants. The spirit-devouring ants were instantly drawn to the fresh influx of spiritual energy, surging forward in a ravenous wave. Seizing this fleeting moment of chaos, Chu Yan activated an ancient escape technique, burning his very essence blood. His form transformed into a streaking blood shadow, and he burst forth from the crimson sands, abandoning all concern. Behind him, the desperate curses and agonizing guttural cries of his disciples echoed, fading into the distance. Chu Yan crashed heavily onto the hard, rocky ground, a truly pathetic sight. His robes were tattered, and even his ornate hair clasp had been lost in his frantic escape. But he paid it no mind, scrambling forward for dozens of meters. Only when the terrifying rustling sounds faded completely from earshot did he finally collapse, his body going limp as he gasped for breath. Alive? He was indeed alive. He wiped the blood from his face, raising his head to look forward. Before him lay the entrance to a gigantic gorge, flanked by towering cliffs that obscured the light, making the scene even more ominous. That expanse of crimson sand seemed to mark the very boundary between life and death. Tens of thousands of spirit-devouring ants swarmed at the gorge's entrance, their antennae thrashing wildly, their mandibles clicking menacingly. Yet they seemed to have struck an invisible barrier, held back by the shattered stone stele. Chu Yan gasped for breath, his lungs feeling like bellows torn asunder, each gasp tainted with the metallic scent of blood. He collapsed onto the crumbled earth. The three trusted disciples behind him were in an even more wretched state. One had lost an arm, another's face was gnawed away, a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. They weren't pursuing. No, they weren't pursuing. Chu Yan propped himself up, attempting to stand, but his knees buckled beneath him and he fell heavily once more. This fall caused his face to turn deathly pale. It wasn't merely exhaustion, spirit energy that had flowed through his meridians for years, feeling like a part of his very being, had vanished. His dantian was like a dry well. No matter how he urged his spiritual sense, he couldn't detect the slightest fluctuation of spiritual chi. His late-stage foundation establishment cultivation within this gorge had completely deflated, much like a punctured balloon. My spirit energy, Elder, my spirit energy's gone. The remaining disciples also discovered the anomaly, crying out in terror. Some even tried to summon their flying swords, only for their everyday magical artifacts, usually shimmering with spiritual light, to clatter to the ground like mere pieces of scrap metal, their fall devoid of any spiritual resonance. Chuyan roared, his voice hoarse. A spirit restriction zone. This is a spirit restriction zone. He stared intently at the shattered stone steel, an unprecedented terror surging within his heart. Without spirit energy, his spatial ring couldn't be opened. His magic treasures were useless, and not even the most basic protective spiritual barrier could be conjured. He was now no different from an ordinary mortal elder. In fact, having just burned his essence blood, his body was even weaker than that of a common mortal. Just then, from deep within the shadows of the gorge, a grinding, teeth-grating sound echoed. Drag, as if something immensely heavy was being pulled across the rough, rocky ground. Chuyan suddenly lifted his head, a hint of vigilance flashing in his aged, cloudy eyes. His hand instinctively went to the sword at his hip. This was the only weapon he could rely on now. As the darkness receded, a bare-chested man stepped forth. What manner of physique was this? His muscles were like stacked, unyielding granite boulders. His skin was coated in an unidentifiable oil, reflecting a dim, potent sheen under the faint light. Yet the most striking aspect was what he dragged in his hand, a gargantuan broadaxe. Its head as large as a millstone and pitch black was forged from an unknown material. Judging solely by the deep gouges it left on the ground, it surely weighed thousands of caddies. The man's face was devoid of expression, his eyes as empty as a stagnant pool, save for an occasional ferocious glint that betrayed the malevolent being within. This was Ada, the one who had been awaiting them. Who are you? Chuyan gripped his sword hilt, his voice stern. This elder is Chuyan, an outer sect elder of the Qingyun sect. Are you a rogue cultivator? If you can escort this elder out, a hefty reward awaits you. His only reply was the whistling of the wind. Ada had no habit of speaking much. The command he had been given was simple: kill him. That thousand-caddy broadaxe was raised with one hand as if it were a mere wisp of straw, carrying terrifying kinetic energy as it hurtled straight towards Chuyan's face. There were no fancy techniques, only raw, overwhelming power, a power that courted death. Though Chuyan had lost his spirit energy, his years of battle experience still remained. He leaned sideways, dodging the strike, his long sword like a venomous serpent thrust towards Ada's vital points. Under normal circumstances, this single thrust would possess enough power to cleave gold and sever jade. But now, the longsword struck Ada's neck only to emit a jarring clang of metal on metal. Ada merely tilted his neck. The sword's tip didn't even scratch him. Instead, the blade itself, due to the immense counterforce, bent into a bizarre arc. Body refinement technique. Chuyan's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. To think there's a madman in this world who specializes in body cultivation, forsaking spiritual cultivation. Before he could even fully recover his senses, Ada turned and delivered a thunderous slap. This time Chuyan couldn't dodge. A crisp crack, accompanied by the gruesome sound of breaking bones, echoed through the gorge. Chuyan's entire body was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, as if struck by a speeding carriage, smashing heavily into the cliff face. Half his face immediately swelled grotesquely, and several bloodied, rotting teeth flew from his mouth. Elder. Seeing this, the 3 remaining trusted disciples gritted their teeth and charged forward. Though terrified, they knew that if Chuyan died, they wouldn't survive either. Together they roared, "He's only one man!" The 3 drew their weapons, forming a 3-pronged pincer attack. But this was no battle at all, it was a one-sided slaughter. Adi ignored the blades and swords that hacked at his back. Such ordinary killing weapons, against a body refined countless times by spirit energy, and further empowered by a mysterious system, were no more than an irritating itch. He cast aside the massive broadaxe, his 2 hands reaching out. He directly seized the heads of 2 disciples, as if they were mere watermelons. The 2 didn't even have time to utter a cry. Their heads violently crashed together, splattering white and crimson brain matter. Their 2 limp forms collapsed to the ground. The last remaining disciple, struck by mortal terror, turned and fled for his life. With a swift motion, Adai hooked a fist-sized fragment of stone from the ground with his foot. He kicked it with immense force, sending the rock hurtling forth like a cannonball, striking the fleeing disciple precisely in the back of the neck. The man could not even utter a sound before he collapsed face first onto the ground, convulsing for a few moments before falling utterly still. In the blink of an eye, everyone save for Chuyan had been utterly annihilated. Adai calmly dusted his hands, then hefted his massive axe once more. He began to stalk, step by ominous step, towards Chuyan, who lay crumpled in the corner, vomiting blood. A colossal, terrifying shadow fell over him. Chuyan's gaze fixed upon the axe, still dripping with fresh blood and brain matter. The arrogance of a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator utterly crumbled. Fear, like a frigid hand, seized his heart in an iron grip. "No, please, don't kill me." Just as Adai prepared to deliver the killing blow with his massive hammer, a faint, mocking laugh suddenly echoed from above. "Hold, Adai, do not harm our potential wealth." Chuyan frantically lifted his gaze. Perched upon the sheer cliffs that flanked the gorge, 2 new figures had appeared as if from thin air. The figure on the left, clad in black and wearing a hideous demon mask, held a handful of melon seeds, leisurely cracking and dropping their shells below. The figure on the right, however, held a sapphire-glowing diamond crossbow aimed directly at Chu Yan's glabella, and that face wore a disdainful, mocking smile. Ye Liangshan! Chu Yan shrieked a mournful cry, the corners of his eyes threatening to tear open. It was you vile whelp, you led me into this trap. Lin Yi Ye Liangshan merely shrugged, casually picking his ear with his pinky finger, a picture of feigned innocence. Elder Chu, those words wound me deeply. This junior merely pointed the way. This path, esteemed elder, was one you chose yourself. Your own feet carried you here. How can you possibly lay blame upon us? Chu Yan spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire body trembling with incandescent fury. He had been meticulously ensnared in a scheme. From the very beginning to this bitter end, this was nothing less than a meticulously crafted death trap. What searching for dragons and dividing gold? What fortuitous encounter? All of it was fabricated by this wretched whelp. Who are you people, truly? Chu Yan gritted his teeth, his gaze darting between Adai, Aer, and Lin Yi. The Qingyun sect will never forgive you for this. Who am I, you ask? Aer brushed the remaining melon seeds from his hand, then leaped gracefully from the cliff. He landed without a whisper of sound and strode directly before Chu Yan, his demon mask looming so close it almost touched the elder's face. The crucial matter, elder, is that your venerable life now rests squarely within our hands. Aer reached out, wiping his fingers mockingly on Chu Yan's blood-stained robes. Elder Chu, we are reasonable individuals, cultivators of the Tao after all. We uphold the natural order of acquisition, elder, so may your journey to the afterlife be peaceful. These worldly possessions are utterly meaningless to you in the afterlife. Would it not be better to leave them to us, who are in need, and thus accumulate a shred of hidden virtue for yourself? Do you not agree, elder? Chu Yan's face was ashen. If I comply, will you spare my life? That is only natural, elder. Aer cackled, his voice laced with a sincerity so saccharine it could move one to tears. We merely seek our fortune. After all, eliminating an elder of the Qingyun sect would cause us no small measure of trouble. Chu Yan stared intently into the concealed eyes behind Aer's mask, desperately searching for some hidden truth. Yet all he found was pure, unadulterated greed. He knew that greed, at least, could be a foundation for negotiation. Chu Yan took a deep, shuddering breath, striving to regain a semblance of composure. His fingers, trembling uncontrollably, fumbled for the spatial ring on his hand. Without any spiritual energy to activate it, the ring remained stubbornly stuck on his bony knuckle. Aer, however, remained utterly unhurried, his masked gaze fixed upon Chu Yan with an unsettling smile. After immense struggle, Chu Yan finally wrenched the jade-green spatial ring from his finger, clutched tightly in his hand. Yet, what choice do I truly have? Aer gestured toward Adai, who stood menacingly nearby. You have two options, elder. Surrender your wealth or allow this esteemed craftsman to assist you in stretching your weary bones. I fear your old bones might not withstand a single strike from this hammer. Adai obligingly raised his massive hammer, spinning it a few times in his hand, causing the very ground to tremble. Chu Yan's eye twitched. With a resolute heart, he tossed his spatial ring over. All right. Aer reached out and caught it, toying with it for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. Now, isn't this the proper attitude for business? With the payment now in hand, Chu Yan, his heart secretly rejoicing, prepared to stand. But then Aer's voice shifted, turning dark and ominous. In that case, let us settle another debt. What debt? Chu Yan was stunned. Aer's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness that struck terror into the heart. In the ore mine behind the Qingyun sect, those children whose blood was drained dry, how does Elder Chu intend to settle this debt? These words exploded in Chu Yan's mind like a peal of thunder. He stared at the three figures before him in disbelief. The matters of the ore mine were highly secretive. Even the core figures within the sect were unaware of this, so how could these rogue cultivators, these mere bandits, know about those lowly people? Lowly people? Suddenly the crossbow in Lin Yi's hand rose and he pulled the trigger. A jet-black arrow whizzed past Chu Yan's head, embedding itself deep into the rock face behind him. The arrow's tail vibrated furiously. That was a life. Lin Yi's voice was as cold as ice. Aer stood looking down at Chu Yan. In his eyes, the previous mockery had vanished, replaced by utter disdain, as if he were gazing upon filth. A moment ago, that was payment to spare your life. Now Aer took a step back, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Adai, cripple one of his legs. Make him remember this day. Chu Yan was utterly terrified. These people were not mere bandits seeking wealth. They were emissaries of death come for his very life. I am an elder of the Qingyun sect. The colossal hammer in Adai's hand did not hesitate for a moment. This time it did not smash. Instead, the sharp spike at the hammer's head plunged deep into Chu Yan's right thigh. Fresh blood spurted forth, and a miserable shriek echoed through the entire canyon, disturbing the vultures nesting nearby. Clutching his thigh, Chu Yan writhed on the ground. Cold sweat instantly drenched his robes. The intense pain almost made him pass out, yet the fear of death forced him to remain conscious. You maniacs, you lunatics. Chu Yan roared, a look of desperate madness flashing in his eyes. He realized that no matter what, death awaited him. Suddenly, he stopped writhing. His trembling hand delved into his robes, pulling out a wax-sealed pill he had carefully kept on his person. That was his final trump card. If I must die, then let us all perish together. Aer seemed to realize something, his gaze sharpening. Adai, be careful. But Chu Yan's actions were even swifter. He bit down on the wax-sealed pill, and immediately a bloody mist erupted from his 7 orifices. It was a blood flame pill. Even in this spirit-suppressed region, the explosive power unleashed by burning one's life essence was not to be underestimated. Chu Yan's withered muscles instantly bulged as if inflated. His eyes turned bloodshot and his entire being transformed into a demonic fiend, crawling from the depths of hell. I will drag you all down with me. A faint scorched smell hung in the air, the scent of blood rapidly evaporating at high temperatures. At this moment, Chu Yan's appearance had completely transcended that of a human. The medicinal power of the blood flame pill was overwhelmingly tyrannical, forcing out every last drop of his remaining life essence. His shriveled body swelled, veins pulsed madly beneath his skin like writhing earthworms, and his bloodshot eyes seemed on the verge of weeping blood. Die, you all must die. He let out a bestial roar and the stony ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. So what if spiritual energy was suppressed? The explosive power surging from his body right now was enough to tear apart tigers and leopards. Adai hadn't even had time to fully retract his mocking expression before his vision blurred. A dull thud echoed like a heavy hammer striking a bell. Adai's tower-like physique was once again sent flying off the ground by a single punch from this dying old man. His chest was clearly caved in, his entire body plummeting heavily into a pile of rubble, stirring up a cloud of dust. Adai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with fragments of shattered organs, cursing under his breath. The old dog's sheer combat prowess paid no heed to Adai, sending him flying. This single punch was merely meant to pave the way. The effects of the blood refinement pill would only last for a few dozen breaths. Once its potency completely faded, even without these individuals making a move, he himself would crumble into a pile of shattered flesh. He only needed to break out of this peculiar spirit-suppressing canyon and recover his spiritual energy. As for these insignificant mortal ants, where could they possibly go if he were to simply lift a hand? Leaped down from the cliff face, only to be met by Zhu Yan's shoulder tackle, sending him flying directly outwards. The clear sound of breaking ribs echoed as the desperate, frenzied state of a Foundation establishment cultivator was truly terrifying. Zhu Yan saw the exit merely dozens of meters ahead. The sunlight there seemed to manifest as a lifeline directly before his eyes. However, just as he was about to breach the final defensive line, from behind the seemingly empty pile of rubble, more than a dozen figures suddenly charged out without warning. These individuals, clad in disheveled rogue cultivator attire, some empty-handed, others wielding short blades, yet in their eyes there was no emotion whatsoever. No fear, no hesitation, not even a trace of killing intent, only the unwavering execution of the Blood Oath's decree. Without knowing who let out a cry, more than a dozen individuals, like a horde of undead immune to pain, charged directly into Zhu Yan's fists, which could split stone and shatter mountains. With a single palm strike, Zhu Yan shattered the crown of the first attacker's head, sending brains splattering. Yet, the moment that corpse fell, its two hands were still tightly clenched around his waist. Then came the second. The third, an individual whose chest had been pierced, still used his teeth to bite down hard on Zhu Yan's calf. One had an arm torn off, yet used their remaining hand to cling to Zhu Yan's ankle. This was not combat. This was an act of suicidal sacrifice, a living wall formed of flesh and bone. Zhu Yan furiously punched at the human-shaped ornaments clinging to his body. Each punch could claim a life, but these individuals were too numerous. For every one he killed, two more appeared. In 3 breaths, a cultivator could accomplish much, but for the current Zhu Yan, this was a countdown to hell. His explosive speed was dragged down by this fearless horde of madmen. His legs felt as if cast in lead, every step dragging along several corpses. Almost there, Lin Yi, positioned high on the canyon, had at some unknown moment knelt down on one knee, his custom-made crossbow steadily raised. This crossbow was no mere magical artifact. It was something he had spent a large sum of money to purchase at the Myriad Treasure Tower, an armor-piercing crossbow. Its tip was first coated with a gloomy, dark purplish-green hue, the 7-step death poison which sealed the throat upon contact with blood, amplified by a corrosive poison. The wind stilled, Lin Yi's breathing became slow and measured. His sight locked firmly onto the blood-red figure thrashing madly below. Perhaps in your next life you'll meet kinder people. The crisp twang of the bowstring vibrated by his ear. An invisible streak of light tore through the air, drawing a deadly straight line through the canyon. Just as Zhu Yan was about to swing his fist once more to crush the head of a person at his feet, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his throat. That fist halted midair. He wanted to scream, to curse, but found only the whistling of wind within his trachea. Reaching a hand to feel, he discovered a pitch-black arrow had pierced through his throat, its tip protruding from the back of his neck, trailing a line of dark blood. The virulent poison instantly paralyzed his nerves. The power granted by the blood refinement pill receded like a tide, replaced by endless weakness and suffocating despair. Zhu Yan clutched his throat, staggering backwards, the bloodlust in his eyes rapidly fading, replaced by the gray of utter despair. He had lost, not because of his cultivation level, but to this unscrupulous mob who utterly disregarded martial ethics. Adai, finish him off. Don't let him utter a single word, Lin Yi's cold voice echoed from above. From the pile of rubble, Adai laboriously stood, wiping a streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of violence glinting in his eyes. That punch earlier truly hurt, he muttered. He then hefted his massive sharp axe, taking deliberate steps toward Zhu Yan, who was now kneeling on the ground. At this moment, Zhu Yan was utterly paralyzed by the corrosive poison, unable to move. Only his eyeballs could still roll slightly, filled with fervent pleading as he watched the darkening shadow. Old man, did you enjoy hitting me so much just now? Adai showed not a shred of mercy. His muscles tensed, power surging from his core, and the 1000 Jin axe in his hand traced a perfect crescent arc. This time there was no dull thud, but rather a sickening shattering sound, like a watermelon being smashed with immense force. The great elder Zhu Yan, who had dominated the outer sect of the Qingyun sect for decades, his heart so malicious that not even a single last word was permitted. His entire upper body was directly pulped into a mass of red, white, and black flesh splattering across the earth. The canyon returned to a deathly silence, with only a few twitching corpses remaining. Once the deed was done, Aar, the guardian, approached from the side, disgustedly avoiding the filth on the ground, and kicked the pile of pulped flesh. This time, not even his own mother would recognize him. Adai, your strike was truly too vicious. What if his spatial ring got smashed? It couldn't be smashed. Those things are incredibly tough. Adai threw his axe to the ground, collapsing heavily and panting for breath. This old man's dying counterattack was truly formidable, leaving him with at least 3 broken ribs. Yet what did such injuries matter to a mere clone? Tomorrow his true self would be as hale as ever. Lin Yi descended, swiftly retrieving a small ceramic bottle from his chest. It contained highly volatile oil. Zuyan was, after all, a Foundation establishment cultivator. Leaving behind a remnant soul or a tracking mark would only invite trouble. Physical annihilation was the most foolproof method. The oil was poured over the corpses and a lit matchstick was thrown onto them. Fierce flames immediately erupted, black smoke billowed, and the acrid smell grew even stronger. As the bodies burned, the group expertly began fabricating the scene. Ayer directed the slightly wounded clones to create numerous traces of chaotic spell attacks and sword slashes all around. A splash of blood here, a scattering of debris there, making it appear utterly chaotic. 2 deep gashes were carved into that boulder, giving it the authentic style of a fierce brawl between rogue cultivators. They then arranged the corpses of the fallen clones. The scene was carefully staged to appear as if dark forces had clashed and annihilated each other, with specific instructions to disfigure the faces beyond recognition, preventing anyone from noticing their identical features. This series of actions flowed as smoothly as water, displaying a professionalism that was almost chilling. As the flames died down, amidst the pile of ashes on the ground, a jade-green ring glittered under the sunlight. Adai picked up the spatial ring, wiping it on his clothes without a hint of disgust, and promptly handed it to Lin Yi. "Let's go," he urged. Lin Yi pocketed the ring, then waved his hand. The remaining clones, without a word, obeyed. They assisted the wounded, rapidly dispersing and vanishing without a trace into a secret passage deep within the gorge, leaving behind only this chaotic, Asura-like scene, awaiting those who would later arrive and ponder the sheer brutality of the battle that had unfolded. Back at my Qingshan Town headquarters, as I witnessed the final images transmitted from the light screen, my taut nerves finally relaxed. My entire body went slack in the Grand Tutor's chair as I let out a long, relieved sigh. "Success," I murmured. This battle, though seemingly won with ease, had in truth been fraught with heart-stopping danger at every turn. If Zhu Yan had been a little more decisive, if he had fought with his life on the line from the very beginning, if his blood essence technique had lasted just a bit longer, if not for more than 10 clones sacrificing their lives to hold him back, the outcome might have been entirely different. Ultimately, my own strength was still insufficient. I sighed, yet a triumphant smile played on my lips. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. This was, after all, the spatial ring of a late-stage, Great Perfection Foundation establishment cultivator. With a flash of white light, the jade-green ring, still faintly warm, appeared on a tray in my hand. This was the system's cross-realm teleportation function. Even from within the ancient immortal ruins, items could be sent back over vast distances. My spiritual sense infiltrated it. Though Shu Yan's spiritual mark still lingered, with his death the light of his spirit had extinguished. That mark was as fragile as a thin pane of paper. With merely a slight exertion of my will, I shattered it. As my thoughts stirred, the contents of the ring poured out onto the table like rain. First to catch my eye was a pile of spirit stones, forming a small mountain. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones and 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. My eyes instantly gleamed with avarice. Zhu Yan truly lived up to his position as an elder managing the outer sect. Combined with the spoils he plundered from others within the ruins this time, this fortune was indeed a massive windfall. Beyond the spirit stones, there were over a dozen bottles of various medicinal pills, mostly chi recovery pills and healing medicines, but also a few precious cultivation-advancing elixirs. 3 Dharma artifacts lay there: a high-grade Dharma sword, a defensive shield, and a small broken bell. And finally, the Drywood Longevity Technique Manual. From the chaotic pile, I retrieved a yellowed ancient text. This was Zhu Yan's primary cultivation technique. While not comparable to the inheritances of top-tier great sects, it was superior in its stability, and moreover possessed a miraculous secret art for extending one's lifespan. For the clones to cultivate, later specializing in cultivating spiritual herbs or acting as cannon fodder, it would surely prove invaluable. I casually tossed it aside, continuing my search. Soon a sheepskin map drew my attention. Several red points were marked on the map. Beside the largest red point, 3 small characters, tiny as a mosquito's head, were inscribed: Golden Core Fruit, Golden Core Opportunity. My heart pounded fiercely. This was the true objective that Zhu Yan had risked his life for, venturing into these ruins. With this item, my path to a Grandao Golden Core would be secure. Just as I was about to collect the items and formulate my next plan, my finger touched an inconspicuous bead in the corner. The bead was as black as ink, its surface dull and lightless, even bearing several small cracks, appearing no more than a cheap glass marble children might play with. Yet the instant my fingertip made contact, the usually silent system abruptly displayed a dazzling notification. Warning: detecting spatial fluctuations from a high-energy dimension, scanning an item. Name: remnant world core bead of a minor thousand world. Grade: special, capable of growth. Description: the final remnant origin of a collapsed minor thousand world. Though shattered, its internal, self-contained space and laws have not entirely dissipated. Upon repair, it can serve as the host's personal minor thousand world. Repair solution requires 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones as activation energy. Initiate repair and binding? I was stunned. 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, that was an exorbitant price. My 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones had barely warmed in my spatial ring, and now a significant portion was about to vanish. One must understand, for my current self, 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones were enough to acquire a terrifyingly large army of chi condensation cultivators, or to propel over a dozen clones to the Foundation establishment stage. This was truly a blood sacrifice. But a minor thousand world I swallowed hard. A personal world completely under my control. What did that signify? It meant I could conceal all my secrets within it. It meant I possessed an absolutely safe logistical base. It meant that, even if I were outmatched in the future, I could simply retreat into my minor thousand world. Who then could possibly touch me? This was the ultimate dream for every cultivator on the path of seeking the Tao. Wealth, once depleted, could be re-earned. To miss such a heaven-sent opportunity would be to incur the wrath of the heavens themselves. I gazed at the glittering pile of spirit stones on the table, my heart aching as if bleeding, but I gritted my teeth and nodded firmly. System: deduct the spirit stones and initiate the repair. If you fail this repair, I swear I'll dismantle you and sell your parts for scrap. At my command, 20,000 of the 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones on the table instantly vanished. A blinding white light, too intense for open eyes, erupted from the black bead, engulfing the entire subterranean chamber. An ancient primordial aura began to revive within the confined space. My eyes, initially filled with pain, slowly transformed into a fervent gaze. Great Elder, what you sent this time was no mere delivery. It was the very foundation of my destiny. Elder, may you depart in peace. This time next year, I shall ensure more spirit money is burned for your sake. Within the subterranean chamber of Xianxia Town, 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones transformed into the purest stream of energy, which was then entirely absorbed by the Black World Core bead. The bead's once dormant surface, its cracks visibly mending at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Black light converged, then radiated a warm, chaotic hue. Repair complete. Minor thousand world successfully bound to host soul. Current state, elementary stage, range 10 miles. Spirit chi concentration, 15 times that of the outside world. I felt a wondrous connection form within my mind. With a mere thought, my entire being vanished from the subterranean chamber. When my eyes opened once more, I stood upon hard gray-brown earth. Above, there was no sun. Nor was there a moon. Only a faint white light illuminated the desolate, empty expanse, which one could survey in a single glance. At its edges, swirling masses of gray fog churned. These were the chaotic spatial currents that had yet to be stabilized. Though somewhat desolate, the very air. I took a deep breath. The spirit chi here was far denser than in a barren place like Xianxia Town. Even if it couldn't quite compare to the inner sect of the Qingyun sect, it was not far behind. Most importantly, this place was absolutely safe. From this day forth, it shall be known as the Celestial Court's decree. I casually bestowed a name, having no time for further exclamations, and immediately shifted my perspective back to the system. Back at the ancient immortal ruins, it was precisely the time for harvest. Within the central area of the ruins, this place was no longer the red desert or rocky wasteland it once was. Instead, it was a verdant, flourishing basin. In the heart of the basin, beside a dry well, grew a small tree half the height of a man. Its leaves were a deep yellow, and from its branches hung 3 fist-sized fruits. The fruit's rind bore intricate patterns, and faintly, one could discern the sound of metal and stone clashing emanating from within. These were golden core fruits. A single fruit could increase one's chances of forming a golden core by 30%. With 3 fruits consumed at once, even a mere pig could be propelled into the golden core stage. However, as with all heavenly treasures and earthly wonders, there was always an exotic beast guarding them. At this moment, beside the small tree lay a colossal lion-like beast, its entire body covered in bristling purple fur. With each breath, arcs of electricity crackled from its nostrils, falling to the ground, creating small scorched craters. The purple lightning-mad lion, a demonic beast of the peak 2nd tier. Though this beast was slumbering, its ferocious aura, perceived by a die from 100 meters away in the bushes, confirmed it to be a peak 2nd tier demonic beast, equivalent to a cultivator at the Foundation establishment Great Perfection stage. Its tough hide, thick flesh, and innate lightning divine abilities meant a direct assault would be suicidal. A Yi, perched on a tree branch, wielding the high-grade spirit sword acquired from Zhou Yan, estimated the optimal angles. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, concealed behind a large rock, calmly analyzed the creature's crucial vulnerabilities, the soft white flesh beneath its throat and its eyes. This lion possessed a peculiar habit. Every 3 breaths, its tail would instinctively flick. This was its brief moment of vulnerability, a blind spot in its vigilance. How shall we strike? A die inquired. Lin Yi, pushing up non-existent spectacles, declared, old rules do not apply here. A die will draw its aggression, a knee will blind it. The remaining cultivators will then charge. As long as you are not yet dead, cling fiercely to its limbs. If all else fails, then resort to self-detonation on the spot. There will be no emotional burden on my conscience for this. For after all, we can be resurrected the very next day. If it means obtaining the golden core fruit, even death is a worthwhile sacrifice. Strike. The instant the command was given, a Dai sprang into action. Instead of charging head-on, he hoisted an immense boulder the size of a millstone and with a powerful twist of his waist, hurled it with shocking force. Whoosh! The stone shrieked through the air, startling the slumbering purple lightning mad lion. Its eyes snapped open, purple lightning flaring within its pupils as a massive front paw lashed out with a resounding thump. The boulder shattered like fragile porcelain, yet it was merely a diversion. Even as the rock fragments scattered, a Dai, his bulging muscles rippling, closed in with terrifying speed. The massive iron hammer in his grasp was poised to strike. Roar! Enraged, the purple lightning mad lion opened its maw and unleashed a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a man's arm. A Dai neither dodged nor evaded, steadfastly enduring the blow. The lightning struck his chest, searing his flesh and charring a large patch of his skin. His shattered hammer fell from his paralyzed hand, but his momentum remained unbroken. Spreading his arms wide, he surged forward, latching onto one of the purple lightning mad lion's hind legs with an iron grip. It's locked! A Dai roared, veins bulging across his entire body as he strained with all his might, pulling the lion's massive hindquarters off balance. The purple lightning mad lion spun its head to bite, but halfway through its turn a dark shadow plunged down from the trees. It was a knee clutching a pouch of potent, irritating powder, a vicious blend of chili powder and quicklime, which he sprinkled with deadly precision directly onto the purple lightning mad lion's face. Hey, over here. The purple lightning mad lion instinctively shut its eyes, only to be met with an agonizing sting in its eyelids. While the spirit sword in Ani's hand could not hope to penetrate its skull, it could certainly viciously jab at its eyelids. Roar! The purple lightning mad lion raged like a mad beast, its entire body erupting with furious crackling lightning, instantly forming a thunderous magnetic field around it. Ani convulsed violently from the electric shock, his hair standing on end. Yet he was utterly ruthless. With his other hand, he shoved the pouch of poison powder directly into the purple lightning mad lion's gaping maw. Enjoy your meal. Simultaneously, from the rustling bushes, dozens of illusory figures, each a 7th-level chi condensation cultivator, surged forth like an advancing army. They had no thought of defense. Each had a singular objective, to cling to any available surface on the lion's body, be it its forelegs, hind legs, tail, or even its powerful mane. Lightning ravaged their forms. The physical bodies of mere 7th-level chi condensation cultivators were utterly incapable of withstanding the lightning strikes of a peak 2nd-tier demonic beast. Some illusory figures were instantly incinerated by lightning the moment they charged. Others were flattened into grotesque paste by a single swipe of the lion's paw. But for every one that fell, 2 more surged forward. With a single breath left, even with only half a body remaining, they would open their jaws and bite fiercely into the purple lightning mad lion's flesh. Such a desperate and relentless assault would leave even a golden core stage cultivator utterly stunned, let alone a mere demonic beast. Within a mere 5 breaths, the purple lightning mad lion's body was laden with hundreds of clinging bodies. Every frustrated twitch it made was now burdened with thousands of pounds of extra weight. It was at this crucial moment that Lin Yi, who had remained concealed at the edge of the battlefield, finally seized his opportunity. In his hand, he clutched a specially crafted armor-piercing crossbow, its final arrow fletched with a potent, deadly toxin. A similar arrow had been used before against Zhou Yan. This was his last reserve. Writhing in agony and burdened by the clinging masses, the purple lightning mad lion threw its head back and bellowed in furious agony, exposing the soft, white flesh beneath its throat. This was its sole fatal vulnerability. Whip! The arrow whispered through the air, and with a soft thud, it plunged deep into the exposed flesh. The purple lightning mad lion's massive frame stiffened abruptly, the purple lightning in its eyes flickered and died. Finally, with an unwilling dying roar, it crashed heavily to the earth. A Dai released his charred hands, collapsing onto the scorched earth. The gaping smoking wound on his chest still smoldered, and around him lay a ring of lifeless forms, the discarded illusory figures. Over a dozen crippled figures, missing limbs and grievously wounded, desperately tried to stem their own bleeding. It was a gruesome spectacle, akin to the bloody aftermath of a meat grinder. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward, taking out a specialized jade box. He carefully plucked 3 golden core fruits from the tree, sealing them within the box. What about this tree and the beast's carcass? Ayer asked, clutching his bleeding ribs. Package them all up and take them. Lin Yi replied succinctly. A Dai nodded, spat out a mouthful of blood, and rose to approach the tree. He wrapped his 2 arms around the trunk, let out a soft roar, and the ground trembled. The spiritual root tree, which had grown for an unknown number of years, was forcefully uprooted along with a massive block of earth beneath it. System, retrieve everything. Whoosh! A flash of white light enveloped everything, whether it was the living, the wounded, the formidable corpse of the frenzied lion, or the uprooted fruit tree. All were swept away by a Dai, instantaneously vanishing from the spot, leaving behind only a chaotic battlefield and a deserted dry well. Inside the lesser world, I gazed at the mountain of high-quality spoils before me, nodding with satisfaction. First plant the tree, then stew the beast's carcass for my brethren to share. Those who sustain injuries simply commit suicide after eating, and we shall meet again tomorrow. A Dai joyfully dug a pit in the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy and planted the golden core fruit tree. Though it had left its original place of growth, the spiritual energy within this lesser world was more than sufficient to sustain its life. Furthermore, within Uncle Yan's drywood longevity technique manual, there existed a secret art to accelerate the growth of spiritual plants. This would become Lin Yi's future wellspring of wealth. To I commanded, prepare to start a fire and stew the meat. For now, it was time for the true work. I sat cross-legged, facing the system's control panel. With the golden core fruit now safely established, our sole remaining weakness lay in our cultivation realms and techniques. While all my clones had reached the peak of chi condensation, and some had even reluctantly stepped into the foundation establishment realm, these advancements were solely achieved through an overwhelming supply of resources. To truly form a high-quality golden core, or even the legendary perfect golden core of legend, merely consuming fruits would never suffice. The path demanded only the most supreme cultivation techniques. System summoned 972 clones, I declared. Capitalizing on the abundant spirit stones as plundered from the Grand Elder, and including those who had yet to respawn, we would round the number up to exactly 1,000. A dense white light illuminated the lesser world, and over 900 clones of varying forms materialized from thin air. Gazing upon these clones, I felt the system was gradually perfecting itself. After all, previous clones had been like lifeless puppets, their forms requiring manual sculpting. All of them ascend to the perfect early-stage foundation establishment. This was a monumental undertaking. The system's upgrade was no simple addition or subtraction. It demanded a vast expenditure of resources. Fortunately, the spirit stone mine had been thoroughly exploited beforehand, and Uncle Yan's personal wealth had also proven substantial enough. Total consumption, 350,000 spirit stones. Confirm? My hand trembled. 350,000. Just moments ago, I was a wealthy magnate with millions. With this single tap, I was practically back to being penniless. As the confirmation command was issued, the spiritual energy within the lesser world seemed to boil, and countless golden beams of light descended. This was the direct anointment of the system's power of rules. The aura of over 900 clones began to surge. Chi condensation first layer, chi condensation fifth layer, peak chi condensation foundation establishment. The spectacle was breathtakingly magnificent. Over 900 foundation establishment cultivators stood together, emanating a terrifying pressure. Such a legion would likely force even a golden core cultivator to steer clear. But as I looked at the system panel, my initial 3.08 million spirit stones had slowly dwindled to 1.8 million due to the lesser world's demands, and now with the clones upgrade only 630,000 remained. My heart truly bled. I raised my head, looking at the hazy sky, overwhelmed by sorrow. In my previous life, I toiled like an ox and a horse for mere scraps of silver. In this life, cultivating with the system, must I still labor for wealth? It would never be enough, yet, despite my grievances, the work had to be done. I retrieved 3 jade slips from within my robes. One was Uncle Yan's drywood longevity technique, another was the incomplete spring evergreen technique that Asan had obtained upon entering his sect, and the last was the 5 elements unification art, purchased from the Wanbao Lu. Upon seeing the spring evergreen technique, I could not help but curse its stinginess. Asan and his sect had been together for so long, yet they still hadn't issued a new cultivation technique. Without the system, I likely wouldn't even have entered the chi condensation realm by now. But something was better than nothing. Of these 3 cultivation techniques, one focused on nourishing life and prolonging longevity, with strong defense but insufficient offense. Another was balanced and impartial, providing a solid foundation but slow progress. The last manual presented no major issues, save that its peak cultivation only reached the 7th level of foundation establishment. None of these were truly top tier. But who said we could only cultivate with what was readily available? Has everyone eaten their fill? I rose, my voice echoing throughout the lesser world. Not enough to share. One of the clones cried out. A dark line appeared on my forehead. I had been too hasty. Over 900 individuals sharing a single beast carcass. It would be a miracle if it were enough. No matter, I have no objection. If others do, that is their concern. All of you, listen to my command. All Foundation establishment clones turned in unison, their movements precise, the scene solemn. Excluding those who had yet to respawn, your task now is but one. Through the system, I shared the contents of the 3 jade slips directly into the minds of every clone. Combine these 3 cultivation techniques, add each of your insights, and deduce for me. I desire a new cultivation technique, one that can forge a perfect golden core, possessing both formidable offense and incredible speed. The wisdom of a single individual is limited, but what if nearly 1,000 Foundation establishment cultivators, thinking day and night, connecting their insights, and calculating together? This was my ultimate trump card. Supercomputer Module 1 was tasked with analyzing the energy circulation cycle of the withered wood longevity art. Module 2 was responsible for optimizing the chi absorption rate of the evergreen art's 3rd module. Others simulated energy conflicts, diligently searching for points of fusion. The remaining clones devoted themselves entirely to trial and error. As commands were issued, the clones immediately sat cross-legged in their designated positions. In mere moments, spirit energy surged within the small world. Some clones even grew tree bark upon their bodies, a clear sign their cultivation had gone awry. Others suddenly vomited blood, their meridians having suffered a severe chi deviation. But immediately after, the lessons from these failures were shared among them. The other clones swiftly avoided those erroneous paths and continued their complex deductions. I sat at the very center, observing this unfolding scene, and a faint smile finally appeared at the corner of my lips. If this cultivation technique truly succeeded, combined with the power of those 3 golden catalyst fruits, my path to the golden core would be utterly unprecedented. But before that, I shifted my awareness, glancing through Asan's perspective. He was the sole asset I had left behind in the Qingyun sect. Asan, your moment to act has finally arrived. At the gate of the Qingyun sect, the setting sun cast a blood-red glow as a few crows cawed ominously from the archway. A yawning guard disciple suddenly spotted a figure, drenched in blood, painstakingly crawling up the distant mountain path. He was, quite literally, crawling. His clothes were tattered rags and one leg dragged uselessly behind him, twisted into a grotesque, broken angle. Each painful movement left a horrifying trail of blood on the stone steps, yet his hand still tightly clutched half of a broken sword, his mouth muttering something indistinct. The guard disciple peered closer, his face draining of color, so terrified he nearly tumbled from the steps. "It's senior brother Asan," quickly informed the enforcement hall. An incense stick's length of time later, within the main hall of the enforcement hall, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The intersect elders, usually so lofty and dignified, along with the hall master of the enforcement hall, now all bore grim expressions, seated in their elevated positions. In the great hall, Asan lay upon a stretcher, his breath faint and shallow. His body, crudely bandaged by a pillmaster, made him resemble a mummy. "Are you awake?" the hallmaster of the enforcement hall asked in a stern voice. The voice echoed throughout the great hall, making Asan's ears ring. Asan suddenly convulsed, as if jolted awake from a nightmare. He opened his eyes to familiar surroundings, yet showed no sign of relief. Instead, he burst into bitter tears. His wails were utterly mournful, touching the hearts of those who heard and bringing tears to those who saw. "Hallmaster! Elders! Grand Elder, he's dead!" Asan, weeping and distraught, tried to roll off the stretcher to kowtow. That expression of utter loyalty and profound sorrow made even the most iron-hearted enforcement disciples turn their gaze away, unable to bear witness. "What is this panic? Explain yourself clearly." The hallmaster slammed the table. "The Grand Elder is a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator, and he possesses a sect-protecting magic treasure. How could he possibly die in a mere outer ruin?" Asan wiped away his tears and snot, then tremblingly pulled out a black and burnt piece of cloth still reeking of char from within his robes. It was a torn corner of Zuyan's robe, stained with dried black blood. It was an ambush, a complete ambush. Asan's eyes were wide, his pupils filled with an unyielding terror. "The moment we entered the ruins, we were ambushed by a band of brigands calling themselves the Zhatian gang. They were no ordinary rogue cultivators. They were well-trained, coordinated seamlessly, and even possessed a strange formation array." "Zhatian gang?" The elders exchanged glances. The name sounded like that of a disorganized rabble, but in this cultivation world, where good and evil mingled freely, there was no shortage of crazed, reclusive forces lurking in the shadows. "Continue," the hallmaster commanded. "The Grand Elder, to protect incapable disciples like us, held the line alone at the rear." Asan spoke mournfully, beginning his elaborate performance. "That ravine was riddled with traps and poisonous chi," Asan wailed. "Though the Grand Elder fought with divine courage, slaying 7 or 8 of their number, the enemy was utterly despicable. They used their fallen comrades as shields and employed the cruel wheel battle tactic, slowly exhausting the Grand Elder's spirit energy." As Asan spoke, he vividly imagined a tragic and heroic scene that had never actually occurred. "Finally, the Grand Elder, to prevent us from being captured and shamed, even sacrificed his life essence, burning his blood to shatter the brigands' encirclement. Amidst the fiery blaze, he roared at me to take the news back to the sect. The Qingyun sect cannot be shamed." Reaching the climax of his tale, Asan forcefully kowtowed to the ground. A dull thud echoed through the hall, and blood streamed from his forehead. The powerless disciples could only watch helplessly as the Grand Elder was struck by a myriad of arrows. His corpse, his very body, was burned to ashes by those beasts, and all that could be brought back was this tattered piece of his robe. Silence descended upon the grand hall. Though this story seemed almost too perfect, Zhu Yan's hot-headed and fiercely protective nature for his disciples could reluctantly offer some explanation. More importantly, on the tattered cloth Asan brought back, there genuinely remained the distinctive spiritual energy fluctuations of Zhu Yan. It was the aura of death, the lingering energy after burning his vital blood. The man was dead, and dead men provide no testimony. The law enforcement hallmaster frowned in deep thought. In truth, what truly happened was not as important to the sect as its dignity. If word were to spread that a Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect was counter-killed after attempting murder and robbery within a ruin, where would the sect's dignity lie then? Who would dare to seek refuge with them thereafter? But if he had died protecting his disciples, perishing alongside an evil force, that would be an entirely different matter. This was a tragic yet noble veil to shroud the truth. It seems Junior Brother Zhu has indeed sacrificed himself for the sect. A long moment later, an inner sect elder sighed, delivering the conclusion. "The Exploding Heavens Gang, what a truly formidable name." A murderous glint flashed in the law enforcement hallmaster's eyes. Since the verdict was set, this enmity had to be avenged, even if merely for appearances. "Issue the order. A bounty shall be placed on the remaining members of the Exploding Heavens Gang. Anyone who provides clues will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones." With these matters handled, everyone's gaze turned to the sole survivor. This young fellow, Asan, was able to escape from that Asura battlefield. Luck was certainly a factor, but his loyalty was even more precious. With the outer sect in disarray and people's hearts wavering, it was precisely the time to set an example. "Disciple Asan, step forward." Asan weakly replied, "You have brought back the Grand Elder's relics and delivered this grim news. Though your cultivation is low, your loyalty is commendable." The law enforcement hall master pondered for a moment, then threw out a command medallion. It was a bronze medallion, upon which the character for enforcement was carved. The Grand Elder is gone. The outer sect cannot be without a master even for a single day. You are familiar with the outer sect's affairs, therefore, you shall temporarily assume the role of outer sect enforcer. You will take charge of procuring resources and supplies, a task previously handled by the Grand Elder. The surrounding disciples sucked in a cold breath. Procurement. That was the most lucrative position in the entire outer sect. Previously, Zhu Yan had clung to it tightly, refusing to let go, and even inner sect elders coveted the role. Now it had fallen into the hands of an unknown youth. This disciple is truly too inexperienced. Asan feigned fright. If it's given to you, then accept it. The hall master, growing a little impatient, added, "This is your reward for your loyalty. Furthermore, go to the treasury and claim 500 spirit stones. Recover well from your injuries and do not disgrace the sect's prestige." Yes, this disciple will certainly serve the sect diligently, even to death, without regret. Asan trembled with excitement, his hand shaking as he received the medallion. Only the storyteller truly knew that his excitement was a suppressed urge to laugh until he convulsed. As night fell, Asan was respectfully escorted back to his dwelling by several outer sect disciples. The moment the door closed, Asan, who had been groaning in pain, sat bolt upright. The pained expression on his face vanished, replaced by a cunning smirk. "Boss, how many points would you give this performance in the mortal realm?" The storyteller observed the scene and gave a subtle thumbs up. 99 points. 1 point is missing, lest you grow arrogant. Now get to work, as you command. Asan did not tend to his injuries. Instead, he touched the enforcer medallion he had just received. Zhu Yan was dead. The chaos he left behind was the true golden opportunity. That very night, Asan, bearing his heavy injuries, secretly met with several of Zhu Yan's old associates. These included the largest medicinal herb merchant in King Shan Town, a black market smuggler, and several rogue cultivator leaders who specialized in doing Zhu Yan's dirty work. Within a dark secret chamber, candlelight flickered faintly. Elder Zhu is no more. As per our earlier records, a burly rogue cultivator, brazen and arrogant, toyed with a dagger in his hand, his gaze fixed malevolently upon Asan. His intention was abundantly clear. With the debtor now deceased, the debt was deemed nullified, and he refused to hand over the previously agreed-upon tribute. Asan, seated calmly in the main seat, leisurely took a sip of tea. He spoke no words, merely tapping the table lightly. Outside the door, several heavy thuds suddenly echoed, followed by 2 bruised and battered underlings being flung into the room. They were, in fact, the very men who had been guarding the entrance. A towering figure emerged from the shadows, a massive axe clutched in his hand. This was a Dai, whom I had temporarily assigned to the task. Now let us recalculate the ledgers. Asan set down his teacup, a benign smile gracing his lip. Elder Joe is a matter of the past. From this day forth, the Outer Sects Procurement Division falls under my purview, Fansan. The established rules shall remain, yet I shall only claim 7/10 of the profits. The remaining 3/10 shall be your share for your troubles. Faced with this delicate balance of coercion and incentive, the leader's gaze fell upon his fallen underlings and the bloodied axe. He swallowed hard, then immediately plastered a jovial smile upon his face. Steward Fan is truly straightforward and magnanimous. From this day forward, we shall humbly follow Steward Fan's every command. That very night, the clandestine network of businesses within the Qingyun sect's outer sect silently completed a complete changing of the guard. 3 days later, within the miniature world, I gazed upon the skyrocketing figures on the system panel, a wide grin spreading across my face. The initial balance, once depleted by the repairs to the miniature world and the upgrades to my clones, had in these 3 days surged upward like a soaring rocket. The personal wealth of Zhou Yan from his black market dealings, combined with the immense profits Asan had reaped from procuring resources by leveraging mutant plants, now brought the current balance to an astounding 850 low-grade spirit stones. And this was merely after 3 days. Indeed, while killing and arson might bring swift riches, nothing compares to the boundless wealth generated by a true monopoly. I mused, sighing contentedly as I casually tossed a freshly ripened spiritual fruit into my mouth. Yet I remained unsatisfied. Money I now possessed in abundance, and my strength had temporarily stabilized thanks to my clone legion. But the true foundations, the profound magical arts, the secret inherited formations, and the deeper mysteries of this world could not be bought with mere money. These priceless treasures were all hidden within the very core of the sect. My gaze drifted towards the spot marked with an X on the map. Have you located Asan? Boss, he's right here. He just acquired a batch of spiritual herbs at an incredibly low price and is currently counting his earnings. Asan's voice was brimming with delight. Stop counting. Tonight, we have a major undertaking, I declared, rising to my feet. Behind me, mist swirled as 999 Foundation Establishment Stage 7th Layer clones stood in perfect formation. These clones, after days of deductive cultivation, though yet to achieve the legendary Golden Core method, had grown increasingly formidable in their aura. Notably, each of them wore a standard spatial ring, salvaged from Zhou Yan's own spatial ring, looking like a pack of hungry wolves, fully equipped for plunder. Boss, Asan's voice trembled. Are we truly going through with this? Asan's voice had a slight tremor, a mix of excitement and trepidation. I merely smiled in response. The Qingyun sect had bestowed upon you such a significant position, I quipped. How could we not reciprocate such profound generosity? The books within the cultivation manuals hall I desire. The jade slips on the shelves I desire. Even the scraps of paper used to steady a table leg, I desire them all. Tonight we shall move house for the Qingyun sect. I have already devised a name for our operation. Let us call it Steward Fan's Great Sweep. The night at Qingyun sect was tranquil and beautiful, the patrolling disciples idly gambling, as was their custom. Little did they know a swarm of locusts, the so-called Jadian gang, had already opened its jaws, ready to devour all. The night was as dark as ink. The Qingyun sect's cultivation manuals hall stood silently under the moonlight, one of the most crucial locations within the entire sect. Here, 3 foundation establishment stage, 7th layer elders stood guard year-round. Additionally, 2 layers of grand defensive formations protected it. Even an ordinary insect, should it dare to fly in, would have its wings severed by the formations. But what if it were one of their own? Marshal Uncle Zhang, Marshal Uncle Li, you two haven't retired for the night yet? Asan, carrying 2 jars of fine wine he had just brought from down the mountain, approached the guarding elders, a wide smile on his face. This is fine wine, freshly discovered among Elder Zhou's possessions, he announced. A humble offering for you 2 esteemed elders to warm your bodies. The 2 elders, both known to be fond of wine, and with Asan now a prominent figure in the outer sect, wielding true authority, who among them would dare not show him some deference? Steward Fan, you are too kind. The moment the 2 men accepted the wine jars and tilted their heads back for a long gulp, the smile on Asan's face vanished instantly. His fingers rapidly formed a seal behind his back. An imperceptible fluctuation of spiritual energy directly severed the warning formation within the cultivation manual's hall. Simultaneously, within the miniature world, I gazed at the colossal green dot on the screen. With a powerful swing of my hand, I commanded all units heed my command. Our target, the cultivation manual's hall. Remember our battle cry. Raid it, plunder it, clear it out. The space surrounding the cultivation technique hall suddenly twisted violently. Not 1 or 2 cracks, but hundreds, thousands of spatial fissures exploded simultaneously without a single word, without any probing. 999 towering figures clad in night black robes and demonic masks suddenly appeared, every single one a perfect foundation establishment cultivator. 999 formidable auras overlapped, instantly overwhelming the elder who had just prepared to guard the hall. The other 2, who had just intended to unleash their poison, found their faces grimacing from this terrifying pressure, unable to make a move. One figure, wearing a comical grinning mask and holding an iconic sack, took charge. One team immediately sealed off all 4 directions, allowing entry but no escape. 2 teams set up an efficient assembly line for transport, their movements swift, their postures imposing. The rest of you follow me into the hall, whether it be jade slips, ancient texts, calligraphy, scrolls on the walls, or even the legs of the tables, take it all down. The great doors were violently kicked open. This was no mere pillaging, this was demolition. The cultivation technique hall, originally solemn and majestic, instantly transformed into a chaotic marketplace. A die strode with great steps towards a row of bookshelves. Without even bothering to check if they contained a blazing fire sword art or a cold ice palm, he firmly gripped, uprooting both shelf and books, throwing them behind him. Immediately, a clone caught them, stuffing them into a spatial ring. Once a spatial ring was full, its contents were transferred to the largest spatial ring. Over there, if that luminous night pearl cannot be pried out, then simply chop down the entire pillar and take it away. That meditation mat is woven from enlightenment grass, don't miss it. Barely half a T ceremony's time later, the first floor had been completely cleared. Even the window paper had been scraped off. A keen eye scanned the surroundings, discovering that the blue bricks paving the ground emitted a faint light. They were none other than low-grade spirit materials, azure essence stones, known to be beneficial for concentrating the mind and calming the spirit. Brother Ayer, veins bulging, bellowed, his voice echoing through the increasingly empty grand hall. Boss said we must buy a house in the heavenly court. These floor tiles don't look bad. Pry them up for me. Immediately, the clattering sound of bricks being pried echoed to the heavens. A band of cultivators, who should have been seeking enlightenment of the great Tao or vying for powerful Dharma treasures, were instead using flying swords to pry up floor tiles. If the immortal Tao ancestors were to witness this scene, their very coffin lids would surely fly open in indignation. What insolent brigands dare to trespass upon my Qingyun sect? Just as the second floor was on the verge of being completely cleared, a furious roar finally echoed from afar. Several streams of light rapidly approached, led by none other than the sect master of the Qingyun sect. Behind him were the law enforcement hall master and several intersect peak masters. Sensing the heaven-shaking, unfamiliar aura emanating from the cultivation technique hall, their hearts burned with anxiety. Nearly 1,000 foundation establishment cultivators. What top-tier sect dares wage war against my Qingyun sect? Block their retreat! Ayer's ear twitched. He quickly stuffed the last tile into his belt and let out a sharp whistle. Within the grand hall, the busy clones, having no intention of staying to fight, instantly vanished in flashes of white light, some still clutching half-demolished pillars. In an instant, the once bustling grand hall was devoid of a single soul, leaving behind only 4 bare walls, an uneven floor, and a door frame without its doors. However, 2 figures remained in the courtyard. A Dai had not left. He stood bare-chested, muscles rippling, a ferocious Hanya demon mask covering his face, a massive warhammer in hand, single-handedly blocking the entrance. Meanwhile, Asan was clinging tightly to a Dai's leg, his face covered in fresh blood, wailing tragically, "If you want to leave, first leave behind our ancestors' treasures. Scram, you pests!" A Dai, playing along perfectly, delivered a powerful kick to Asan's chest. Asan shrieked, flying backward, crashing into the wall, and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. But immediately he lunged forward like a mad dog, biting fiercely at Atai's ankle, crying out, "Where are the others? The thieves are about to escape!" This tragic and heroic scene perfectly unfolded before the eyes of the newly arrived sect master. These bastards, how dare they act so brazenly? The sect master was so enraged his hair stood on end, and the terrifying pressure of his late-stage golden core cultivation erupted. A massive spiritual energy hand descended from the sky, striking forcefully towards them. A flash of contempt flickered in Adai's eyes. He did not dodge. His entire body's chi and blood surged, his form instantly swelling, turning a terrifying purplish red. "Long live the blood concealment sect," he roared, charging straight into that gigantic hand. The violent explosion shook the already precarious cultivation technique hall, mainly because there were no longer any supporting pillars. Adai had self-destructed. The self-destruction of a perfect foundation establishment cultivator unleashed power comparable to a full-force blow from an early-stage golden core cultivator. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, the sect master waved his sleeve, dispersing the aftermath. His face turned ashen. On the ground, apart from a massive crater and mangled flesh, nothing remained, not even a chance for a soul to escape. Cough, cough. Sect master. From a corner of the rubble, a San weakly crawled out, in his hand still clutching a token that Adai had seemingly accidentally dropped before self-destructing. It was an intentionally faked token, with a blood-red skull carved upon it. "Asan, how are you?" The law enforcement hallmaster rushed forward to help Asan up. Looking at the miserable state of this child, an indescribable sense of guilt arose in his heart. It was just like last time, when the Grand Elder perished. It was he who had risked his life to bring back crucial information. This time, when the cultivation technique hall was plundered, it was he who bravely lured and stalled the thieves. Truly a loyal disciple. This disciple is incompetent. Asan, trembling, raised the token, for he had only managed to retrieve this one item. Everything else was lost. Gazing upon the empty main hall, where even the floor tiles had been pried clean, the sect master felt his vision darken, a wave of bitter anger rising in his throat. For a 1,000-year foundation, how desperate and audacious were these petty thieves to even steal the very tiles of his sect? The sect master glared at the token, gnashing his teeth, uttering 3 words from between them. "Should this outrageous act go unavenged, I of the Qingyun lineage am unworthy of being called human." The next morning, in the main hall of the Qingyun sect, the atmosphere was even more solemn than when news of the cultivation technique hall's robbery first broke. Though efforts were made to conceal it, the truth could not be hidden. To reassure the people and set an example, the sect had to take action. Asan was once again carried into the main hall. Fan San, the sect master's voice was hoarse, as if a single night had aged him by a decade. "Disciple, you are present. The incident last night brought shame upon the entire sect, but only your unwavering heart could shine brighter than the sun and moon." The sect master took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. "After deliberation by the elders, effective this month, Fan San shall be promoted to Deputy Hall Master of the Mission Hall, enjoying the same dawi as an inter-sect elder. He is awarded 400,000 low-grade spirit stones and a selection of medicinal pills." No one in the world dared object. Although an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator becoming a deputy hall master seemed preposterous, at this moment no one dared speak against it. After all, this man had traded his life for it. Asan, lying on the stretcher, tears welling in his eyes, uttered, "Thank you, sect master, this disciple will serve with utmost devotion." Yet inwardly his heart soared with joy. The mission hall was where sect assignments were distributed and disciple resources allocated. This was akin to letting a mouse into a rice jar. Simultaneously, within the heavenly court minor realm, I sat upon a throne constructed from books, a Qingyun secret tome in my hand, reading intently. Around me, my clones enthusiastically continued their work, the stolen floor tiles of the Qingyun sect now paving a grand plaza. The plundered bookshelves were neatly arranged within a makeshift wooden dwelling. A ear was directing several individuals, carefully hanging a signboard taken from the cultivation technique hall's entrance onto his own latrine. "Boss, the inventory is complete." Ling Yi approached, clutching an abacus. "We have 32 profound-grade cultivation techniques, wafting 400 yellow-grade cultivation techniques, and countless miscellaneous skills, pill recipes, and array formations. Though there are no high-grade items from the palace grade or above, this is more than sufficient as foundational teachings for our heavenly court." "Not bad at all." I closed the book, a golden glint flashing in my eyes. With these cultivation techniques, coupled with the system's powerful deduction capabilities, those 1,000 clones will swiftly become more than just a suicide squad reliant on self-detonation. But cultivation techniques alone are still not enough. I rose, my gaze seemingly piercing through the mists of the minor realm toward the distant main peak of the Qingyun sect. Asan had just sent word. He had discovered several interesting entries in the mission hall's ledgers. The Qingyun sect, in preparation to confront the so-called blood-hidden sect, was recalling resources from its secret strongholds back to its main headquarters. Moreover, a copy of the sect's treasure vault's forbidden array map seemed to be hidden within a secret compartment in the mission hall. A smile curved upon my lips. "We have the books, but not yet enough wealth to spend. Inform Asan to recover well first." As a deputy hallmaster, he must now truly care for the sect. Next time, we shall help them oversee their treasure vault. The heavenly court minor realm, once a desolate and gloomy land, was now submerged under a sea of books. Books, scrolls, replicas, and jade slips brought back from the Qingyun sect's cultivation technique hall, piled up like small mountains. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and ink, mingled with an indescribable aroma of successful thievery. I sat upon the highest stack of books, casually flipping through a volume titled Comprehensive History of the Continent. My brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Below me, 99 burly figures sat cross-legged. Each held a book, some with deeply furrowed brows, others scratching their heads in frustration, as if wishing they could devour the books whole. And then there was Ada, who was using a book to cover his face, snoring loudly. "Everyone, wake up now!" I rolled up the book in my hand and sharply tapped Ada's head. Kopi Ada startled awake, wiping drool from his chin. "Boss, is it time to eat yet?" "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating." I pointed at the stacks of books on the ground, lamenting their slow comprehension. "This is knowledge. This is power. Though we stole them, we must internalize them for them to truly become ours. Listen up, all of you." Nearly 1,000 clones instantly straightened their backs. Though their style was crude, their discipline was impeccable. "For the next 5 days, no one is to work and no one is to sleep." I raised 5 fingers. "I want all of you to engrave every single word here into your minds. We are not just bandits, we must be cultured bandits. No corresponding 100 in original input, assuming it ends at 99. Yes, boss, this task is indeed insurmountable." Ayer, his face etched with distress, clutched a manual of foundational formations. The cryptic lines drawn within it, when isolated, I could discern their meaning. Yet, when combined, they became more unfathomable than even celestial scriptures. If comprehension eludes you, then commit it to memory. When 999 minds are linked, even stone can be ground into blossoms. I just not, for this is the formidable aspect of the resonant thought clone system. Even with 10 minds, comprehension remained elusive. When 100 minds engage in discourse, even then, a single understanding often eludes. When near 1,000 consciousnesses process information simultaneously, this calculative might is sufficient to utterly crush any genius. Upon that golden core, profound Tao patterns began to manifest, one after another, 2 then 9. Immediately thereafter, the entire pocket dimension trembled as the 10th Tao pattern, akin to the primordial chaos itself, was powerfully etched into its very essence. The perfect golden core was finally complete. An indescribable wave of spiritual energy centered around the core swept outwards. The boundaries of the pocket dimension began to wildly expand once more. A space once merely 10 li wide, in the blink of an eye, expanded to 20 li. The parched earth fractured, and crystal-clear spirit springs erupted, converging into flowing rivers. Deep beneath the earth, a nascent spiritual vein began to condense, radiating an alluring surge of spiritual qi. The concentration of spiritual qi instantly surged, becoming 3, even 4 times more potent than the outside world. I drew a deep breath, only to hear the faint voice of the little demoness echo. "Boss, do not celebrate prematurely. Observe your current balance." I, dumbfounded, opened the control panel. Current balance, 4.5 million low-grade spirit stones. Confound it, I leaped to my feet. Where are my more than 20 million? I merely blinked once. Over 20 million had vanished. Did not the price reflect the value? The little demoness, having drifted a short distance away, argued with fervent reason. 900 perfected foundation establishment cultivators, are they mere weeds? Furthermore, expanding a pocket dimension and forming a spiritual vein, that is seizing the very fortune of heaven and earth. Were this spiritual vein to manifest in the outside world, even a first-rank sect would wage war to exhaustion for its acquisition. I clutched my chest, feeling my heart bleed. Half a year of arduous plundering, only to find myself one morning reduced to a mere 4.5 million spirit stones. Though it sounds like a vast sum, given the voracious nature of this system, I fear it will not even cause a ripple. Profiteer, you are undoubtedly a deceitful profiteer. I gritted my teeth, seething. "Boss, broaden your horizon," she chirped. The little demoness gestured towards the demon race spy kneeling upon the ground. "We now possess mighty warriors and formidable generals. Though we may lack coin, is this not a direct path to a veritable gold mine?" I followed the direction of her pointed finger. The spy trembled uncontrollably, gazing upon the 10,000 hulking, perfected foundation establishment cultivators surrounding him, feeling as though he had fallen into a giant's lair. Indeed, I inhaled deeply, my gaze slowly hardening. If wealth is depleted, then we shall seize it. Since the demon realm dares to stir up trouble, let them not blame me for raiding their very lairs and implementing the 3 clean policy. I turned my head to Ayer, issuing a decree. Aside from the essential alchemy and artifact refining divisions, everyone else is to assemble. This time we shall not feign the demeanor of upright gentlemen. Within 100,000 li radius, every stronghold of evil cultivators and demonic cultivators shall be utterly swept clean. Let it be known, as the ancient saying goes, even a passing dog shall be made to leave behind its bones. We must amass enough resources to reclaim our losses, journey to the demon realm, and establish ourselves as magnates. Ayer, hoisting his great saber, grinned radiantly. "Excellent, boss. This task of upholding heaven's way and dispensing justice is precisely what we brothers relish most." Within the pocket dimension, 10,000 cheered, for a destructive assault aimed at the surrounding dark forces had from this very moment commenced. Meanwhile, the esteemed old ancestor of the Qingyun sect was still painstakingly arranging his defensive lines, unaware that the true peril was never the demon race yet to descend, but rather this desperate horde of heavenly brigands now cornered. Outside the Azure Cloud sect, the Black Wind stronghold was an overlord within a 500-mile radius. Its stronghold master was a formidable figure, a half-step golden core cultivator wielding a ghost head blade said to be stained with the blood of thousands. It was said they only ever plundered others. Even the Azure Cloud sect's patrol teams had to detour around them. Yet today the main gates of the Black Wind stronghold lay shattered, not by destructive spells, but trampled into splinters by 1,000 pairs of feet. Robbers, males to the left, females to the right, and those neither male nor female stand in the middle. Shouldering his iconic Supreme Great Spirit artifact, a massive chopping blade, swaggered and settled himself onto the Stronghold Master's main seat. The smiling mask upon his face seemed even more chilling under the flickering firelight. Below him, 1,000 black-clad masked men diligently conducted a carpet-style search of the robber's den like busy bees. The Black-Wind Stronghold Master knelt on the ground, his face bruised and battered. His renowned ghost head blade lay broken into 3 pieces. At this moment, he trembled, staring at the uninvited guests. Honorable sirs, we have connections, even powerful backing. If you also have such backing, then surely we can come to an understanding. Call them here so we can rob together. Legs crossed, pulled something from his bosom. Enough nonsense. Hand over the treasury key. Also, I've heard that the hairpin on your 7th wife is a spirit artifact. Remove it. Yes, sir, the Stronghold Master's heart bled. That was a sacred token of love. Even if it were a gilded ash urn, I would pry it off for you. Waved his hand. 2 of his clones immediately rushed forward, expertly stripping the Stronghold Master bare, not even sparing his undergarments. Not far off, another clone was pinning down a spirit hound guarding the entrance, wielding scissors and snipping wildly, shearing off all the spiritual fur from the dog's body. Big Brother said, even a passing dog must leave something behind. He stuffed the dog fur into a spatial ring, patting the spirit hound, which now seemed to be questioning its very existence as a dog. Over the next half-month, 266 such scenes violently erupted within a 100,000-mile radius around the Azure Cloud sect. Whether they were mountain bandits reigning as kings, demonic cultivators lurking in dark caves, or even immortal cultivation clans operating under the principle of the big fish eat the small, all faced devastating attacks. Righteous factions fared slightly better. As long as they obediently paid their dues to this self-proclaimed heavenly tax would be spared, perhaps losing a few paving stones from their mansions. But for those dark, blood-stained forces of evil, it was truly the end of days. They were uprooted entirely. Some were killed, their souls obliterated, their treasuries looted, and even their homes were dismantled for firewood. In an instant, within 100,000 miles, the winds rustled the grass in fear. There were even rumors that this was a mysterious legion. From the mere sight of these masked, sturdy men appearing was enough to send even the ordinarily aloof, golden core old ancestors fleeing in terror with their entire families. Aside from those soul transformation stage-old monsters who wouldn't quake at this sight, 1,000 Foundation establishment, perfected cultivators charging relentlessly. Even if one possessed copper skin and iron bones, they would be melted down. While chaos reigned supreme outside, within the heavenly court miniature world, a different scene unfolded. Here it was perpetually spring, and the spiritual energy was so dense it almost solidified. I lay in the courtyard of a simplified heaven and earth palace, my entire body submerged in a colossal spirit spring pool. It was bliss. Though, to be honest, this so-called Heaven and Earth Palace was merely a simple 3-room, 3-protrusion courtyard house, the best I could manage. Although I had just acquired a massive windfall, this miniature world and my brothers were truly a bottomless pit. If I could save, I would save. This was the true path of life. From the edge of the pool, I picked a freshly harvested spirit fruit and took a bite. All the dirty, tiring work was handled by my clones. Cultivation was replaced by my clones, battles were led by my clones. My main body merely needed to enjoy the fruits of victory, while incidentally grasping the grand strategic direction. A life like this, I wouldn't trade it even for that of an immortal. My slumber was so deep, the world seemed to fall into darkness. When I opened my eyes again, half a month had already passed. Sleeping in the spirit spring had an advantage. Not only did I not turn mushy from soaking, but spiritual energy automatically circulated in my dreams, nourishing my body to become increasingly pure. I stretched, climbed out of the pool, changed into a dry blue robe, and leisurely walked towards the alchemy district. I recalled that before entering secluded cultivation, I had instructed my 3 clones to fully assault the 3-path pill formation array in preparation for the next grand operation. As I neared the alchemy district, a pungent medicinal aroma, mixed with the smell of burnt rice, assaulted my nostrils. Who is cooking rice? I turned around, bewildered. The sight before me almost made me think I had transmigrated to another dimension again. I saw 100 large iron cauldrons neatly arranged across the vast plaza. Indeed, they were precisely the black iron woks used by common folk in the countryside for stir-frying vegetables. Beneath them, spirit charcoal appearing from who knew where, burned fiercely, sending flames soaring. And busy, before these iron cauldrons were 100 clones, donning tall white chef hats and double-breasted chef uniforms. In their hands were no whisks, no pill formulas, but heavy iron ladles, used to rapidly stir and coagulating spirit herbs. A clone, appearing to be the commander, bellowed, and all 100 clones simultaneously clapped lids onto their cauldrons. The cauldron lids, resembling pressure cooker lids, were secured. Then, rampant spiritual energy pressed them down tightly. The sound of turning steam valves echoed in unison. A moment later, all 100 cauldron lids simultaneously sprang open. From the rising white smoke, each cauldron yielded over 10 round, plump medicinal pills, all of mid-grade profound tier. Good heavens, I muttered, rubbing my eyes. Was this truly pill refining or merely stir-frying peanuts? I could barely believe my eyes. I then moved to examine the adjacent artifact refining and formation array areas. Heavens above, the artifact refining zone was even more ludicrous. Dozens of clones stood in a line before a colossal conveyor belt fashioned from the sinews of some mighty beast. The first clone placed an iron block onto the belt, the second struck it with a massive hammer, the third engraved talismans upon it, and the fourth tempered the metal. This was clearly an assembly line factory, a phenomenon echoed in the adjacent formation array zone and where large metallic golems, resembling automatons, lay upon work tables, their hands wielding carving knives, furiously etching designs onto blank formation plates. Nearby, a few formation master clones leisurely sip tea, only needing to insert spirit stones into the backs of those iron golems for them to work tirelessly. Elder brother, you are awake? A Dia's voice echoed from behind me. I turned, pointing at the chaotic spectacle before my eyes, my lips twitching. Who commanded you to work in such a manner? Was it Aer? A Da scratched his head. Ignored timecode. If the essence of pill refining lies in the precise fusion of ingredients, Aer had explained, then a double-layered crucible with a large heat-resistant surface, combined with a pressure cauldron to retain the medicinal efficacy, only requiring precise flame control, would yield far greater efficiency than any conveyor belt. He called it the wisdom of enlightened innovation. Furthermore, each individual is responsible for a single, specialized step, minimizing errors and allowing for rapid mass production. Stunned into silence, I then pulled over a spectacled clone nearby, who was busy measuring a flying sword's dimensions with a caliper. Where did you acquire these spectacles? Ayer crafted them for me, the clone replied. He said they make one appear more scholarly, and that a researcher should always look the part. The clone pushed up the frames of his spectacles on the bridge of his nose, his expression utterly serious. Elder brother, according to my calculations, the aerodynamic shape of this flying sword must be optimized. Its wind resistance is far too great. I was so exasperated I burst out laughing. All of you possess shared memories, I questioned. Why do you not simply access Ayer's mind directly? Must he always teach you everything? The clone pouted indignantly. Is far too cunning. He denies access to this particular part of his memories. He claims one must possess a sense of intellectual property, and that to learn one must offer payment in the form of sustenance. This left me utterly speechless, staring up at the heavens. Though these clones were all, by nature, reflections of myself, their individual personality parameters had been set differently. Gathered together, they were not but a collection of peculiar and eccentric individuals. Very well, I conceded. Though they are a slight eyesore, their efficiency is truly beyond reproach. I casually grabbed a handful of freshly refined rejuvenation pills, shoving them into my mouth as if they were mere bean candies. How far has the deduction of the cultivation technique progressed? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the spectacled clones nearby immediately darkened. Elder brother, we are stuck. Stuck where? At the golden core perfection stage. The clone sighed, pointing towards a mountainous pile of ancient texts in the distance. Though the cultivation techniques we have acquired are numerous, most are of low grade. Regarding the method to shatter the golden core and form a nascent soul, which is a crucial step involving the sublimation of the soul, the available documentation is pitifully scarce. Just then the little demoness appeared from seemingly nowhere, a half-eaten demonic core still clutched in her hand. Cease your futile efforts. She hovered in midair, nonchalantly dangling her small legs. The heritage of this realm has been too severely broken. The great immortal demon war saw the loss of all truly valuable knowledge. What remains are naught but crippled remnants. With your current methods of deduction, even if you were to forcefully achieve a breakthrough and form a nascent soul, it would merely be a pseudo-nascent soul, leading down the very path of a rogue immortal that many speak of. Thereafter, each subsequent heavenly tribulation would be 10 times more formidable than the last. Sooner or later, you would be utterly annihilated, turned to dust. I furrowed my brow. A pseudo-nascent soul? I scoffed. What I seek is the path of invincibility, not to become a mere elder who can only cling to life for a few thousand years. Are you implying, then, that we lack the crucial knowledge? Lacking core data at the soul level. The little demoness swallowed the last demon core. Such supreme treasures have long been lost on the righteous path. Conversely, the demonic realm had plundered quite a few in the past, preserving them almost perfectly. I narrowed my eyes. It seems I have no choice but to journey to the demonic realm. I took a deep breath. If the path is blocked, then I shall shatter the barrier and forge ahead. With my golden core at perfection, I can now venture into the demonic realm. System transfer Lin Yi here to me. The next moment, a white light flashed. Lin Yi, clad in pristine white, exuding a serene and cold aura, appeared before me. After a period of secluded cultivation, her aura had grown even more refined, like a peerless treasured sword still sheathed. Big brother. Lin Yi bowed slightly. Wasting no words, I immediately commanded all my clones. Halt all your current activities. Whether refining pills or even attending to nature's call, stop everything immediately. All of you sit cross-legged and link your minds. The entire small world immediately fell silent. Even the clones working on the production lines instantly cast aside their hammers and sat cross-legged in place. Their collective consciousness in that instant connected to form a colossal net. Lin Yi entered the spirit pond. Without a word, she walked straight into the pond of liquefied, dense spiritual chi and sat cross-legged. I want all of you to channel every insight, every ounce of spiritual energy towards Lin Yi. Even if you must pile it on, you must forge a true limit for her. This was an incredibly extravagant cultivation method, utilizing 10,000 peak foundation establishment cultivators as a foundation to nourish a single individual. In an instant, within the small world, the very heavens seemed to shift. A visible vortex of spiritual energy formed above Lin Yi's head and began pouring inwards. After the time it takes for a single incense stick to burn, a crisp cracking sound echoed from within Lin Yi's body as her aura immediately broke through that thin membrane. She had entered the mid-golden core stage. After 3 more incense sticks time, she reached the late golden core stage. The golden core, originally the size of a pigeon's egg, had now swollen to the size of a fist. 9 distinct pill veins were clearly visible upon it, and a 10th faint vein seemed to flicker, hinting at further breakthroughs. A terrifying wave of oppressive might, capable of distorting the very heavens, erupted from Lin Yi's body. That was no ordinary golden core stage oppressive might. That heavy sensation even surpassed that of an ordinary early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Lin Yi slowly opened her eyes. Within their depths, it seemed the sun, moon, and stars themselves revolved. Success! I gazed at Lin Yi's almost perfect spiritual energy fluctuations, and my heart was finally at ease. With this level of combat power, she could directly confront even an old monster of the mid-nascent soul stage. Little demoness, how do we reach the demonic realm? I turned my head and asked. Forcibly breaching a spatial rift will certainly not work. We would easily be discovered by the demonic realm's mighty experts. The little demoness grinned cunningly, pointing at the demon race scout abandoned in the corner, who was now utterly pale with fear. Forcibly breaking in, of course, won't do, the little demoness explained. We need to go home. Doesn't that scout wish to open a rift to lead in a great army? We shall simply let him lead the way. Furthermore, the little demoness licked her lips. I can extract the primal demonic blood from his body. After the system refines it, I can create a clone for you with a pure demonic race bloodline. By then, you won't be an invader. You will be a long-lost royal descendant of the demonic realm, returning to inherit your family's legacy. I looked at the scout, who was now nearly scared to death, and a devilish smile spread across my face. Excellent idea, I commanded. Lin Yi, take that rat. We're heading to the Luhunyuan. This time, show no mercy. If we encounter male demons, kill them for their essence blood. As for females, we'll decide then. The main objective is to open a path to the demonic realm for me. In the dead of night, several figures silently departed the small world, heading towards the Luohunyuan, 800 li away. A counter-invasion aimed at the demonic realm had officially begun. Luohunyuan. The Luohunyuan was a renowned ominous domain in the southern region. Year-round, it was shrouded in gray-black miasma, and below fierce gales howled incessantly. If an ordinary cultivator were to fall into it in less than a quarter of an hour, they would be reduced to bleached bones by the wind blades, sharp as steel knives. At this moment, from behind a massive rock by the abyss, with my eyes fixed on the swirling mist below, I lowered my voice and kicked the cowering demon race scout beside me. This scout no longer possessed his former arrogance. His face pale, he vigorously nodded. Yes, indeed. By today's noon, all allies hidden in the southern region would gather here, using a grand blood sacrifice array to loosen the seal and connect to the demon realm. I looked up at the sky. Noon was approaching, and Li Yi was preparing to act. The aura below suddenly surged violently, as a dozen or so shadowy figures stealthily emerged, gathering upon a relatively flat stone platform. These individuals, cloaked in black robes that obscured spiritual sense, were swiftly etching a scarlet array formation onto the ground. The air was permeated with a thick, nauseating stench of blood. Make haste. If we miss the deadline and His Excellency, the Demon Marshal, holds us accountable, we shall all have our souls extracted and refined. The leader, a black-robed figure, barked softly, his hand seizing several young boys and girls captured from the mortal realm. Just as he was about to draw their blood, a soft sound echoed. The leader froze, looking down at the sword tip piercing his chest, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Immediately thereafter, the stillness of the cliffside shattered. There were no superfluous words, no classic pre-battle interrogations like, "Who are you?" Nearly 10,000 grand cultivators at the Foundation establishment completion stage, like a hailstorm falling from the sky, densely plunged into the midst of the shadowy figures. This was my strategy. Utter crushing. Even though among the dozen or so figures below, 2 were at the early golden core stage, before nearly 10,000 individuals who disregarded life and death, they could not even cause a ripple. Even their desperate screams were drowned out by the sea of people. In just 3 breaths' time, the stone platform returned to silence. On the ground, only a dozen or so corpses, stripped bare, remained. Even the young boys and girls, still bewildered by what had transpired, were casually tossed into a safe zone by Li Yi. Clean up everything and put it into my small world. I waved my hand, and the corpses covering the ground instantly vanished. Inside the Heavenly Court's small world, the little demoness was circling a dozen or so demon corpses, holding a magic artifact resembling a syringe extracting blood. The first captive demon, kneeling nearby, watched his companion's body shrivel and dry up like husks. He was so terrified he nearly soiled himself. Tiske, the purity isn't good enough. The little demoness scornfully shook the tube in her hand, inside which was a small amount of thick, dark red liquid. The bloodline of these low-level demons is too impure, she stated. It's all trash. What about the leader? I pointed at the golden core stage corpse. That one is acceptable, she replied, barely usable. The little demoness pouted and plunged another needle in. But quantity changes quality after all. All these dozen or so combined, she explained, plus the heart-blood essence of this living one, might be enough to create a high-grade clone. The living one is also needed? The captive demon suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with despair. Rest assured, the little demoness clarified, we don't need your life, just half a bottle of your blood essence. A moment later, in the little demoness's hand appeared a fist-sized mass of blood, radiating a dark purple glow. Within that blood mass, countless resentful spirits seemed to shriek, exuding an aura of immense nobility and dominance. The refining is complete, I mused. If we only create one clone, this bloodline concentration is sufficient to reach the royal rank of the demon race, precisely the king-level bloodline that legends speak of. If dispersed, they would all just be ordinary foot soldiers. I stroked my chin, observing the blood mass. 1 king, 4 soldiers. The remaining excess can create 4 normal demons, I concluded. They would be useful for miscellaneous tasks. The little demoness lightly tapped her finger. The system panel glowed brilliantly, constructing the clone, loading the demon bloodline template, and regenerating the physical body. The blood pond surged, and killing intent soared to the heavens. A towering figure slowly rose from the blood pond. Over 2 meters tall, his naked torso covered in bizarre dark purple demonic runes, his long fiery red hair cascaded freely, and 2 curved black demonic horns protruded from his temples. His eyes were not the clear black and white of a human, but a blood-red hue, devoid of any emotion. Merely his appearance exuded an extreme aura of dominance. What name should he have? The little demoness asked. I gazed at this visually striking clone. An extremely classic image from my previous life immediately flashed in my mind. Since he is destined to become a king and dominate the demon realm, then let him be named Xianxia, I declared. As for the other 4, I said, glancing at the 4 sly, ordinary demon clones following behind, we'll deal with them later. Xianxia, how do you feel? I attempted to take control of this body. The sensation was incredibly peculiar. The physical body was unbelievably powerful. Even without circulating spiritual energy, relying solely on physical strength, a single punch could shatter a low-grade magic artifact. Yet within the body, there was an emptiness. The spiritual energy that should have flowed within this body was extremely sluggish. Clearly the attributes were incompatible, which was a bit troublesome. Only the shell, no demon origin, I frowned. It's like a powerful engine without its fuel. That is precisely why we must go to the demon realm, the little demoness pointed out. Once there, absorbing and converting demonic chi will naturally provide the necessary fuel. At the bottom of the lost soul abyss, shielded by the spatial barrier of my small world, I led the clones as if walking on flat ground. Ahead lay a colossal black vortex. The surrounding space was riddled with cracks, occasionally spewing forth streaks of purple lightning. This is the rift in the demon realm's seal, I observed. This seal is too formidable. Even I cannot pass through it directly, I noted. Xianxia, reaching out, touched the transparent barrier and was instantly repelled. Break it open for me, he commanded. 9,999 clones simultaneously took action. This was not an attack, but rather a strategic use of formation arrays to pry it open, much like prying open elevator doors. Innumerable incantations, like crowbars, wedged into the seal's crevices. Spiritual energy poured forth limitlessly. A deafening, grating sound echoed. The indestructible, rigid seal, under the combined might of nearly 10,000 Foundation establishment cultivators at their peak, was torn open, revealing a half-meter-wide gap. Xiangliu's figure flashed, bringing his 4 subordinates through the gap in an instant. Then he immediately ordered the clones to retreat. The seal abruptly slammed shut, pushing back the nearly 10,000 clones. The sky of the demonic realm here was a deep crimson devoid of a sun, with only 2 colossal blood moons hanging high above. The air was thick with tyrannical and chaotic demonic energy. An ordinary immortal Dao cultivator inhaling even a single breath would likely suffer a chi deviation. Yet Xiangliu took a deep breath, feeling invigorated from head to toe. Every cell in his body rejoiced, greedily devouring the surrounding demonic chi. This was the demonic realm. Xiangliu stood upon a desolate red wasteland, his 4 cunning subordinates, Clone Jia Yi, Young Master Bing, and Ding behind him. Ahead, a city loomed. Clone Jia, a member of the demonic race, pointed to a pitch-black city on the distant horizon. That city is incredibly crude. Its walls, hundreds of zhang tall, are entirely constructed from colossal black demonic stones, faintly emblazoned with circulating formation arrays. Let us head there first, to gather some information and obtain cultivation techniques. Xiangliu began to walk, but as he reached the city gate, 2 3-meter-tall demonic guards wielding wolf-tooth clubs blocked his path. Halt! The city entry fee is 10 demonic stones. The guards looked down at Xiangliu. Though this young man appeared quite intimidating, and his aura was not weak, the demonic realm was rife with peculiar individuals who possessed no wealth. Xiangliu declared calmly, "Indeed, I have no money. The spirit stones I plundered from the mortal realm are merely worthless pebbles in this place." The guard sneered, raising his wolf-tooth club. "No money? Then pay with your life." Before he could finish his words, that guard was sent flying, embedding himself straight into the city wall, unable to be dislodged. Xiangliu retracted his fist, his expression cold and indifferent. "Since this is the demonic realm, then we shall abide by the rules of the demonic realm. Here, might makes right." The remaining guard stared blankly, looking at his companion embedded in the wall, then back at Xiangliu before suddenly bowing 90 degrees. "Esteemed senior, please enter." Inside the city, it was more prosperous than imagined, but also more chaotic. Members of the demonic race lined the streets, hawking all sorts of bloody organs and unspeakable parts of unknown creatures. Some even displayed low-level demonic beasts trapped in cages. Brawls could be seen everywhere. As long as no one was murdered, no one fundamentally cared. Through a mental connection, he commanded, "Go and scout out where the strongest powers here reside." Continuation of 78. At this moment, his 4 subordinates, who had been looking around idly, immediately dispersed to gather information upon hearing the command. Clone Jia, one of the subordinates, quickly returned. "Big brother, we've gathered the information. The City Lord's manor is located right in the city center." Continuation of 81. It is said that the City Lord is a great demonic cultivator at the late-stage nascent soul realm. His manor holds many spoils of war obtained from the immortal realm battlefield, including precious texts and cultivation manuals of late-stage nascent soul human cultivators. Chonglu's footsteps halted. Although this current body was powerful, it had not cultivated any demonic techniques, only possessing the foundation establishment realm's foundation. Directly confronting a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would undoubtedly lead to ruin. But then, the voice of the little demoness echoed in his mind. But we are numerous. Host, have you forgotten? Your system's cross-realm summoning has no limitations. A cruel smile curved Chonglu's lips. Half an hour later, the city lord's manor revealed itself as an enormous black palace. Its entrance was flanked by two ferocious demon god statues. As usual, City Lord Motu sat in the grand hall enjoying fresh blood food, with two enchanting succubi nestled in his arms. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Who dares to trespass upon the city lord's manor? Just then, the massive main gate was kicked flying, crashing violently onto Motu's banquet table. Wine splattered everywhere. Enraged, he pushed the succubi from his arms and shot to his feet. Which audacious fool dares to court death? His voice choked, for the one who stepped through the shattered entrance was not a single person, but an entire army. Nearly 10,000 human cultivators, though dressed in varied attire, mostly common clothes from the mortal realm, each radiated the aura of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Like a black tide, they instantly flooded the courtyard, even scaling the walls. Human cultivators. Motu's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. This is the heart of the demonic realm. How could so many human cultivators suddenly appear here? The killing of the one before him offered no time for thought. His great saber swung, overwhelming the weak with sheer numbers. This battle was extremely brutal and utterly absurd. The demon lord was indeed formidable. His late nascent soul stage power erupted, a single palm strike able to shatter dozens of clones. But what good was it? As soon as one fell, another immediately filled its place. The ones in front had yet to fall, when those behind already trampled over their corpses to rush forward. All manner of mystical arts, disposable array plates, and magical artifacts, even lime powder and chili powder, descended upon him like a torrential downpour. Damn it, get out, all of you, get out! The demonic cultivator raged. His demonic chi was depleting rapidly, his protective demonic aura eroding bit by bit. These nearly 10,000 individuals were like 10,000 tireless marching ants, unafraid of life or death, gradually gnawing away at the mammoth that was him. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, accompanied by an unwilling roar, the colossal body of the blood-handed demonic cultivator crashed to the ground, nearly devoid of any intact flesh. As for the army of nearly 10,000 from the beginning, only a little over 2,000 remained. Withdraw, I did not pause. Immediately, recalling the slain clones to the system's resurrection space, sending them back to the small world. Only Xionglu and 4 subordinates remained, standing amidst a pile of ruins, a mountain of bones, and a sea of blood. Quickly, gather the spoils. Ayer, brandishing the City Lord's emblem, led the remaining 2,000 clones into the City Lord's unplundered treasury. They focused on the scriptures, piling in demonic stones. Though the demonic chi could not be directly used, it could be taken and repurposed. Within half an incense stick's time, this City Lord's mansion, which had governed 1,000 miles, was left cleaner than the ransacked Black Wind fortress outside the city. In a desolate, abandoned stone house, Xionglu leaned against a wall, panting, having truly struck it rich. This time we've truly hit the jackpot. On the system panel, the task of scanning the various scriptures for soul cultivation was proceeding rapidly. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, the mountain-like pile of demonic stones emitted an alluring light, yet danger lurked in its wake. Big brother, it seems we are being followed, a subordinate whispered, peering through a crack in the wall, his voice trembling. The news of the City Lord's mansion's destruction spread too quickly. Though no one knew where the mysterious human army had gone, everyone witnessed 5 demonic cultivators eventually emerge from the City Lord's mansion, swaggering away. Now these 5 individuals, appearing as newly rich upstarts, had become the target of every greedy gaze in the region. What is there to fear? Xionglu stood up resolutely. This old one now possesses a king-grade bloodline. Simply standing here is enough to scare them to death. He adjusted his luxurious black robe, casually acquired from the City Lord's mansion, then pushed open the door and stepped out. The moment he exited, a dozen malevolent stares instantly fixated upon him. They were a dozen sturdy demonic warriors with horned heads, clutching great axes. The leader possessed a mid-golden core stage cultivation. Boy, we hear you've acquired quite a windfall from the City Lord's mansion. The bull-headed demon leader exhaled a hot, foul-smelling breath, scraping his great axe against the ground, sending a shower of sparks flying. Hand it over if you know what's good for you, and this master will grant you an intact corpse. Though Xionglu's heart surged with panic, his face remained impassive. He gave his opponents a disdainful glance, clasped his hands behind his back, and intentionally released the noble aura of his royal bloodline. Scram! That single cold word stunned the bull-headed demon, who was suppressed by the bloodline aura. A demonic king? This was a powerful figure indeed, but as he carefully sensed for a moment, something felt amiss. Why were there no energy fluctuations on this boy's body? Only bloodline suppression, yet his internal energy was like a dried-up riverbed. Forget the golden core stage, he couldn't even sense the demonic chi of a chi condensation cultivator. Haha, so it's just an empty shell, the bull-headed demon reacted, letting out a mocking chuckle. Either he's severely injured and unhealed, or he's a mere mongrel who stole a royal bloodline. Brothers, attack. If we can refine this king-grade bloodline, our fortunes will change forever. Damn it. Xionglu's expression subtly changed. His current predicament stemmed from his true nature, a human's mindset, familiar only with righteous heaven and earth cultivation techniques. In this shadowed, demonic chi-filled land, circulating immortal spiritual energy would be like a lamp in the deep night, inviting death. But without circulating spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical body, he absolutely could not contend with these golden core stage bull-headed demons. Gritting his teeth in desperation, Xionglu secretly prepared to resummon his human wave tactic. Though this would mean complete exposure, attracting demonic realm powerhouses to hunt him down, it was still better than being cut down by these mere small fry. Just as that great axe was about to cleave down upon Xionglu, a voice, lazy yet filled with magnetism, unexpectedly rang out, "Stop!" Immediately after, a swathe of fragrant pink mist suddenly appeared. That mighty axe, as if cleaving into cotton, instantly lost all its force. The ox-head demon's eyes immediately became dazed, and they began to stagger as if drunk. A demonic woman, clad in purple and possessing an alluring figure, slowly approached, her bare feet treading upon the very void itself. Behind her, a long scorpion tail trailed, and within her purple pupils, a captivating light shimmered, enchanting all who beheld it. This young master looks rather unfamiliar. Ignoring the ox-head demons still lost in their illusions, the woman went directly to Xionglu. She extended a slender finger, lifting his chin, and mused, "A king-tier bloodline, yet you do not know how to harness it? Which noble family's young master has run away from home?" Xionglu stared at the exquisite face mere inches from his, feeling the chill emanating from her finger. His mind froze for a brief second. Could this truly be the legendary life-saving benefactress? The cold finger, bearing a subtle, undetectable numbing poison, suddenly slid from his chin down to his throat. Xionglu lowered his gaze to the woman who was practically draped over him. Her thin purple silk garments were so revealing, one could almost discern the contours of her body beneath. Her barbed scorpion tail restlessly writhed around his waist. This was no benevolent savior, but clearly a beautiful yet lethally poisonous viper. The ox-head demons, who had just moments ago been screaming and fighting all around, were now utterly subdued. Each of them was now as docile as a lamb. Their leader even prostrated himself, burying his head in the dirt. It turns out this is someone Madame Yuji has taken an interest in. This humble one was blind. Please forgive me. I shall retreat immediately. Retreat. Without waiting for Yuji to utter another word, the entire group scattered in haste, fearing that even a moment's delay would result in their bodies being pierced and chilled to the bone by that deadly tail. Xionglu stepped back half a pace, evading her still descending finger. His voice was cold. Though inwardly panicked, his royal Sa clan identity could not be compromised. At this moment, appearing more arrogant and resisting her advances would only further validate his noble status. To bow in assent now would brand him as a mere kept pretty boy. Yuji withdrew her hand, bringing it to her nose to lightly sniff. Her purple pupils constricted slightly. Though there was no discernible fluctuation of demonic essence, the bloodline aura hidden deep within his very flesh and blood still sent a jolt through her. It was the inherent suppression of a superior being, a chasm of class etched into his very bones, truly a treasure she had stumbled upon. Covering her mouth, Yuji let out a soft, alluring chuckle. "No need for thanks," she purred. "Judging by your attire, young master, you must have just encountered a great misfortune. A king-tier bloodline, yet your spiritual energy is utterly depleted. Running around the demonic realm in such a state, you risk being captured and refined into medicinal pills." She turned gracefully, leaving Xionglu with an elegant, lingering silhouette. "My immortal pavilion just so happens to be in need of someone to oversee it. Young master, if you have nowhere else to go, why not come to my humble abode to rest your feet? Even a phoenix down on its luck still requires a nest, does it not?" Xionglu remained motionless, but his 4 attendant clones behind him were frantically swallowing, screaming in his mind. "Boss, agree. Isn't this patron too powerful to refuse? We truly need a place to settle down." I rolled my eyes within my consciousness. These clones, though spawned by the system, where did they ever learn such a useless demeanor? "Lead the way," Xionglu finally said, glancing at her. The curve on Yuji's lips deepened. 5 days passed in a flash. For the outside world, it was but a mere snap of the fingers. Yet, for the clones within the Heavenly Court's miniature world, these were truly 5 days of torment. When Ayer finally tossed the last travelogue onto the pile of books, I felt as though an entire universe had been crammed into my head. A colossal amount of information exploded within my mind, then slowly settled and organized itself. I closed my eyes, rubbing my throbbing temples, and let out a long breath. So, that's how it is. I opened my eyes, a trace of astonishment flashing within them. Only now did I truly see this entire world clearly. This land beneath my feet is called the Tianwu continent, vast and boundless, divided into 5 great regions: east, south, west, north, and central. The southern region where I currently reside is merely the most barren and desolate fragment among them. As for the area where the Qingyun sect is located, it isn't even worth a sesame seeds mark on the map, merely a remote and secluded corner at the very border of the southern region. What truly weighed heavily upon me was the cruel pyramid of cultivation hierarchy. Sects are divided into 9 grades. The first grade is the strongest, and the 9th grade is the weakest. A first-grade sect must have an old monster of the loose immortal level presiding over it. These are truly beings standing at the absolute pinnacle of the mortal realm. A mere stomp of their foot could shatter rivers and mountains alike. As for the Qingyun sect, it's a 9th-grade sect, and even among 9th-grade sects, it ranks among the lowest. The strongest Grand Elder in the sect had merely reached Golden Core completion, often having to seclude himself in the back mountains, fearing his lifespan would prematurely deplete. Are we truly just farming resources in a beginner's village? Our protagonist smiled bitterly, shaking his head. According to the records, the central region was truly a paradise for cultivators. Their spirit chi was as dense as marrow, and resources were abundant. Even a third-tier sect, wishing to establish itself in the central region, would require at least a great ascension stage cultivator to stand firm. Even the strongest hegemonic force in the southern region, a fourth-tier sect, only boasted a sect master at the peak of the body integration stage. The body integration stage, he murmured, is far surpassing nascent soul, spirit transformation, and void refinement. As he was now, even if he were to lead 1,000 Foundation establishment stage clones in a charge, it would likely not be enough to withstand a single breath from such a formidable opponent. Boss, what is there to fear? Adai, who knew when he had approached, still held an inscrutable formation manual in his hand, his expression utterly unconcerned. What's written in this book is merely meant to intimidate. These strict hierarchies exist because they are afraid of death. He pointed to the throng of shadowy clones behind him. We, however, are different. If we perish today, we can live again tomorrow. What does a first-tier sect amount to? As long as there are enough of us, we can grind them into dust. That's called, Adai scratched his head, searching for the right words. He looked to Ling Yi beside him, who pushed up his spectacles and calmly uttered 4 words. Quantitative change leads to qualitative transformation. Precisely. R slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Boss, just grant us time. And sooner or later, we will make these heartless, useless individuals remember our names. The trace of gloom in his heart instantly vanished. Indeed, hierarchy is for the mundane. Those who possess an unconventional path need not abide by ordinary rules. Enough idle chatter. He stood up, brushing dust from his robes. If we have truly grasped the nature of this world, then it's time to get to work. Our current goal is clear, to conceal ourselves and develop. He waved his hand and a simple map materialized in midair. This is the entire border map of the southern region, pieced together from all the maps he had acquired over the past few days. We are currently very poor, he declared in a grave tone, pointing to the system panel where their spirit stone balance had dwindled to a mere few 100,000 spirit stones. Combined with line 26, feeding your 1,000 mouths costs more than raising pigs, thus we must expand our sources of income. He began to strategically deploy his forces. Team 1, consisting of 100 individuals, will use Qingyang Town as your center of operations and spread outwards. His finger drew a circle on the map. Do not plunder the innocent, that is our boundary. But his voice turned cold. As for those demonic cultivators, evil practitioners, mountain bandits, and tyrannical warlords who lord over an area, not a single one shall be spared. You will seek them out. I will use the system's positioning and teleportation function. I want you to uproot them completely. Is this making the most of our advantages? Understood. The 100 clones roared in unison, a fierce green light flashing in their eyes. This plan truly pleased him. Adai liked Team 2 the most, 100 individuals designated as the vanguard. He continued, Team 2 will always be ready to receive orders. Whichever side encounters a difficult opponent, they will be directly teleported to assist. Remember, if possible, gang up. Never fight alone. He then pointed to a pile of books on alchemy, artifact forging, and formation arrays. Team 3, consisting of 300 individuals, your mission is the heaviest. Master these 3 skills completely. Whether we can use top-grade medicinal pills later, or if each of you can wield a flying sword artifact, entirely depends on you. Team 1 will seize the materials for you. Train until you explode from exhaustion for all I care. It doesn't matter. As you are all just 300 clones. The 300 clones, their names called, exchanged glances. Though they felt the bitterness of the task, they could only nod. His gaze then swept across the majority of the remaining individuals in the training grounds. These were the 599 main force members who would cultivate in seclusion with him. Everyone looked bewildered. The Qingyun sect's cultivation techniques were far too inferior. He picked up the Qingyun art, which was regarded as a true treasure, and casually tossed it to the ground. Even if one were to cultivate this fragmented text to its peak, it would only lead to the nascent soul stage. If we truly wish to advance, we must take the grandest path. I want to gather the wisdom of all of you. Combined with these several thousand cultivation manuals and secret techniques, we will deduce a divine art that truly belongs to us. Our objective, the perfect golden core. In the following days, the celestial court's small world became utterly bustling, while outside, storm clouds began to gather. Within a few hundred li radius around Qingyang Town, the dark forces began to meet with disaster. Today, it was rumored that Blackwind Fortress had been annihilated by a mysterious group. Even the private stash of the stronghold master hidden beneath the Night Lake was dug up. The next day, rumors spread that the lair of some soul-cultivating fiend was razed to the ground. That fiend cultivator was attacked by hundreds of burly men, who took turns using flying swords to trim his feet. His agonizing screams echoed for tens of miles around. These mysterious figures arrived without a trace and departed without a shadow. No one knew who they were, only that they called themselves the Shattering Heavens Gang. Their methods were exceedingly frugal and meticulous. Even a passing dog would find itself missing 2 strands of fur. Meanwhile, within the miniature world, a vastly different scene unfolded. In the pill refining area, constant explosions reverberated throughout the day, accompanied by billowing black smoke. The clones, faces smeared with soot, joyfully tossed all sorts of strange materials into the furnace. The fire's big! The fire's big! Shut that monkey's mouth. Big fire for a miracle, my ass. The furnace lid flew into the sky, and several black, useless pills rolled out. Yet another failure, but they would simply try again. On another side, the formation array and artifact refining areas were no less bustling. And in the very central area, 599 clones sat cross-legged, unmoving like statues, countless streams of information passing between them. An incorrect trajectory for the bone-splitting art circulation will damage the meridians. So add a bit of extreme ice energy to neutralize it. Nonsense. That's water and fire clashing. Do you wish to self-destruct? What if we use the wood elemental spiritual power from the withered wood longevity art as a buffer? The 5 elements dictate wood generates fire. That has some merit. Let me try. Our protagonist sat at the center like a supercentral processing unit, continuously receiving feedback from all directions. Errors were corrected, then more errors were corrected. This was a war without gunsmoke. We were fighting for a sliver of life against the heavenly Tao, searching for the sole path to heaven amidst billions of possibilities. Time flew by like a shuttle. Within the miniature world, there were no seasons, but outside, 3 months had already passed. On that very day, the deduction area, once still as death, suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of aura. All the clones simultaneously opened their eyes. In that instant, it was as if countless lightning bolts flashed in the air. Our protagonist stood up, his robes fluttering though no wind blew. His aura did not explode outwards. Instead, it became even more profound and introverted, like an ancient well whose depths could not be seen. But within his body, the flowing spiritual power underwent a qualitative transformation. The formerly spiritual chi had now completely transformed into a liquid state, every drop incomparably pure, faintly glowing with a pale golden light. Success, the protagonist spread his palm. Within his palm, an incredibly complex spiritual power rune formed. It was the culmination of the strengths of 100 schools, the result of 3 months of effort by nearly 1,000 minds. The system's identification began. Congratulations, host, for successfully creating your own cultivation technique, analyzing its grade and quality. Earth tier low grade. Possesses the potential to grow. Features spiritual power storage capacity 10 times that of peers, extremely rapid recovery speed, perfectly compatible with the 5 elements true art, and possesses an incredibly strong body nourishing effect. Assessment. This is the destined path to achieve a perfect golden core. Please name your cultivation technique. An Earth tier technique in the southern domain, where even Heaven tier techniques were considered treasured artifacts capable of safeguarding a sect. An Earth tier cultivation technique was a core inheritance, something that, according to legend, only 4th grade sects and above could possess. Moreover, this one could even grow. A name? The protagonist stroked his chin, about to give it a modest name, perhaps something like the longevity art. But then the second brother, rushed over from the artifact refining area, holding a newly forged supreme grade spiritual long saber. Though its design somewhat resembles a pig slaughtering knife, its radiance is truly awe-inspiring. Since the cultivation technique is already so exceptional, its name must also be magnificent. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of our Shattering Heavens gang's prestige? Then what do you suggest we call it? How about the fierce, overbearing, cool, brilliant, Shattering Heavens divine art? Get lost, our protagonist rolled his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze lifted towards the gray sky above, filled with boundless potential. We established our own heavenly court, so I am the Lord of Heaven and Earth. This cultivation technique shall be named Heaven and Earth Decisive Art. The moment the words left his lips, a thunderous roar of the great Tao seemed to echo within the miniature world. Simultaneously, the accompanying martial skills also appeared in the minds of the clones. The Heaven and Earth Finger for swift movements, the Heaven and Earth Fist for immense power, and the Heaven and Earth Sword Art for myriad transformations. Added to this was the Heavenly Patrol Steps, which fused the essence of countless movement techniques. At this very moment, our protagonist felt that he truly possessed the qualifications to stand firm in this world. Congratulations, eldest brother. Congratulations, eldest brother. Leading a group of clones, quickly showered him with praise. Alright, no more flattery. Let me check the system panel again. Over the past 3 months, Team 1 had gathered quite a bit of resources, but it wasn't enough to compensate for such large-scale research, especially in pill and artifact refining. They were truly gold-swallowing beasts. Current balance 12,000. Low-grade spirit stones. Seeing that pitiful number, our protagonist's smile froze on his face. He had just emerged from secluded cultivation only to find himself bankrupt. Was this truly the so-called wealth, techniques, companions, and land of cultivation? Our protagonist clutched his chest, the joy of having just created a divine technique immediately extinguished by the harsh reality of poverty. Our leader has exhausted his funds, Ayer cautiously inquired. We have plundered all the nearby bandits clean. Now those vile tyrants regard us as closer than their own kin. They even offer protection fees willingly, leaving us with nothing more to take. I turned my gaze heavy, falling upon a familiar circle on the map. That place was the main peak of the Qingyun sect. If all the lesser bandits are depleted, then we shall seek out the greatest bandit of them all. A dangerous smile curved upon my lips. What treasures might the Qingyun sect's treasury hold? Asan has already secured the map, and with the cultivation techniques now ours, it is time we examine the fruits of our past 3 months of arduous cultivation. Pass down the command. The entire force, prepare. Tonight we shall assist the Qingyun sect in inventorying their storehouse. Remember the rules, as always. Not even a speck of spirit stone dust in a rat's hole is to be left behind for me. Understood. R quickly responded, but I paid him no mind. Beyond the grand completion of our cultivation techniques over the past 3 months, the 300 auxiliary clones also brought forth auspicious news. The 3 paths of alchemy, artifact forging, and formation arts, though they relied entirely on extravagant expenditure and countless failed attempts, have all reached the profound tier, low grade. While still not comparable to grandmasters who have toiled for hundreds of years, in a place like the Southern Domain, this level is more than sufficient to establish a sect. Such delightful achievements surely call for a celebration. My gaze drifted into the distance, a timely smile gracing my lips. Our coffers are depleted, it is time to acquire more wealth. All clones moved in unison, a green light immediately flashing in their eyes. From Asan, a message was relayed. Due to the previous raid on their cultivation technique hall, the Qingyun sect has drastically heightened its defenses. Now within the sect, patrols are everywhere. Every 5 paces, a sentinel, every 10, a guard. Infiltrating is feasible but far too energy-consuming. I gestured towards the pile of newly refined formation arrays on the ground. Our formation experts have not been idle these past few days. If we are to raid, we must do so with utmost professionalism. These 999 formation arrays are hybrid versions combining the small 5-element maze formation with the gravity mudclaw formation. Though their grade is not high, merely earth tier, high grade, their sheer quantity is their strength. Even a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, ensnared by 1,000 of these mouse traps, would find themselves hopping on one leg for half a day. Listen closely, I commanded, my voice dropping. This time we shall only seize their treasures. No lives are to be taken. There is no need for further bloodshed. These very formation arrays are the welcoming gifts prepared for those old geezers. You shall lead the team. This is your command. Ayer drew forth his folding fan from behind his back, then casually snatched up a familiar sack. Brothers, it is time for action. Heed the leader's words, leave them nothing, not even a single rat. Deep in the night, over the Qingyun sect, under the cloak of darkness and blustering winds, lay the perfect moment for nefarious deeds. Ever since their cultivation technique hall was cleaned out, the atmosphere within the Qingyun sect had been fraught with tension. The number of patrolling disciples had tripled, and now, even a lone mosquito attempting to enter the inner sect would be subjected to an identity check. At this very moment, Fan San, the vice hall master of the mission hall, was confidently striding along the mountain path that led to the central district. Hall Master Fan still so busy at such a late hour? A Foundation establishment stage disciple on patrol greeted him courteously. There is no other way, he sighed. The sect master commanded me to inspect the supplies. I must report by tomorrow morning. How could I not personally oversee the outer treasury's examination? Fan San feigned diligent work, his hand fanning a ledger while inwardly he was far from at ease. The disciple, filled with reverence, exclaimed, Hall Master Fan, you are truly our role model, to personally undertake such arduous and tiresome work. Fan San waved his hand, feigning humility, declaring that devotion to the sect was merely his duty. He then slowly proceeded to the foot of Rear Mountain, where the treasury was situated. This location was guarded by 2 early-stage Golden Core Elders, and the defensive formation was even more intensely activated. Fan San dared not approach too closely, stopping instead at a rockery 100 zhang from the treasury's entrance. The very next second, space itself trembled. Fan San immediately retreated, vanishing without the slightest trace. 999 ghostly figures materialized from the void. Almost simultaneously upon landing, all the clones performed the same swift action, drawing formation arrays from their robes and slapping them onto the ground, instantly activating their spiritual power. Who dares? The 2 Golden Core Elders guarding the treasury entrance reacted with lightning speed, sensing the spatial fluctuations and immediately summoning their Dharma treasures. But while they were swift, another was swifter still, unleashing a volley of hidden weapons. Ucker roared and with a sweeping motion of his arm flung 2 obscure black blobs forward. Instinctively, the 2 elders raised their spiritual energy shields to block the oncoming assault. The 2 projectiles exploded in mid-air, revealing neither thunder fire pearls nor poisonous gas, but 2 bags of specially prepared lime powder mixed with blinding chili powder. Taking advantage of their obscured vision and disrupted spiritual sense, dozens of clones in charge of the formation rushed toward the treasury door. Activating the 3 talents restriction-breaking formation, there was no need to force their way through. Asan had long since obtained the array diagram of the treasury. Working together, these dozens of clones were like men holding the master key, and soon the massive bronze doors parted, leaving a gap. Move faster! Kicked the doors wide open, leading hundreds of clones swarming inside like hungry wolves. Meanwhile, the remaining hundreds outside tossed array plates in every direction as if they were worthless trinkets. In an instant, the open ground before the treasury was covered in dense array runes, glowing with a faint, ominous light that sent chills down one's spine. At that moment, from the main peak of the Qingyun sect, several powerful auric presences erupted into the sky. Audacious scoundrels, a furious roar reverberated across the heavens. Before even arriving, the sect master unleashed his power, tearing through space itself to cross the distance. Following close behind were the law enforcement hall master and several peak masters, dripping with killing intent. They had yet to settle the score for the looted scripture pavilion, and now these thieves dared to target the treasury. Did they truly treat the Qingyun sect like some common latrine, free to come and go as they pleased? Thieves, do not even think of escaping. Before the sect master even fully materialized, a colossal heavenly seal crashed down from above. The overwhelming pressure of a late-stage golden core cultivator crushed down without mercy. Just as the massive seal was about to fall, an eerie mist suddenly surged from the ground. In the next breath, the solid ground beneath turned into a treacherous swamp. Countless vines shot up from the earth, wildly coiling around everyone suspended in midair. Childish tricks. With a cold snort, the sect master unleashed a brilliant burst of golden light from his seal, instantly pulverizing the vines, only for his expression to harden a second later. This was no single array, it was a labyrinth of countless interlocking formations. Crushing the vines triggered a cloud of toxic mist. Blowing away the mist activated an illusion realm, and dispelling the illusion brought crushing gravity beneath their feet. None of these individual formations could truly harm him, yet each one was exquisitely designed to infuriate him, buying time layer by agonizing layer. 999 trapping, illusion, and labyrinth arrays stacked on top of one another. Even if a nascent soul ancestor were to arrive, they would be left utterly bewildered for hours. Just who in the world designed these formations? There is no order. Chaos. An elder versed in the Tao of formations fumed, his mustache trembling with rage. He had barely dispelled a 5 elements array before a self-detonation formation exploded in his face, scorching him black, forcing them to breach the formations with brute force. The sect master roared in fury. If this dragged on any longer, the rats in the treasury would strip the place bare. The top brass of the Qingyun sect launched a frantic assault on the endless web of arrays below. Meanwhile, deep inside the treasury, hurry up, don't be picky. If your storage pouches are full, stuff it into your robes. R barked orders with practiced efficiency, all while pouring barrel after barrel of spirit stones into his massive spatial ring. Only after emptying a chest did he notice it was crafted from precious golden thread Nanmu wood. This could fetch a fine price. Without hesitation, he swept the wooden chest itself into his spatial ring. The accumulated wealth of the Qingyun sect over 1,000 years was truly staggering. Low-grade spirit stones were piled into mountains. Mid-grade spirit stones filled several massive chests alongside rare forging materials and century-old spiritual herbs. The clones swarmed through like a plague of locusts. Wherever they passed, let alone precious treasures, even the night-luminescent pearls on the walls were pried off. Deep within the innermost hidden compartment, a clone discovered a jade box plastered with sealing talismans. My consciousness is descending upon you. Upon examination, the system panel immediately displayed a red line of text, high-level energy fluctuations detected. With no time for a thorough inspection, R directly tucked it into his chest. It was almost done. The elders outside were on the verge of erupting in fury. R sensed the external formation was on the verge of collapse. Decisively, he opted for an immediate retreat. This time, there was no self-detonating formation to follow. Just as the sect master finally shattered the last layer of the illusionary array and burst through the treasury door, he coincidentally saw R's final clone casually adjusting its robes. R stood amidst the utterly empty treasury, the surroundings so clean that not even a speck of dust remained. He watched as the sect master, his face livid with fury, stormed in. Instead of fleeing, R elegantly adjusted his collar and cupped his hands in a respectful yet mocking greeting. Many thanks, senior brother of the Azure Cloud sect, for sending these supplies. This batch was quite bountiful. We are deeply satisfied. The sect master trembled with rage, his finger pointing at R, shaking uncontrollably. Green mountains remain, green waters flow on, he spat. Next time you have good items, remember to restock. We shall return. Ayer grinned, revealing a flash of dazzling white teeth. He then threw out a pouch of dust. A flash of white light erupted, and his figure vanished. The sect master gazed at the treasury, now emptier than his own face, the barren ground seemingly mocking his incompetence. Rage surged through his heart, a sweet taste filled his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted 3 feet away. He staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. This is truly outrageous, utterly outrageous. Within the Azure Cloud Grand Hall, torches blazed brightly. This time, not only the high-ranking officials but even 2 Grand Elders, who had been in deep death seclusion, were profoundly alarmed. The treasury was completely plundered. This was no longer merely a matter of losing face. This was an attempt to sever the very foundation of the Azure Cloud sect. A thorough investigation must be launched. The head of the law enforcement hall's expression was so grim it seemed water could drip from it. Outside the treasury lay a powerful spatial blockade array. Apart from specific teleportation formations, it was fundamentally impossible to spontaneously teleport inside. What did this imply? The elders exchanged glances, a terrifying suspicion arising in all their hearts. An internal traitor. A Grand Elder's voice, raspy like a night owl's, declared, only one of our own could tamper with the spatial blockade array. Moreover, this person's status must be exceptionally high, and their understanding of the sect's formations as clear as the back of their hand. Seal the entire sect. From this day forth, no one is permitted to leave. The spatial rings of all disciples must be inspected. The sect master's face was pallid, his eyes streaked with blood vessels. Regardless of whether they are elders or deacons, anyone who dares to act unusually at this time shall be executed without mercy. In a corner, Asan, who had just rushed over upon hearing the news, wore a mask of astonishment and indignation. He quietly bowed his head, concealing the mirth that threatened to spill from his eyes. The situation had become utterly chaotic. The Heavenly Court's small world had truly struck it rich. Even I, usually as steady as an old dog, gazing at the mountain-like pile of spoils before me, found my breathing couldn't help but quicken. A full 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Ling Yi held the ledger, his voice trembling. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, when converted to low-grade, amounted to 50 million. For me, who has always been meticulous with calculations, this was truly becoming rich overnight. And what about these? R pointed to the dazzling pile of ores and spirit herbs beside them. 3,000 caddies of profound iron essence gold, 50 hundred-year vermilion fruits, and all sorts of strange and rare materials. Our artifact refiners and alchemists will not lack for materials to hone their skills for the next half year. But perhaps the most valuable item is this. I reached out my hand and a jade box, retrieved from a hidden compartment, flew into my grasp. As I opened the seal, an ancient aura rushed forth from the box. Within it was not a magical artifact or a medicinal pill, but a palm-sized azure fragment. It resembled a shard from some ancient mirror or jade slip. Its edges were jagged, yet upon its surface a faint stream of immortal chi flowed. Ding! Fragment immortal artifact detected, containing faint immortal Dao origin. Do you wish to absorb it? The system's notification suddenly rang out. Absorb, I commanded without hesitation. The next moment, the fragment transformed into a ray of light and directly burrowed into the center of my forehead. The entire small world suddenly shook violently. The sky, originally dim and gloomy, suddenly cracked open. A stream of spiritual chi descended from it, merging with the earth. The boundaries of the small world began to expand wildly. The concentration of spiritual chi surged once more, directly increasing from twice that of the outside world to 5 times. But the most astonishing change occurred on the system's interface. The originally cold and indifferent interface suddenly distorted. Then, countless points of light converged. Before me, she materialized as an exquisite jade-like young girl. She appeared no older than 7 or 8, her twin pigtails tied high, clad in a black gothic Lolita dress with a pair of small devilish wings fluttering behind her. The moment she appeared, she hovered in mid-air, hands on her hips, observing her surroundings with an expression of utter disdain. Is this truly my host? How utterly impoverished he seems. Her voice, though clear and childlike, carried an ancient, sagacious quality. I was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained my composure. You may address me as your majesty, or simply the little demonic empress. The young girl rolled her eyes, descending upon a pile of mid-grade spirit stones. She casually picked one up, biting into it with a crisp crunch as if it were mere candy. The quality of these spirit stones is truly abysmal. They make my teeth ache. My eye twitched involuntarily. Those are mid-grade spirit stones, you know. And you, merely a fragment transformed from some tattered immortal artifact, dare to be so picky? The little demonic empress pouted. This queen has existed since ancient times. It's merely that you were too impoverished before, the system's energy insufficient, so I remained dormant. That recent shard of immortal chi was barely enough to awaken me. With that, the young girl waved her small hand. On the system interface, the initial balance of 50 million low-grade spirit stones immediately began to plummet uncontrollably. 50 million, 40 million, 30 million, wait. What are you doing? I cried out, turning pale with fright, and lunged forward, desperate to protect my hard-earned spirit stones. What are you clamoring about? The little demonic empress cast a disdainful glance my way. Does a small world upgrade itself for free? Does the spiritual ki density increase without cost? And marrow cleansing and tendon transformation for those deemed untalented, do you think that's gratis? I had to seize these resources at great risk. Such limited vision, the little demonic empress licked the remnants of the spirit stones from her fingers. One must feed the horse if one wishes it to gallop. Furthermore, the truly formidable functions of this system you haven't even unlocked yet. Without my guidance to manage them, you would be nothing more than a glorified overseer leading a band of mere laborers. With that, the balance finally ceased its rapid decline, leaving only 5 million spirit stones remaining, a staggering 9/10 of my wealth gone in an instant. I stared at the sum, my heart aching as if I had suffered a colossal loss, barely enough to sustain myself. I collapsed onto the ground, watching my clones cheer with excitement as the spiritual chi surged around them. I wanted to weep, but no tears would fall. This wasn't raising clones, this was clearly rearing a pack of gold-devouring beasts. And now I had inherited another ancestor who devoured wealth without leaving a single bone. Stop your wailing, the little demonic empress said, flying before me and patting my shoulder. If you cling to the old, the new will never come. What is this paltry sum compared to true wealth? When you eventually ascend to immortality, these few spirit stones won't even be enough for a single instruction manual for true immortals. The young girl suddenly revealed a sly grin. Just now, during the upgrade, I incidentally swept past Asan's location. The Qingyun sect is undergoing an internal investigation, and I discovered something truly intriguing. What is it? I asked, still feeling dispirited. Within an abandoned well in the Qingyun sect's outer sect, a trace of demonic chi lies hidden. The little demonic empress's large eyes sparkled with exhilaration. The demonic aura is exceptionally potent. It must be a scout from the demon realm. My gaze sharpened and I abruptly sat upright. A demon. If we can capture him. The little demonic empress let out a sly chuckle. Might we then take a leisurely stroll through the demon realm? I hear they're exceptionally rich in resources there. What a foolish girl, I mused, observing this spirit who, having just called me poor, was already planning her next plundering expedition. Suddenly, I felt that this particular system spirit might just suit my temperament after all. You are right, I conceded, rising to dust off my robes. A fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. If the resources of the righteous path were insufficient, then he would simply plunder from the demonic cultivators. After all, it was merely a case of villains fighting amongst themselves. I am the most skilled. Asan reported mentally to his leader. Just now, I was almost scared out of my wits by the enforcement hall. Fortunately, my acting was superb, he thought. The protagonist then mused, licking his lips. Enough pretense. There is an important matter. With a profound gaze, he approached the abandoned well in the outer sect. Drag that demonic vermin out for me. Our mission should be expanded now. In the outer sect of Qingyun sect lay a long-abandoned area for menial tasks, overgrown and desolate. Beside it, a dry well was choked with waist-high weeds. A San, carrying a tattered lantern, feigned patrolling, humming an unnamed tune. As he reached the well, his footsteps paused. His eyes, glowing brightly in the darkness, scanned the surroundings. "Come out," he commanded. "Stop hiding." A San spoke into the pitch-black maw of the well. "I know you are down there. The stench emanating from you is fouler than even the most stagnant cesspool." The well remained silent as death, so still that even the chirping of night insects could be heard distinctly. "Not coming out, eh? Very well, it just so happens I need to relieve myself." A San made to unfasten his belt when whoosh! A black shadow suddenly shot out from the bottom of the well, moving with extreme speed. It held a pale bone spike, lunging straight for Asan's throat. That sinister, bloodthirsty aura definitely did not belong to a righteous cultivator. "You court death," the black shadow rasped, yet Asan did not even bother to dodge. He merely widened his eyes and without a visible sign, space itself warped. In the next instant, 10 stalwart figures suddenly materialized around the dry well. 10 large hands, imbued with formidable spiritual energy, simultaneously pressed down upon the black shadow. There was no surprise, no contest. It was akin to 10 powerful adults suppressing a helpless chick. The black shadow, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't even let out a wretched scream. It was pinned firmly to the ground, its body forced into a spread-eagled great character. The bone spike shattered, its mouth filled with mud. The captors had controlled their strength quite well. It was not crushed to death. My figure stepped out from the shadows behind Asan, rolling 2 walnuts in my hand. I looked down at the captive on the ground. The fellow's complexion was ghastly pale, and a peculiar black mark adorned his forehead. "A demon," I mused, squatting down. Though subdued, the demonic spy's gaze remained incredibly fierce. "You despicable human natives, kill me if you dare. The great demon god will level everything." Snap. Expressionless, I crushed one of his fingers. "Do we need to follow the full procedure?" I asked. Soul-searching is relatively swift, but it often leaves the target an imbecile. The demonic spy writhed in cold sweat from the agony, but I said no more. I merely waved my hand towards my clone, Li Yi, standing behind me. Li Yi stepped forward, a blue lotus light emanating from his palm, ready to strike the demon's crown. I'll talk. Feeling a tremor from the depths of his very soul, the spy was instantly overwhelmed with terror. Demons may be cruel and ruthless, but that does not mean they are fearless of death, especially a death as meaningless as this. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I rose to my feet, my expression uncharacteristically grave. This is a grave matter. This is not merely a spy, but an intelligence operative sent from the Central Domain. The Demon Realm has declared full-scale war upon the Tianwu continent. The Central Domain is already embroiled in a war that rends heaven and earth. Yet these lesser demons here are far from idle. They are attempting to breach the spatial seals of the 4 regions, East, South, West, and North, to launch a 4-pronged assault. The spatial seal of the Southern Domain, specifically beneath the Fallen Soul Abyss, merely 800 miles from our Qingyun sect, is what they're targeting. Do they truly see us as soft persimmons, ripe for the squeezing? I rolled the walnuts in my hand. Take him into the pocket dimension. Do not kill him. We still have important uses for him. Then I turned to Asan. It is your turn to perform. Half an hour later, within the Grand Hall, Sect Master Feng, who had just suffered the loss of his sect's treasury and was still reeling from the shock, was now startled from his seat by the news Asan had brought. "What did you say? Demons?" Asan saw on the ground, his clothes newly torn and tattered, a perfectly calibrated expression of terror on his face. "Sect Master, it is entirely true. This disciple, while patrolling the abandoned well, discovered strange activity. Risking my very life, I found that person to be none other than a demonic spy. He even claimed the great army of the demon realm is about to descend upon the southern domain." "Absurd," the enforcement hall master roared, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his true fear. "The southern domain seal has stood firm for several millennia. How could it possibly be broken?" Suddenly, an inner sect disciple stumbled frantically into the Grand Hall. "Sect Master, just now the mountain-protecting Grand Formation captured an intruder." He self-destructed, but the remnant demonic chi soared to the heavens. The Grand Hall instantly fell silent as death. It is certain now. Several elders exchanged glances, their faces ashen white as paper. Though the Qingyun sect appeared as an immortal's blessed land in the eyes of mortals, those within knew the stark truth of their own predicament. They were merely a 9th-grade sect, devoid of even a single nascent soul expert. Truth be told, let alone the demon realm's grand army, even a single elite squad of demons could effortlessly slaughter the Qingyun sect without so much as a pause. It's finished. All is truly lost. A cowardly elder slumped into his seat, his eyes glazed with terror. "Even the central region itself might not be able to stop this," he whimpered. "What hope do we have of stopping them? Flee, Sectmaster, disband the disciples and let them escape." Panic, like a virulent plague, instantly spread through the ranks of these cultivators, who usually held themselves in such high regard. This, then, was the stark reality of the cultivation world. When the winds were favorable, they reigned supreme, but when faced with adversity, they harbored not a single thought of battle. "Run where?" The Sectmaster let out a bitter, hollow laugh. "Where the demon race treads, not even grass grows. This is a war of annihilation." The suffocating despair in the air made it impossible to breathe. But at that very moment, from the depths of the back mountain, a surge of powerful aura erupted. It was the immense pressure belonging to a nascent soul stage expert. Though tinged with age and decay, it was like a divine sea-stabilizing needle, instantly calming the crumbling morale within the Grand Hall. An ancient, wizened figure materialized in the center of the Grand Hall. His beard and hair were pure white, and his eyes, though cloudy with age, possessed an undeniable sharpness. The sect master and all the elders knelt in unison, tears of joyous relief streaming down their faces. It was the Qingyun ancestor, an 800-year-old living fossil, who had emerged from his deep seclusion at this most critical juncture. A motley collection of wastes. The ancestor snorted coldly, his voice booming like a great bell. You haven't even glimpsed the faces of those demon whelps, yet you've already thrown yourselves into chaos. If outsiders were to witness this disgrace, wouldn't they mock us without end? His gaze swept over the assembly, finally pausing on Asan. A flicker of admiration shone in his ancient eyes. This young one, by contrast, shows a measure of courage. Arise, all of you. If the demon race truly seeks our annihilation, then let them come. We shall be prepared. The Qingyun sect, established for millennia, would not allow itself to be casually slaughtered. The sect guarding grand formation was instantly activated, and all disciples currently outside were recalled. With the ancestor as their unwavering pillar, the oppressive atmosphere in the Grand Hall finally stirred with a flicker of renewed spirit. Though still heavy, they were, at the very least, no longer a disorganized, terrified mob. In a shadowed corner, Asan bowed his head, maintaining an outwardly respectful demeanor. Yet deep within his mind, he was silently cursing like a maniac. This old man's cultivation is merely at the so-called master stage, Asan mused internally. In a true battle, he wouldn't even be enough to pick my teeth with. Still, this morale boost isn't entirely useless. It might buy us a little more time. Within the Heavenly Court small world, the tempest raging outside held no sway over the vibrant activity within. So these demon whelps intend to open a rift? The little demoness floated effortlessly in mid-air, gnawing audibly on a demon crystal she had just plundered from the hapless spy. Excellent, this isn't an invasion at all. It's a vast trove of resources delivering itself right to our doorstep. As I gazed intently at the map, I mused, didn't that spy mention his intent to open a rift? We shall simply use their own scheme against them. The little demoness's eyes gleamed with a mischievous, almost wicked glint. We merely need to play a tiny trick during this grand endeavor, she purred. We'll procure a bit of demon blood to help you forge a demon clone possessing a royal bloodline. When that clone steps into the demon realm, it will be a genuine, bona fide demon scion. Resources, cultivation techniques, demonesses— no, scratch that, not demonesses. Demon stones, wouldn't all of them be within our grasp? My eyes immediately lit up. A counter-invasion of the demon realm. What a truly splendid idea. However, there is one crucial prerequisite, the little demoness pointed out, indicating the spatial rift. Within that spatial tier, fierce spatial turbulence rages without end. Any cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage entering there would be instantly ground into mincemeat. One would need to be at least a peak golden core expert, and not just any golden core, it would have to be a flawless golden core, possessing profound inner foundations. Even then, only with the system's unparalleled spatial protection could one barely hope to cross that boundary. Money, I declared with confidence, is no obstacle. I swept my hand, an aura of boundless wealth radiating from me. Having just plundered the Qingyun sect's treasury clean, I had already converted an additional 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones into the system's ledger. My current balance was truly an astronomical sum. System, proceed with the deduction. Very well, master, the little demoness chirped. The little demoness rubbed her hands together with glee. Consuming a staggering 20 million spirit stones, I shall summon 9,000 Foundation Establishment 7th stage clones. And all these clones shall simultaneously be upgraded to the perfect Foundation Establishment stage. A deep, resonant rumble echoed through the air. The very ground of the small world began to tremble violently. On the previously barren plaza, a blinding white light erupted, coalescing into a shimmering, expansive surface. 9,000 newly generated clones stood in immaculate, disciplined ranks, resembling an imposing silent army. Though he wore only simple cloth robes, the convergence of 9,000 streams of Foundation Establishment perfected aura was enough to make heaven and earth tremble. Still not enough. And this was Li Yi. That was his first cultivation clone, and currently his strongest. He took out 3 golden core fruits. These were treasures plundered from ancient immortal ruins. They were rare spiritual treasures in this realm, as he sat cross-legged amidst the spirit pool. The 3 shimmering golden fruits melted the moment they entered his mouth, and an immense medicinal power immediately erupted. All nearly 10,000 clones simultaneously sat cross-legged, their minds connected to assist Li Yi. That was not merely a transfer of spiritual energy, but a frantic accumulation of insights into the great Tao. The heaven and earth art frantically circulated within Li Yi's body. His sea of spiritual energy, originally formless, began to surge, compressing again and again. A golden core gradually formed within his dantian. The golden cores of ordinary cultivators were mostly of the lower 3rd grade, full of impurities and possessing low potential. Talented cultivators could achieve the middle 3rd grade, but the mighty figures in the heavenly court pursued the legendary 9-patterned golden core, and some even aspired to the fabled 10-patterned, as the great Tao was being supplemented. In the sky of this small world, no dark clouds gathered to unleash a thunder tribulation, unlike the outside world. For this was his world. The rules were set by him. Suishanlu was no mere mortal pleasure house, but the largest financial hub in this chaotic demon city. Here they sold wine, flesh, and even lives. The moment they entered the grand doors, a cacophony of noise assailed them. The first floor was a massive arena. Two 3-meter-tall demon beings were tearing each other apart, fresh blood splattering everywhere, making the spectators wildly scream and place their bets. The demoness led Zhonglu directly to the most luxurious room on the highest floor. The moment the door closed, the outside noise was immediately isolated. "Speak, what is it you desire?" Zhonglu sat down on the spacious seat adorned with beast hide, completely unreserved and at ease. The demoness, no longer pretending, poured herself a glass of red wine. "I've taken a liking to your bloodline." The four subordinates crouching by the door nearly choked. Zhonglu's face remained expressionless, but his heart inwardly twitched. Are all women of the demon realm this direct? Do not misunderstand. The demoness swirled her wineglass, her gaze playfully teasing. "I am a merchant, your bloodline is exceptionally pure. Though I do not know which abandoned imperial branch you belong to, as long as you can recover your strength, you will be a living advertisement. I can give you resources, I can give you protection," she licked her lips. "I can even give you myself. The condition, once you recover your strength, help me kill a person. And if you regain power later, I wish to be the sole resource provider in this demon realm." This was a risky investment, he quickly calculated in his heart. This woman was very confident. She was betting that a fallen prince like him could rise again from nothing. It was a pity she did not know she was facing a supreme human powerhouse in disguise. Agreed. Zhonglu extended his hand. "I want the best demonic cultivation technique and as many demon stones as possible." The demoness tossed out a black jade slip and a heavy pouch from her spatial ring. "This is the Asura blood-devouring art, a high-grade profound-tier cultivation technique. In this region, it is considered top-tier. Inside the pouch are 1,000 low-grade demon stones, enough for you to achieve chi induction." Zhonglu accepted the items, without even glancing at the woman. "I wish to enter secluded cultivation." The demoness was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing in exasperation. "He takes her provisions, occupies her dwelling, and then this." This temperament was truly like that of a pampered young master. "Very well, I am in the room next door. I hope young master's abilities are at least half as grand as his temper." As the grand door closed, Zhonglu's stern facade immediately crumbled. "Quick, quick, quick, pour out all the demonic stones." His four subordinates swiftly gathered, emptying the pouch of demonic stones onto the table. The dark, obsidian-like stones radiated chaotic and tyrannical energy. For orthodox cultivators, they were poison, but for Zhonglu now, they were life itself. The cultivation technique scanning system began analyzing the Asura blood-devouring manual. Its verdict: crude construction, extremely severe side effects. After cultivation, the practitioner is prone to irritability, lust, and their cultivation path will be permanently capped at the golden core stage. The image of the little demoness appeared in the air, her face filled with disdain. This tattered thing dares to call itself a high-grade profound tier technique? The cultural level of the demonic realm is truly concerning. "Can it be modified?" Zhonglu asked. "Trivial matter." The little demoness flicked her finger. "This queen has already combined all the immortal and demonic cultivation techniques and martial arts I have currently collected, integrating them with the king-grade bloodline within your physical body. The derivation is complete. You have obtained the heavenly demon indestructible body, a modified version. It uses your body as a furnace, devouring all things, discarding impurities and directly transforming demonic energy into the purest primordial force." Before Zhonglu could even react to the side effects, an indescribably ravenous hunger erupted from every single cell in his body in the very next second. That sensation was akin to a famished demon starving for 3,000 years reborn. He looked at the demonic stones on the table as if gazing upon freshly cooked, steaming meat. Zhonglu immediately grasped 2 demonic stones, activating his cultivation technique. There was no need for gradual absorption or guiding chi into his body. The demonic stones in his palms instantly shattered, transforming into 2 streams of dark energy that surged into his physique. His originally parched meridians were instantly filled, followed by a violent expansion. Crack, early-stage chi refinement, mid-stage chi refinement. Zhonglu's body was like a bottomless pit. The 1,000 demonic stones on the table dwindled at a visible rate. Not enough, utterly insufficient. That famished thirst did not abate. On the contrary, having had a taste, it grew even more frenzied. Zhonglu's eyes gradually turned crimson, a manifestation of pure energy craving. "Boss." Subordinate A stared at the pile of shattered stones on the ground, trembling with fear. "That was our month's ration. In less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn, it was all gone." Zhonglu panted, feeling the pitiful amount of demonic essence in his body. Chi refinement perfection. 1,000 demonic stones had only pushed him to the perfection stage of chi refinement. The appetite of this king-grade physical body was immense, but correspondingly its foundation was terrifyingly solid. He now felt he could crush the city gate guard with a single punch, but this was still far from enough. What Yuji had provided was merely an appetizer. Zhonglu stood up, his bones crackling throughout his body. To truly sate his hunger, he would have to act himself. "Before this, I told you to go scout the situation. How did it go?" The subordinate hurried forward. "I have investigated thoroughly. Beneath this building, there is a fighting arena. As long as one signs a life and death contract, they can enter. Winning one battle grants 100 demonic stones. Consecutive wins double the reward. If one can defeat the arena master, they will directly receive 10,000 mid-grade demonic stones. 10,000 mid-grade demonic stones." The crimson glow in Zhonglu's eyes grew brighter. Converted, that was 1 million low-grade demonic stones. "Let's go downstairs. I'll take you all to earn some money." On the first floor, the arena's atmosphere was suffocatingly hot. In the center, a muscular figure wielding two massive axes stood. The Zhuto Mo, the bar-headed demon, roared to the heavens. At his feet lay a corpse cleaved into two. Fresh blood stained the ground crimson. Who else dares? The Zhuto Mo's roar was like thunder. This old man has already won 9 consecutive battles today. Is there anyone else not afraid of death who dares to come up and offer their life? In the stands, the gamblers cursed wildly, yet no one dared to step forward. This Zhuto Mo was an early-stage demonic general, with a cultivation base at the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he possessed innate divine strength and cruel methods. Ordinary rogue cultivators would only find death if they went up. In a private room on the second floor, Yuji leaned lazily against a soft couch, fanning herself with a silk fan. The maid beside her softly spoke, "Mistress, that young man has gone downstairs." Wuji raised an eyebrow. He had just received cultivation resources. Why was he not cultivating but instead rushing downstairs? Was he intent on stirring up trouble? He had gone to sign up for the life and death arena. Wuji's hand movements faltered, a flicker of astonishment appearing in her eyes. In less than half an hour, barely having caught his breath, he was already eager to challenge the life and death stage. This was no fallen prince. This was clearly a witless fool who had no regard for his own life. Go and observe. If he perishes, then retrieve his remains. While the loss of a royal-grade bloodline would be regrettable, 2 cauldrons of blood elixirs could still be refined from him. Wuji's tone remained aloof. Business was business. A talentless wretch held no value and was not worth her emotional investment. On the arena floor, just as the referee was poised to declare Zhuto Mo the victor, a shadowy figure gracefully descended onto the battle stage. Without weapons, without armor, even his demonic energy fluctuations were pathetically feeble. Clad in a somewhat oversized black robe, faint demonic markings subtly appeared upon his chest. His long, fiery red hair cascaded wild. Zhuto Mo eyed the youth before him, who barely reached his thigh, and let out a contemptuous laugh. Whence did this pale-faced boy emerge? This is a place of slaughter, not a stage for your pretty face. A roar of laughter erupted from the crowd below the stage. Begun from the stage. Still wet behind the ears, whose untamed pet escaped its enclosure. Chonglu stood amidst the reeking pool of blood, his countenance as tranquil as if he were strolling through a garden. He lifted his gaze to the pig-headed demon, and with a solemn expression inquired, "How much are you truly worth?" Zhuto Mo froze in bewilderment, then scoffed. Unperturbed, Chonglu merely shook his head and raised a single finger, a gesture Zhuto Mo perceived as nothing less than a suicidal challenge. Feeling profoundly humiliated, Zhuto Mo let out a thunderous roar. His 2 massive axes, imbued with the earth-shattering might to cleave mountains and shatter stones, descended upon Chonglu's head. Demonic energy surged, sealing off all avenues of escape. This was a full-power strike from an early-stage demon general. Even a cultivator of the same rank would not dare to meet it head-on. In the spectator stands, Wuji shook her head, as if she could already foresee the youth being cleaved into 2. Yet precisely as the axe was but 3 inches from Chonglu's crown, he moved. No, he vanished. Such speed was beyond what any ordinary demon possessed. It was the ultimate velocity unleashed by an explosive burst of physical might. A muffled thud echoed, and time itself seemed to momentarily freeze. Zhuto Mo remained rigid, frozen in his axe-wielding posture. Meanwhile, Chonglu's figure had, unbeknownst to all, appeared directly behind him, still maintaining the pose of extending that single finger. Only that very finger was now dripping crimson. And upon Zhuto Mo's steel-thick back, a finger-sized blood hole had manifested, piercing straight through him directly into his heart. From Zhuto Mo's throat, a sound like a guttural gasp escaped, akin to the rush of wind. His 2 colossal axes clattered violently to the ground. His colossal form then toppled with a resounding crash, stirring up a blinding cloud of dust. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. The very gamblers who had just moments ago been jeering now stood as if choked, their mouths agape, yet utterly unable to utter a single sound. Having achieved an instantaneous kill, Chonglu calmly flicked the droplets of blood from his finger, then turned to face the referee, who stood utterly dumbfounded. Who is next? If there are no other challengers, then summon that arena master to face me. He rubbed his grumbling stomach, and the crimson glow in his eyes intensified, becoming even more dreadful. I am in a hurry. I am ravenous. On the second floor. The fan in Wuji's hand stilled. She gazed intently at the man standing beside the lifeless form. In her amethyst eyes, for the very first time, a profound solemnity merged with a hint of barely concealed exhilaration. He used no demonic energy, relying solely on the might of his physical body. A single finger capable of piercing a demon general. Wuji extended her crimson tongue, slowly tracing her lips. This particular investment, its returns would be terrifyingly high. Within the eerily silent beast arena, every gaze from the demon race converged upon the black-robed figure. A complex tapestry of awe, greed, and doubt swirled within their eyes. Meanwhile, Chonglu felt a thunderous rumble emanating from deep within his abdomen. This profound hunger, born from his immortal demonic physique, gnawed at him like maggots in bone, threatening to consume his very reason. The meager demon stones gained from his arena victories, for a royal-grade bloodline physique such as his, were not even enough to sate a single craving. This is far too slow, he grumbled within his consciousness to the system spirit, his so-called boss. Only now do you realize this pace is insufficient. The silhouette of the mischievous little demoness materialized from thin air, legs casually crossed, as she deftly juggled a single demon stone. I've told you before, toiling away in obscurity holds no future. To achieve rapid wealth, one must always rely on recharging. Speak of the solution, I grow weary of your idle chatter. Simple. This demonic avatar of yours possesses an excellent foundation. It is merely an empty vessel. While your reserve of spirit stones may not be sufficient to elevate all your avatars, it is more than enough to fully empower a single one. The mischievous little demoness smiled like a cunning fox who had just snatched a prize chicken. We can directly use spirit stones to synchronize his strength to the perfected golden core stage. However, due to the cross-world energy conversion, the consumption will be slightly higher than for a Taoist avatar. He quickly weighed the options within his heart. This avatar, Xianxia, was a critical chess piece. His advancement was intrinsically linked to the completion of the protagonist's future cultivation technique and his strategic bouguer in the demon realm. Its significance was truly paramount. To toil away, gradually fighting through the arena would take an unknown number of years and carried extremely high risks. This realization made him grit his teeth. Deduct the cost, infuse all the spirit stones from the system's spatial storage into Xianxia immediately. Very well, boss, the little demoness chirped. The mischievous little demoness clapped her hands with excitement, initiating cross-world energy synchronization, consuming 30 million low-grade spirit stones. Almost immediately upon her declaration, an indescribably majestic torrent of energy poured forth from the void, cascading into Xianxia's awaiting body. This was no chaotic, externally absorbed demonic energy. Rather, it was the purest primordial energy, meticulously refined and transmuted by the system itself. His parched meridians, like cracked earth, finally receiving a heaven-shaking deluge, surged with power. Demonic clan, demonic soldiers, foundation establishment. Each cultivation realm, like a flimsy sheet of paper, was effortlessly shattered one after another. From an outsider's perspective, Xianxia, who had just moments ago radiated a weak and unassuming aura, suddenly erupted with terrifying, soul-shaking pressure. Black demonic energy surged skyward, condensing behind him into a vast, illusory, yet undeniably majestic phantom of a demon god. Demonic general, early golden core, mid-golden core, late golden core, perfected golden core. The entire astonishing process unfolded within mere breaths. That overwhelming pressure swept across the entire arena. Every single demon race member below the golden core stage was forcibly pressed to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Even Yuji, observing from her private chamber on the second floor, suddenly shot to her feet, the delicate fan in her hand shattering into fragments from an invisible surge of spiritual pressure. Her pair of amethyst pupils violently constricted, fixed intently upon the man now standing triumphantly in the arena. How could this be possible? Just a second ago, he was nothing more than a talentless trash, possessing only a lineage, yet now he stood as a grand master of the perfected golden core realm. Could it be that he had been concealing his true strength this entire time? No, that's incorrect. That explosive surge of energy was unequivocally the sign of a genuine breakthrough. Xianxia clenched his fists, feeling the immense power boiling and roaring within his very essence. That damnable hunger, that insatiable gnawing, was finally definitively suppressed. He raised his blood-red eyes, sweeping a cold, discerning gaze across the entire arena. His gaze finally settled upon Yuji, still standing rigid on the second floor. Yuji's heart gave a sudden, heavy thump. In his eyes, she perceived a clear glint of warning and an uncharacteristic impatience. He, the protagonist, had just issued his commands to Xianxia's independent consciousness. Swiftly familiarize yourself with the demon domain. Utilize your bloodline to seek out your kin, and at all costs, gather powerful demonic cultivation techniques. After imparting these crucial instructions to Xianxia's independent consciousness, the protagonist withdrew his own main consciousness. Back in the heavenly court small world, the protagonist opened his eyes, exhaling a long, turbid breath. He could distinctly feel that with Xianxia's breakthrough, his own comprehension of the demonic Tao's fundamental laws had naturally ascended to a new level. He glanced at his other avatars, still brimming with vigorous enthusiasm, deeply engrossed in their industrial revolution. Recalling all he had witnessed and heard regarding the demon race within the demon realm, an unprecedented sense of urgency welled within his heart. Little demoness, is there a method to accelerate these breakthroughs? Ah, boss, you've finally hit upon the crux of the matter. The mischievous little demoness floated closer, her expression one of profound wisdom, as if ready to impart a crucial lesson. In truth, deducing future cultivation techniques is quite simple. So long as the data library is sufficiently complete and you're willing to expend some spirit stones, I can arrange it for you. But then she circled him once, clicking her tongue with an almost pitying air. Your spiritual root is simply too abysmal. If not for the system and your avatars protecting your very life, you could forget about ever reaching the golden core stage in this lifetime. The protagonist's face darkened. Such words, though brutally honest, were still profoundly hurtful. He had always been aware of his own mediocre talent, yet to have it stated so brutally and directly, this was a novel experience. To the crux of the matter, then, if you wish to truly elevate your strength, you must first upgrade your spiritual root. After all, the spiritual root is the very foundation of cultivation. And how precisely does one upgrade it? Simple, the little demoness declared. Utilize heavenly treasures and vast quantities of spirit stones to forcefully refine and enhance it. The mischievous little demoness raised a single finger. As long as you possess enough wealth, even the most stubborn obstacle can be shattered. Our protagonist surveyed the system panel, the remaining spirit stones, a mere 10 million low-grade after powering the insect tower, causing him to fall into profound contemplation. This meager sum would surely be inadequate for his personal advancement. Therefore, he would once again extort the young demoness, summoning for himself 9,000 supreme bamboo avatars. Very well. A blinding white light flashed, and the Grand Plaza was once again filled by a fresh army of avatars. Elevate all of these avatars fully to the Golden Core stage. Master, the spirit stones are insufficient. The young demoness spread her hands in exasperation. The remaining funds were only sufficient to elevate 5,000 avatars to the perfected Golden Core stage. The remaining 10,000 plus could only reach the initial Golden Core stage. That will suffice. In his eyes, a glint of chilling frenzy appeared. He issued his command, his voice echoing across the entire small world. Adai, you are to lead 2,000 initial Golden Core avatars and thoroughly scout all perilous lands, dangerous territories, and ancient cultivators' immortal abodes of renown within a 100,000-mile radius of the southern domain. Should you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, utilize the teleportation system to employ the human wave tactic and bring back even the very dust within to me. Ayer, you are to lead 2,000 initial Golden Core avatars and conduct a comprehensive carpet search within the 100,000-mile radius. All spirit mines and medicinal herb fields, regardless of ownership, are to be completely excavated and teleported into the small world. Asan, you no longer need to act as an internal spy within the King Juyunt's tech. Instead, lead 2,000 perfected Golden Core avatars to continue carrying out tax inspections. This time, regardless of whether they belong to the righteous path or the demonic path, as long as it is a sect or a family, their treasuries are to be thoroughly plundered. Any who resist are to be beaten into submission. The remaining avatars are to continue their research within the small world, studying pill formations, spiritual arrays, and deducing cultivation techniques. Yes, Master, the collective roar of affirmation was like 1,000 mountains rumbling, like 10,000 beasts bellowing, causing the entire small world to tremble. The cultivators of the southern domain, even in their wildest dreams, could not have imagined that they had only recently been subjected to such taxation, and were now poised to confront an unprecedented catastrophe. This, he mused, was the essence of his strategy. While others stockpiled provisions, he would stockpile overwhelming force. Indeed, his neighbors were merely his vast resource trove. However, this time it would be no small-scale skirmish. This deployment involved 5,000 perfected Golden Core avatars and over 10,000 initial Golden Core avatars descending like a terrifying swarm of locusts. In an instant, the entire southern domain was stirred into a frenzy, like grass swaying violently in a sudden gale. Have you not heard the shocking news? The Myriad Beast mountain range in the north was stripped bare overnight. Even the lair of a 7th-level demon emperor was thoroughly excavated and emptied. Nor was that all. The Xianxia sect, a demonic sect with a 3,000-year heritage in the west, its entire mountain gate and its formidable mountain-protecting grand array were packaged up and carried away overnight. Now, only a massive pit remains in its place. And what of the southern domain's largest spirit stone mine? Only yesterday, it belonged to the Tianyan sect, the foremost power within this 100,000-mile radius. Upon inspection, the mine was gone. In its place, a bottomless abyss now stood, for even the mother lode itself had been rescued. And once again, the culprits were those enigmatic organizations, the Heavenly Court and the Exploding Heavens Gang. Weren't they only supposed to plunder rogue cultivators? Why do they now spare none, not even those of the righteous path? Nonsense. They call it expanding tax collection. My sect was taxed yesterday. Its treasury was thoroughly cleaned out, yet not a single strand of hair was lost. In fact, they even left us a receipt, stamped with the radish seal of the Heavenly Court's General Tax Bureau, Southern Domain Branch. Panic was spreading like wildfire. Innumerable sects activated their mountain-protecting grand arrays overnight. The upper echelons of power trembled in fear, yet it was all in vain, for before absolute numbers, any array formation, when surrounded by tens of thousands of Golden Core cultivators, would not merely be breached but utterly overwhelmed within an hour. Even an immortal array would shatter. Meanwhile, our protagonist lounged leisurely within the Heaven and Earth Palace. Watching the balance fiercely leaping on the system panel, a delighted smile plastered across his face that he could not suppress. Half a month later, after his formidable forces finally returned, the resources within the small world had piled up into several massive mountains. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, spirit stones and immortal essence were too numerous to count. Young demoness, is it ready? With boundless ambition, he waved his hand, declaring, quickly elevate my spirit root to its absolute limit. Very well. The young demoness's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she rubbed her small hands together. This time, upgrading your spirit root will consume a vast quantity of 5-element, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and will deduct 50 million low-grade spirit stones. The sheer sum made me bolt upright from my resting chair. 50 million. Why don't you just rob someone instead? However, it was already too late. Before my words had even finished, the little demoness had already completed the transaction, successfully deducting the funds and beginning the spirit root upgrade. I felt as if my body had been cast into a refining furnace. An unspeakable, horrifying agony surged from every inch of my being. Every inch of my meridians, every bone, every drop of blood was forcibly torn asunder. Then they were violently reforged as 5 brilliant streams of light erupted from within my body, red, green, yellow, white, and black. These 5 divine lights intertwined, engulfing the entire sky of the miniature world in a vibrant, dazzling hue. My body seemed to dissolve within the light, only to slowly recoalesce within its radiant embrace. This was a process of complete metamorphosis, a true shedding of the old for the new. I knew not how much time had passed, but as the agonizing pain slowly receded, an unprecedented sense of refreshment permeated my entire being. I gazed down at my hands. My skin had become as translucent as crystal, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. I could clearly perceive the five-element spiritual chi in the heavens and earth, drawing into my body like swallows returning to their nests. It circulated joyfully and automatically, requiring no guidance from a cultivation technique. The entire world within my perception had transformed, becoming clearer, more profound, and intimately connected. The spirit root upgrade is complete. 5-element heavenly grade, you swindler! You are truly a ruthless swindler, I exclaimed, finally regaining my senses, pointing a trembling, heartbroken finger at the little demoness floating in mid-air. 50 million! That was my hard-earned blood, sweat, and stolen treasure. You get what you pay for, the little demoness countered with unyielding logic. Master, your perspective must broaden. To truly reach the peak of cultivation, a 5-element spirit physique is the absolute standard. If not for the current lack of merit power, I could have directly upgraded you to an immortal grade spirit root. I clutched my chest, my heart bleeding from the exorbitant cost, yet I could only grudgingly accept. I could sense that with my newly upgraded spirit root, my compatibility with and the circulation speed of spiritual chi had increased not just hundreds, but perhaps thousands of times over. The expenditure was undoubtedly worthwhile, though the pain in my heart was immense. But even as I grieved over the 50 million spirit stones spent, the sky of the Heavenly Court's miniature world, without any prior warning, was suddenly engulfed by a vast expanse of purple chi. This purple chi, stretching for 30,000 li, flew in from the east. Magnificent and boundless, it carried an immense will, as if the heavens and earth themselves had just been born. All the clones within the miniature world instinctively ceased their actions, looking up. Master, do not fret over such a small sum. Something major has occurred. The little demoness materialized beside me, her usual playful smirk completely gone, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness on her small face. This is the manifestation chi of the heavenly Tao. A son of destiny has been born in the southern domain. I furrowed my brow. A son of destiny? Indeed, precisely the type of protagonist you read about in legends, the little demoness explained. The great immortal devil war is on the verge of erupting. To contend with the devil lord, the heavenly Tao will choose one destined to face this tribulation, bestowing upon them immense karmic luck. Such individuals cultivate at an astonishing pace, achieving breakthroughs thousands of li in a single day. Fortuitous encounters and grand opportunities fall into their laps ceaselessly. They are the true protagonists of their era. She paused, her tone shifting, and a calculative glint flashed in her eyes. I suggest you immediately seek him out and take him as your disciple. Firstly, you can share in his immense karmic luck. Secondly, once he matures and pacifies the devil tribulation, you, as his master, will receive an immense amount of heavenly Tao merit. That is a treasure infinitely more valuable than spirit stones. I immediately grasped the profound implications of her words. A son of destiny, the future savior. In my eyes, he was nothing less than a walking, breathing merit ATM. He must be found, I declared, without a trace of hesitation. All my clones immediately halted their current tasks, forming into groups of 3, and commenced a comprehensive search of the southern domain. The target, a son of destiny, characterized by a heaven-born strange phenomenon. In but a moment, all the clones departed the miniature world, transforming into streaks of light that dispersed in all directions. This large-scale movement of cultivators instantly sent shockwaves throughout the entire southern domain. They've gone mad. What exactly does that lunatic Zha Tiangong intend to do? It seems they are searching for something, swarming across the land like a plague of locusts. With their absolute numerical advantage, within half a day, news returned from the eastern reaches of the southern domain, pointing to a small, secluded mountain village named Niuzhia Village. When the 3 clones responsible for that area arrived, the sky above the village was already a chaotic maelstrom. Dozens of powerful auras clashed in the air, ranging from golden cord and nascent soul cultivators, and even the vague, looming shadow of an ancient transcendent soul expert. At the center of their fierce contention was a newborn baby boy, born to an ordinary hunter family within the village. The baby boy did not cry or wail. His obsidian eyes were chillingly profound, and a faint layer of purple chi enveloped his tiny form. This child is fated with my heavenly eye sect. I hope my fellow Taoists will show some respect. A nascent soul elder roared. Nonsense. Such a Keelan child should cultivate my blood fiend sect's peerless demonic cultivation technique. Cease your squabbling. This old man is a soul transformation rogue cultivator. For him to become my disciple is his greatest fortune. See bloody battle about to erupt, I coldly observed. From within the miniature world, a ruthless command was issued. Ling Yi, prepare to teleport. All remaining clones form an array and block them for me. The very next moment, an abrupt change occurred. In the space surrounding the village, the figures of nearly 10,000 golden core cultivators suddenly materialized. Without a word, their mighty spiritual energy immediately connected, forming an unparalleled colossal formation that encompassed the entire battlefield. Who could this be? It was the Zhatian Bang. All the contending grand cultivators were dumbfounded. They could not comprehend why these madmen had suddenly appeared here, and furthermore, upon their arrival, they seemed intent on perishing together with everyone present. Nearly 10,000 golden core cultivators, 5,000 of whom were at the perfected golden core stage, combining their power for a single strike even if it was just the simplest energy shockwave, its might was enough to make even a soul transformation old monster blanch. The condensed spiritual energy hand of that soul transformation rogue cultivator was instantly torn apart upon contact with this surging torrent. Dozens of powerful cultivators present at the scene, including the soul transformation old monster, were all forced back by this immense power, their ki and blood surging violently. A white light flashed, and Ling Yi's figure appeared beside the baby's cradle. With one hand, he picked up the child, while with the other, he seized the hunter couple beside them who were frozen in fear, instantly vanishing from the spot. Not good, the baby has been snatched. Everyone reacted, but it was already too late. And the nearly 10,000 clones, having completed their mission, were attacked by the enraged nascent soul cultivators and the soul transformation old monster before they could be recalled. They instantly disintegrated, without a single scream or trace of resistance. The nearly 10,000 golden core cultivators, like fragile bubbles shattered to dust, dissolved into a rain of blood. This ghastly scene left everyone present dumbfounded. They could not comprehend what kind of force could treat nearly 10,000 golden core cultivators as mere disposable consumables. This was not mere madness, this was utter deranged lunacy. 3 days later, within the miniature heavenly court world, the figure of a San materialized, a look of joyful relief after his tribulation apparent on his face. As soon as he revived, he reported to me, "Boss, chaos has erupted outside. All sect forces in the southern domain, regardless of their alignment, united to form a demon-exterminating alliance. They vow that even if they have to dig 3 feet deep, they will unearth our Zhatian Bang." I glanced at the crying child of destiny beside me, as well as the bewildered mortal couple, and waved my hand. "I know. All clones, temporarily refrain from going out. All of you, remain within the miniature world. Those deducing cultivation techniques, continue your deductions. Those researching medicinal pills, formations, or artifacts, continue your research. Develop discreetly." After arranging everything, the little demoness flew out again. "Master, the child of destiny of the immortal path has descended. This indicates that the corresponding demon star of the demonic path is also about to appear. One righteous, one demonic, they are each other's ultimate tribulation. This is the war between the heavenly Tao of immortals and demons. Master, you are a person of the immortal path. If you find it before it matures, capture it, and bring it back to the southern domain to kill it, the heavenly Tao will bestow immense rewards upon you." My heart stirred slightly. Indeed, why should I wait for it to mature? I just need to find it and eliminate it myself. Instantly, through my consciousness connection, I issued a new command to Chonglu, who was currently in the demon realm. Chonglu seek to collect the blood of high-level demonic clans. The more, the better, the purer, the better. In the demon realm, within the territory of the Blood Scorpion demonic clan, Chonglu's own clan had already located him through their bloodline connection. Upon receiving the command, he immediately utilized his hidden information channels and his perfected golden core cultivation. Within a mere few days, he acquired several barrels of pure demonic blood from the collateral branches of various royal clans. After I obtained the demonic blood, I did not hesitate to activate the little demoness's system once more, in exchange for 5,000 demonic clones. All of them were synchronized to the perfected golden core stage, and my system's remaining balance was halved once more. 5,000 golden core demonic clones, with fierce and imposing auras, appeared within the miniature world. I directly teleported them near Chonglu, then dispersed them to spread out. Their mission had 2 parts. First, to gather all resources. Second, to find a way for Chonglu to return to his clan without causing too much upheaval. A collateral bloodline member wandering outside, no matter how pure their bloodline, could achieve nothing without sufficient strength and backing. He was also content with his leisurely life, never participating in any power struggles. Each month, he merely stayed in the small courtyard his clan had allocated to him, reading the vast immortal and demonic classics copied from his clan's archives. These classics would all be synchronized by him to the miniature heavenly court world, becoming a source of nourishment to perfect the cultivation techniques. One day, a magnificent demon-armored guard arrived at the small courtyard. "Young Master Chonglu, the clan leader summons you." Chonglu placed the jade slip in his hand down and followed the guard to a magnificent grand hall built from the skulls of colossal beasts. On the grand hall's throne sat a middle-aged demon, his aura as profound as an abyss. He was the clan leader of the Blood Scorpion demon clan, a true demon venerable. Chonglu, an expert of the body integration realm. The clan leader looked down at Chonglu, a glint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "You are indeed remarkable. Though from a collateral branch, your pure bloodline makes you the foremost talent of this generation in our clan. However, for demons, bloodline alone is insufficient. True strength is paramount." He stood and a terrifying pressure descended, enveloping the hall. "The demon god has issued a decree. The immortal demon great war is on the verge of erupting in full force. All demon generals and clan members at the golden core stage and above must be prepared for battle at a moment's notice. You still have time. Swiftly raise your strength. Do not disgrace the noble bloodline within you. Understand?" The clan leader knew Chonglu understood. Chonglu calmly replied, "Understood." "Very well, then return and cultivate." Chonglu bowed respectfully, yet inwardly a bitter complaint brewed. "Do you truly believe I wouldn't want to? My main body hasn't even deduced the next cultivation technique. What do I have to advance with?" A few months later, a clone operating deep within the demon realm sent back a report. "Boss, I've located the demon scion. Rumor has it, a demon emperor has already taken them as a true disciple. They are constantly accompanied by a soul transformation demon lord and 4 nascent soul demon commanders as protectors." Upon receiving this intelligence, I ordered the clone to continue monitoring carefully. "Little demon girl, ensure you're not exposed. How much longer until the cultivation technique is ready?" Soon, just a small amount of final data is needed." The little demon girl, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Send more high-level cultivation techniques and martial skills. The more, the better, understood?" A ruthless glint flashed in my eyes. I issued a command to all my golden core clones throughout the demon realm. No longer conceal yourselves. In all cities and among the weaker cultivators in your regions, implement the 3 cleanses policy. At the fastest possible speed, seize all valuable possessions. In an instant, the demon realm plunged into chaos. Countless demon factions in remote territories were suddenly attacked and annihilated. These enigmatic golden core demons, like savage wolves and tigers, neither seized territories nor plundered common resources. They simply killed, then swept away all ancient texts, cultivation techniques, and demonic artifacts, moving like a swift gale. They arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Finally, through this bloody accumulation, and after half a year, the Heaven and Earth Decree, Immortal Demon Undying Body Cultivation Technique was successfully deduced to the late nascent soul stage. Good, very good. Exceedingly good. My spirit soared. I immediately had the little demon girl teleport Li Yi over. With my command, all clones within the small world ceased their activities, dedicating their full power to assist Li Yi in forming a perfect nascent soul. Within the small world, over 15,000 Golden Core clones sat cross-legged, transmitting all their insights and cultivation power through an invisible network directly into Li Yi, who sat at the heart of the Spirit Spring. After I ascended to a heaven-grade spirit root, Li's foundation, now bolstered by the combined power of all the clones, grew incredibly profound, far surpassing any prodigy in the world. In less than 3 incense sticks of time, the Golden Core within Li's body shattered. A crystal-clear miniature figure identical to himself sat cross-legged within his dantian. "The nascent soul is complete," I exclaimed. "Wait, don't," the little demon girl suddenly cried out. "Continue condensing. Your 5-element heaven-grade spirit root can condense a 5-element nascent soul." I was stunned. I immediately instructed Li to proceed as immense energy continued to surge into him. Very quickly, the second, then the third, until 5 nascent souls, each representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, successively formed and began to revolve around the initial nascent soul, merging into one. These 5 distinct elemental nascent souls rotated, finally fusing into a single chaotic-colored nascent soul. The aura radiating from this new nascent soul was not merely 10 times stronger than before. The moment the nascent soul fused, the entire heavenly court small world trembled violently. The concentration of spirit chi exploded, and the small world's boundaries naturally doubled in size. A brand new, mid-grade spirit vein formed deep underground, merging with the existing spirit spring. This was the reward from the immortal Tao for those cultivators who reached the absolute limits of their cultivation. And under the blessing of this profound reward, Li's aura surged wildly. Early nascent soul, then mid-stage, and finally his cultivation firmly stabilized at the late nascent soul stage. As I felt the immense power synchronize, my heart swelled with a 1,000-fold heroic spirit. Little demon girl, deduct spirit stones to upgrade A air and A sand to the late nascent soul stage. Upgrade all remaining clones to the early nascent soul stage. With my single command, the system's already meager reserve of spirit stones was utterly depleted. But in return, I now commanded 4 great generals at the late nascent soul stage, and a terrifying army consisting of 15,000 early nascent soul cultivators. Having completed all this, I projected my consciousness deep into the demon realm, into the clone that was still carefully monitoring the demon scion. I gazed at the youth, protected at the center like the moon surrounded by stars in the distance. A cold smile spread across my lips. Now, it was time to strike.